The Dadas, hyenas, scuba divers, learn from scuba. Steve, stay right. Hyenas, scuba divers, learn from scuba. Steve, stay righteous, stay forward, stay conduct yourself in the most righteous manner. We here, we conducted ourselves in the most righteous manner. Stay righteous. We on it. That shit's whack. Milk is bad, bro. That shit's bad. Everything that you eating is bad, bro. That's just fucking crazy. Hell. Yeah. Hell. So she would have drunk it. If it wasn't on the cap, it would have been inside and she would have drunk it because you ain't gonna see that shit. That should be at the bottom. Oh, at least from him. Cause nah. That's not the Gaddis and shit. That's not the Gaddis and shit because the Gaddis take us like the Gaddis idolatry. The market, nigga, you coming back, nigga, you could sue them, nigga. That's a big ass market. So many people's gonna think these old people, they ain't playing none of that shit. No one's really playing that shit. They gonna stay thugging. What's good, Gigi? Hey, bro. How you doing? Hey, bro. Yeah, Mag is different. I brought apple juice like that before, and I might drunk it. The bottom of it had fucking, what's that shit called? Oh my god, it had mold or some shit. I don't know what it was. But I drank one too. Oh man, that shit was. Not that it was nasty because I didn't even know, but once I see mine, I said, yo, what the fuck? You know I drunk? That's a fact. How my shit glitching? We good, the daughters, hyenas? TT Sprink, TT Sprinkles. There's that TT Sprinkles right here. Shit's needed, though. Got him.
intersecting in various ways within the realms of music, culture, and sometimes even criminal activity. Within rap culture, street credibility or street cred is often highly valued. This credibility is often earned.
If you've been waiting to apply for disability benefits, don't.
Including encounters with the underworld. Some artists may feel pressure to portray themselves as authentic by referencing their connections or experiences with criminal elements, whether or not those connections are current or merely part of their past. Through the success of a said rapper, street guys, whether opposing or allied, can be immortalized based on situations and etched in the background of the culture. One of those said guys was Sherm the Worm. So, who is Sherm the Worm? Sherm the Worm, as a young boy, lived in Far Rock.
In this video,
What's going on around here, man?
Want to support me? Go to Nene Marie 37 on Instagram and purchase you a signed copy of my book. That's Nene Marie. Yo! Want to support me?
The Simpsons have been dropping hints and clues about the future for over 30 years.
Hey Homer, your robot body finally came.
And some of their predictions are so accurate, it's downright eerie. From predicting smart technology to presidential election. It would take between 1,000 and 81,000 years for a spacecraft to reach Alpha Centauri if we used conventional propulsion. Plus, astronauts would have to deal with the countless risks of the mostly unexplored interstellar medium. But there might be a way out of this seemingly hopeless situation. Gram-scale spacecraft that rely on lasers when it comes to traveling through space. One of such concepts is called the Swarming Proxima Centauri, and it has recently been chosen for the NASA Innovative Advanced Concepts Program. You see, traveling through
What niggas doing? P. Hyenas! What's goody, GG's? What's goody, MTW? Roll up time, smoke up time.
So glad I remembered Uber Eats had
The phone died?
but I feel like I'm forgetting something else.
It would take between 1,000 and 81,000 years for a spacecraft to reach Alpha Centauri if we used conventional propulsion. Plus, astronauts would have to deal with the countless risks of the mostly unexplored interstellar medium. Spacecraft that rely on lasers when it comes to traveling through space. One of such concepts is called the Swarming Proxima Centauri, and it has recently been chosen for the NASA Innovative Advanced Concepts Program. You see, traveling through interstellar space is a question of speed, energy, and distance. Proxima Centauri sits 4.25 light years away from the solar system. That's 25 trillion miles, which is incredibly far away. For comparison, the farthest distance ever traveled by a spacecraft is 15 billion miles from Earth. Voyager 1 has been moving in outer space for more than 46 years, reaching a maximum speed of over 38 miles per hour. Traveling at the speeds that we can allow at the moment will make interstellar transit exceptionally long and totally impractical. And don't forget about the energy requirements such a journey would demand. Anything other than a tiny spacecraft weighing a few grams doesn't look feasible. But the solution might have been found. Bouncing photons off of a laser sail could solve the speed problem. But since a single photon doesn't have much momentum, a lot of them are needed. And since even in a couple of decades, we probably won't have a lot of power available, the thrust will be weak. That's why the mass of the probes has to be minuscule. Not tons, but grams. The proposal suggests using a 100 gigawatt laser beamer, boosting thousands of tiny space probes with laser sails to a speed of 10 to 20% of the speed of light. This mission concept might be ready for development around mid-century. Then, the probes could reach Proxima Centauri as early as 2075. The researchers involved in the project could deal with the difficulties of interstellar travel while maintaining communications with Earth. At the same time, the 8-year round-trip time lag caused by interstellar distances and general relativity makes it impossible to control the swarm of the probes from our planet. That's why the fleet must possess navigation and deciding what data should be delivered to Earth. One more issue is the cost of such a mission. The greatest expense will be the laser array, while the tiny probes might be reasonably cheap to produce. The scientists believe that their project can be developed with a budget of $100 billion. It's not so much compared to the usefulness of such a mission, which is likely to be astronomical. How come? Red dwarf Proxima Centauri, which is a member of the Alpha Centauri star system, has an Earth-like planet orbiting it, Proxima Centauri b. It's the closest exoplanet to Earth. Its mass is similar to that of our planet, and it travels in the habitable zone of its parent star, which means there might be water in this world as well as an atmosphere rich with oxygen. This planet might harbor life, or it could be a dry rock. In any case, it's a promising target in the search for alien life. Unfortunately, we can't detect the planet's biosignatures because our usual methods for detecting them don't work with Proxima Centauri b. Most exoplanets are discovered and explored through the transit method, where a planet regularly passes in front of its parent star, and we see a recurring dip in the star's brightness. That's how we know that the planet is there. But Proxima Centauri b isn't a transiting planet. It was discovered by a different method. When we look at the light coming from Proxima Centauri, we can notice that the gravitational pull of Proxima Centauri b makes the star wobble a bit. That's how astronomers found out that the planet was there. They also managed to estimate its size and mass. But no one can figure out much more than that. Hopefully, a swarm of tiny space probes will help us solve this mystery. 2022 and 2023 have been landmark years for discovering new, fascinating worlds. Last year, NASA surpassed 5,000 confirmed exoplanets. The list is incredibly diverse. It includes rocky super-Earths, gas giants like Jupiter, ice giants like Neptune, and so on. And this is just the beginning. There might be more than 1 trillion exoplanets in our galaxy alone. But the most important question is, how many of them are habitable? You know, for us. Are there any planets on this list that could have life on them? Or that could be a future home for us? Of course there are. And in 2022-2023, we found as many as 5 of them. So buckle up and hang on for a wild ride beyond our solar system. The first planet on our list is Wolf 1069b, a boring and stodgy designation. So I'll simply nickname it Wolfie, because hey, who's going to stop me, NASA? A new study conducted by 50 starry-eyed astronomers confirms something awesome. This exoplanet, Wolfie, which is located just 31 light-years away from us, could potentially be a rocky world. In other words, theoretically, it's a habitable planet. The team behind this discovery used a technique called radial velocity to detect the exoplanet. This is a way scientists study the movements of stars and planets. It's as if when you're playing catch with a friend, as they throw the ball to you, you can see it coming closer and closer. It's kind of like radial velocity. When a planet is moving towards us, it makes the star in orbit away from us, it also knowing and how big it is. And that's how they found Wolfie. This exoplanet is estimated to be the Earth's size and about 1 1/3 times the mass of our planet. It's orbiting a red dwarf star who I'll call Wolfie's mom. But here's the real kicker. Wolfie orbits within its star's habitable zone, which means it's a prime candidate for liquid water to exist on its surface. That's like hitting the exoplanetary jackpot. Ooh, wish I had a ticket. The study estimates that if Wolfie does have an Earth-like atmosphere, temperatures could rise as high as 55 degrees Fahrenheit, which would mean liquid water could pool on the planet's day side. But here's the catch. The exoplanet is idly locked to its star, meaning that the same side always faces the star.
Wait for a
Just
security
imagine,
check.
one side of the planet is always basked in the warmth of its star, while the other
At the
is
end
in
of the
eternal
month?
darkness, like middle school.
That's different.
Just kidding. The team behind the discovery believes it's a prime candidate for further studies, but will probably telescopes and crossed fingers. Our next planet is TOI 700e. What's a good nickname? NASA has just orbit. I'll nickname it Toys Were Us. It's almost the size of Earth, most likely has liquid water on its surface, and it's only 100 light years away. We're not talking about a
Let me grab some fruit.
but this is close enough in the grand scheme of things. Toys Were Us is the fourth planet in its system, and it's got a bit of a short orbit, just 28 days to circle its star. Well, at least you would have a birthday every month. Hooray! This time, the discovery was made using the transit method. Planets themselves are incredibly small and hard to detect. But when a planet is in front of its star, it blocks some of the light coming from it, making it look a little bit dimmer. As soon as the planet moves away, the star gets brighter again. So, to find the planet, scientists watch very carefully to see if the star's brightness changes. If it does, that means there's probably a planet playing hide and seek with us. And that's how they discovered Toys Were Us. The test mission discovered it. It discovered 66 new exoplanets and 2,100 more candidates waiting to be confirmed. TESS has been very busy creating imaging for 75% of the sky. Talk about efficiency. Toys Were Us is located in the optimistic habitable zone between planets C and D, but it may be tidally locked, just like Wolf. So we might have to settle for a one-sided water world. The discovery of Toys Were Us is a promising prospect for future follow-up observations, and it demonstrates the potential for TESS to find even smaller exoplanets in the future. Who knows? It may find a new home for humanity among the stars one day, or at least a new vacation spot.
I'm a pig, and I bumbled my way into your car.
Pull up on your shorty.
And if you have the right auto insurance coverage, paying for this could really stink. So get off, stink.
What's iconic, yellow, and loved for decades? Hey, wait a minute. No one moves a finger on your Butterfinger. Enter the Butterfinger birthday sweepstakes. Butterfingerbirthday.com.
T-Mobile savings, take one. Focus, here's the one. At T-Mobile, you get tons of benefits and you can still save versus the other guy. I'll just do it. Check out the T-Mobile savings calculator to see how much you can save. And right now, we'll even pay off your phone when you switch.
Sticking the landing? Not as dependable as interstate batteries.
That's crazy. See how'd you heat it? Oh.
He's coming. He is coming to us. Who's coming to us? We are here encountering Andromeda. Nosferatu.
What's the problem? don't know what that is.
Next, we have twins GJ1002b and GJ.
I'm feeling good today. How you feeling?
The galaxy just got a little
Thank
bit
you.
closer to us with the discovery of 2 exoplanets, which I'll nickname Hansel and Gretel, that are just a stone's throw away from our solar system. That's right, these 2 Earth-like planets are located less than 16 light years away, which is just a hop, skip, and a jump in space terms. For comparison, Proxima Centauri B is the closest Earth-mass exoplanet at 4.2 light years away. So, these 2 new neighbors are among the closest to us. We both orbit a red dwarf star with barely
Got the upper
1/8
hand.
mass of the Sun. It's quite cool and faint, but that's okay, since both planets are very close to it. Hansel takes 10 days to orbit its star, while Gretel takes just over 21 days. Even more birthdays, I guess. The discovery was made by an international scientific team and was no small feat. The team had to work together with 2 instruments, espresso and Carmini's. The result? A cafe latte. Nah. What they got were measurements so accurate, you could practically count the number of craters on the planet's surfaces. The big deal is, the planets are located in the habitable zone of their star and are just the right size, making them excellent candidates for future atmospheric studies. The lead author says, nature seems bent on showing us that Earth-like planets are very common. With these 2, we now know 7 in planetary systems quite near to the Sun. Who knew our neighbors could be so friendly? In conclusion, the discovery of Hansel and Gretel is a giant leap for humankind. So let's all raise a glass of H2O, or whatever they drink on exoplanets, and celebrate it. The last planet on our list is LP890-9c, which I'll call Bob. This super-Earth, located about 98 light years away, is roughly 40% larger than our home planet. Moreover, it has a twin, which I'll nickname Ray, which is up to 75% larger than Earth. More estimated temperature of 253 degrees Fahrenheit.
After a whole day of sweating, I'm just gonna go to bed without showering.
Remember that the actual temperature of the planet
Sound like somebody I know.
It's possible that Bob, being
Color them
on
niggas.
this planet, has a runaway greenhouse effect, making it more like Venus than Earth. So it might be too hot to be habitable at all. But let's not lose hope yet. The James Webb Space Telescope, launched in December 2021, is on the case. With its cutting-edge technology and powerful instruments, including spectrographs, it can peer into the atmospheres of exoplanets and reveal which ones might be habitable. So, let's see what it discovers. This planet has been listed as the second most habitable
To
zone
go
on
handle
Earth.
something.
Now it's on the list
I
with
feel it,
7
Josh.
other Earth-like planets, all about
I feel it, Friday.
away from us. Maybe they'll become our new homes in the future. Maybe we should fix the home we have. But until then, enjoy this moment and celebrate all these new discoveries. Who knows how many more planets we'll find in the future, considering how much technology develops each year. Thousands? Millions? Meanwhile, Bob and Ray, Hansel and Gretel, Toys R Us, Wolfie and her mama will all be out there waiting for us. The search for ET is on. It's most definitely on. With the successful launch of the James Webb Telescope, the search for Earth-like planets has become a riveting topic of worldwide attention. Apart from the James Webb Telescope, other tools are being used to find good Earth-like candidates. The TESS satellite and the Kepler telescope are at the forefront of searching for other Earths. After we first clear the air of a few pesky philosophical questions, we'll take a close look at these 2 searches and what the James Webb Telescope hopes to find. So, why are we searching for Earth-like planets? Well, because we can. Incredible advances in Earth-bound telescope technology have enabled ultra-precise observations
For sure, DG.
which led to the earliest discovery of exoplanets.
Get right.
As planets go around stars, there's a gravitational interaction between the planet and the star. They pull each other. The planet's pull upon the star will cause the starlight to wobble back and forth ever so slightly as the planet or planets orbit the star. This has always been the case, but the wobble of the starlight was never able to be detected because starlight always twinkles. You know, twinkle, twinkle, etc. Adaptive optics inside telescopes is the technological breakthrough that first enabled astronomers to find exoplanets by taking the twinkle out of starlight. Mechanical springs on the underside of telescope mirrors bend the mirrors ever so slightly to neutralize the distortion, the twinkle, caused by starlight passing through Earth's atmosphere. Without the glimmer of starlight, the slight wobble caused by planets pulling gravitationally on the stars is
that shit was
observable.
fun.
The bigger the wobble, the more. It's called the astrometric method of exoplanet detection.
Quick minute of some, a quick 30 minutes of some fun.
Thousands of exoplanets were inferred to exist around nearby stars by analyzing the wobbly patterns.
Can you
of
give
stars.
shout out to Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe! Shout out to Zimbabwe!
Astronomers got giddy over the
Shout out to Zimbabwe!
that probably every star had planets.
Shout out to Russia and Zimbabwe!
Not to ask the poignant question.
Uses the goats. Damn, Julio Fulio really died, man. No one seems to care.
Hard to trust me, but I could see the stars through his destroyed roof. I took it way too far. I killed this whole group. Even state trooper trying to blue me because of all the corners I've been. I know the devil gonna hold me for all the shit I sent. Spray it. I'm not that spray man. That spray ground. That's G spray ground. That's G spray ground. That's G spray ground.
How the fuck you gonna, why would you have to kill him if you didn't think? I mean, that don't make no damn sense.
You gotta what thought, you know why? Cause my feet don't. What food we working on? Peas in the wings?
I hope that's not the case. I'm sure the people of Zimbabwe will appreciate the shout out. I mean, I'm not from there or anything. Just figured they deserve some love. That's kind of you. Zimbabwe? Yes. Well, shout out to them, and how kind of you.
In this video, you'll see an innocent teenager destroy this police officer's career after he was unlawfully shot.
I want to know, do you know what technologies and patents are in there? I do. That, okay, can you share?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to.
I'm talking to the young dude, bro. Took that chance, an opportunity, bro. Like my commentary where I make these type of videos speaking about
Great. I don't want you.
You said that shit's over with? What it? I feel it. It gets like that sometimes. What did he tell you? How can you relate to him? Yeah. Gotta get right. You gotta get right, that dada. It happens like that. Every step counts. Nigga, you ain't even understand, nigga. Nigga, I went through some shit that I was buying like $4 waters, nigga. Some hemp water, nigga, going on a bike path. I couldn't run, nigga. I had to walk. Ain't no running, nigga. Then I started jogging. Then I started running. Then I went further. It was like right before Ray went to the army. Right before Ray went to the army, nigga. It's needed. Nigga, you're missing life, bro. There's a whole life out there at 7 in the morning. It's different. You see, it's different people that you run into at different times. But the best people that I always run into is in the morning, because some people to be up in the morning, they're automatically right. And then you right, and then you gonna run into the same energy you run into. Everybody's right, especially if they get it right. It's all about exceeding the expectations that they got for you. You see?
Imagine you've relocated to a super deep bunker where nothing and no one can harm you. Suddenly, a mysterious...
Are reportedly recommending the Justice Department.
Just
Travis Scott.
Oh wait, I said the dude.
What I feel about the topic, bro.
But like I said, like there are ways to maybe get the kids to listen, right?
This rolling bridge makes way for a boat to be anchored in its inlet. It spans 12 meters and is composed of 8 triangular sections that fold inward toward one another. The handrail is folded by operating rams located within the bridge parapets, which are powered by an underground master unit. The bridge is able to curl because of this. The eco-capsule is an off-grid pod that can be towed by a car. This little mobile home allows people to go far
Do you ever struggle to keep track of all?
and enjoy hotel quality accommodations. It can be converted into a base camp for outdoor pursuits like hiking and camping, a research station, a pop-up hotel, a mobile office, or whatever else you can think of. You can experience a new level van life with this tenfold house. It can easily be transported by a truck. By using tenfold engineering, a self-deploying modular structure is created that can be assembled without the assistance of builders, cranes or foundations The fundamental component of this system is a portable unit that may be placed at any location. The Zemo 3-foot is the first thing you would want to wear after a long day at work. Soothing compression that eases your feet tension through the help of its airbag. It can maximize your activities since you are still able to move freely while being massaged.
I had a chip on my shoulder, and I was just, you know, on ecstasy and drinking, and just caught up in a. I had a chip on my shoulder, and I was just, you know, on ecstasy and drinking, and just caught up in a bad vibe, which led to, because this the other situation. But I'm sure we're gonna speak on this. So let's get past the bush to the, you know what I'm saying. That led and rolled into the BMA situation. So like, oh my God. Yeah. So look. Let me tell you this. So we in a club in Atlanta. I lived in Atlanta. So look, let me tell you this. So we in a club in Atlanta. I lived in Atlanta at the time. And we in this club. My song's still #1. The business still going crazy. This is after all. Yeah, I'm still #1. My record is still going. Nobody cares. Like the radio don't even care. It's programming. It's already there. Yeah. So we in a club, and I'll never forget this. Like this back when Atlantic Station was popping in Atlanta or whatever. I was living in the 12 condos or whatever over there. And we were like 30 deep again, but we were all on ecstasy. You can't be 30 deep in anything. This what it really was though. We were 30 deep, but they wasn't moving tactical. They wasn't for me. You know how it's like, you know how you got your friends that's like, now that we older and high, we can know what it is. Oh, okay. They just wanted to be in the mix. I'm the poppin' nigga. They wasn't willing to like scrap it out for me or do this, that, and third. They all wanted to be artists. They all wanted to. Yeah, but when you look strong in strength of numbers, but really maybe only 4 of them will scrap for you. Exactly. The rest of them gonna be like, oh shit, what the fuck going on? Yo, I nigga stop. Exactly. They're breaking uppers. They ain't baseball. So if you remember, Mano was on the business remix on my song and all that shit because like, and I fucked with Mano or whatever. He's like a big bro at the time, and fucking we in the club. I'm on ecstasy, I'm wilding out and shit. Like I perform the business, I'm kissing fat girls on stage while I'm performing. Like I'm wilding out. Yeah. But cause I got a chip on my shoulder. This shit just happened to me. I'm trying to show me I ain't no bitch. I'm back outside. Yeah. I had security, the whole shit. So we in there and like security have guns and stuff. Yeah. So we in there and shit and fucking we see Mano or whatever and like I think previously to that I was doing a show in Arizona. And like the same nigga that kind of like lined up the Detroit shit had like a little bad vibe with Mano, because Mano, like I was in Arizona doing a show headline and he was like opening up for me at the time and he was in our section. You know how like you pull up in the tour bus and like your people, the road manager and the hype man get off the bus and go make sure the fucking section is good and you can bring everybody good. So Mano was in a section, they had an exchange of words or whatever. It wasn't the most pleasant experience in Arizona, so he come back like, fuck that nigga Mano, this, that, and the third nigga wanna be in our session. I went there and ripped that shit in Arizona, so we in Atlanta now doing this other shit or whatever, and like,
what button?
I guess I'm like,
fuck happened with Baby? Why he did so fat?
Like I was on deep.
What the fuck? Oh, what you watching? Slap a nigga. Baby fell asleep?
You know, you talking crazy. I'm talking wow.
Okay, okay.
So like,
Yeah. What is it?
fucking from
You was off Henny? Tell me.
No, at that time it was Patron. I was Patron.
Damn, Patron gave you wild like that?
Patron and ecstasy. So fucking we wilding in the club or whatever. And then long story short, like I'm talking to Mano, I'm like, yo, nigga, I ain't no bitch. Like, nigga got me fucked up, but he don't know what I'm talking about because it's like,
Are you telling him you ain't no bitch like you mad at him, or you just talking about general?
I'm sending anger and frustration his way when he ain't got nothing to do with all that shit. So that happens, a scuffle breaks out or whatever, blah blah blah. No.
Who's Mano with?
His people, so now my people's and Mano people's like it's a scuffle, it happens in the club or whatever.
But you got 30 people, ain't no way Mano's rolling 30.
Exactly. Well, we was in Atlanta. Remember this time when he signed with T.I.? Remember he was on Ground
Oh.
So we in Atlanta. I'm sure he was with a bunch of different people down there. So we had a little scuffle, whatever. Like, I talked to Mano the next day because he's a big brother. I called him in the morning like, look, bro, I'm going through a lot right now. I'm tripping. He like, bro, I got love for you. It's not you. It's the people that surround yourself with. You need better people around you to make better decisions.
Wait, is this the incident that we were talking about? No. But when we heard about the incident, it was like he slapped you.
No, that's not the case. So it's around the era when this shit happened. So I talked to him the next morning.
Okay.
And I'm like, yo, bro, like I'm sorry, bro. Like, you know, I got this shit going on. You already know what's going on with me. And you know, I ain't mean that. And like, let's just leave it right here. Like T.I. put us on the phone, all this other shit. As soon as I'm driving the Range Rover, as soon as I hang up the phone, and they're like, bro, you good? Be good, bro. As soon as I hang up the phone, they're like, Hot 107.9, it's not heard around the country. Ain't nobody call in. I'm like, hey, yo, nigga, I just hung up the phone with this nigga. You know, unbelievable, bro.
I remember that shit was,
unbelievable.
Niggas started saying Mano had the hand of God.
So mind you, I'm like, bro, ain't no niggas not good, yo. But the nigga took it, and used that shit as a press run.
Yo,
and ran crazy with the press.
Oh my God.
You gotta think of it. He's a street guy.
Yeah.
For doing street shit. I'm the guy that just got robbed for the Transformer chain. The narrative made
Did he punch you up?
Is he comatose? Not at all, GG. I'm watching something real quick.
Spit on you.
No, it was a scuffle. No, it was a scuffle between two teams. I wasn't even in front of him like that.
Did you get beat up in that scuffle?
Absolutely not. So imagine not having.
I remember that line too.
No touches, no nothing. And you like, I just hung up the phone. I'm talking literally like, I hang up the phone, I cut the radio back on. They like, Hot 107.9, slap heard around the country. Like, they about to call me.
Yo, when he told the story, I think he said he slapped you mid-sentence. I was just like, yo, it was so vivid. I was like, God damn. I think everybody's scared of me.
No, but that wasn't the case. And then, you know, at that point, I was just like, damn, like, that's when I was really started learning the game. Like, yo, like, this shit is more like, you know what I'm saying? Like, niggas will take their misfortune and use it as something for them. And, I mean, shit, I really didn't, I know, like, I felt the way about it because he used it as a PR run or whatever, but I seen Mano recently, like, it's no, like, we don't really got no friction or no static or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Did that turn into subsequent things where now people, because that's also what I realized.
It was over. At that point, it was over. It was over at that point.
What do you mean?
Shit, like the game just kind of like turned on me. The label side, I was just in a bad bag at that point, and it just wasn't cool. And that's when it started. Like, you know, like,
did you also feel like when you, because like so and I hate to bring him up in this context. So there's a rapper from Jersey, his name's Skinny from the Line. He went through a very unfortunate run where like people running up on him, and once they see like 2 videos of like people either like beating him up or like pressing him, everybody who didn't have a name was just like, you fool, yo, I gotta see this nigga to go get mine off too.
See, but I never moved like that. When I was the sexy nigga, I was the nigga with all the chicks. So it wasn't like Skinny from the Nine, but I respected him and he's reached out to me before or whatever.
Nah, I ain't in New York.
LA reached out to LA. And fucking, he was portraying a different image.
Okay, yeah.
To me, it hurt me even more because like, I'm the nigga with the bitches.
Yeah.
I'm not on that type of time.
Well, as fans, we always thought that maybe like you never talk tough like on music, but maybe you was just that nigga who you're high off fame and money. Like, yo, man, all y'all niggas in here is bitches. I get all y'all killed, nigga. I got all the money in the world. You know how some niggas talk like.
I promise you, I'm the same nigga that I am today. Super humble, super chill, laid back. But I do feel like when a unfortunate situation happens, it does put a chip on your shoulder to where like you trying to overly prove it. And you young, so like I was trying to prove at that point, like I ain't no bitch, like you know what I'm saying, and that's how them little dumb shit. Like if I didn't go through the situation in Detroit, and it wouldn't have nothing to do with me. So imagine taking a super L and it don't got nothing to do with you. It's like your man's did. Yeah. Little booms. It had something to do with you. Yeah. Like it's like damn, like I was carrying the weight, and the man that had something to do with it was my brother. He lived in the house with me. You know what I'm saying? Like so it was. It always happens like that. Like yeah. And in the end of no matter even if you like I get the explanations, nobody's gonna realize hey probably the same guy who was kind of involved in the first situation. He has some bad blood, or maybe he communicated whatever type of way, but you're the name, niggas is only gonna talk about you. So bad that this nigga, the same nigga, went and did diss songs about me after all this shit went on. Yeah, like, cause it wasn't cool to be around me like that.
By the way, news was really early on this. They didn't wait hours. It actually happened in the wee hours of the morning. So by the time they heard it, they got out there and they stayed.
Does it feel like time is slipping through your fingers?
Yeah, it does seem like time is speeding up.
Sweet, salty, crunchy. This grips everything.
I seen that.
Hey! Nice break!
Does it feel like time is slipping through your fingers like sands through the hourglass? Like you just don't have enough time to do the things you want to do. It doesn't matter if you're just chilling out, watching TV, running a couple of errands, or editing a YouTube video. You check the clock and it's nearly time to go to bed. Days blur into weeks, months into years, and the once distant future seems to be hurtling towards you at an alarming pace. That can't be right. Something's gotta be wrong. So I checked online to see if that was normal. Apparently, I'm not the only one sensing it. On top of that, there's a mind-bending explanation behind this strange phenomenon that I sense, and at the same time, was utterly staggering. It feels like time is speeding up, as if my life is in fast forward. I've noticed this recently and wanted to talk about it. Time is one of the universe's most mysterious elements. We can't see, hear, touch, or influence it, yet it controls our lives. Defined as a non-spatial continuum, time is measured by events from past to future, moving linearly in one direction. Time perception is the subjective experience of time, influenced by various factors. From phone usage to CERN to the quickening, we're going to explore some theories on why time feels like it's accelerating. Some will be familiar, while others will make you think, what the fuck? Let's start with some background on time. 400 atomic clocks globally calculate International Atomic Time, a standard for Coordinated Universal Time, UTC. Devices like laptops, smartphones, use UTC for auto-syncing, unlike battery-powered wall clocks or manually set car clocks, which don't constantly check with UTC. Animals can tell day from night, but don't know the exact time. They don't give a shit. Humans, however, need to know the time and use calendars to track days. Ironically, Knowing the time can make it feel like it's passing faster. This perception intensified in 2012, coinciding with the end of the Mayan calendar, marking a noticeable shift in how we experience time. That's when everything changed. All kinds of things contribute to the sensation that time is moving faster. These experiences often revolve around the ways we perceive, engage with, and reflect on the passage of time. When our daily lives become routine and repetitive, our brains tend to compress these experiences, making them seem shorter in hindsight. Days filled with familiar activities blend together, and as a result, months or even years can seem to pass in the blink of an eye. As folks get older, each year represents a smaller fraction of their total life. For a 5-year-old, a year is 1/5 of their life. In contrast, for a 40-year-old, a year is 1/40 of their life, causing it to feel shorter. Some theorize this explains why older individuals often feel like time is accelerating. However, there are many teenagers, some as young as 13, saying that time seems to be moving too fast. So it's not just older folks that are noticing it. The rapid pace of technological advancements and the constant
Someone you don't know?
information from digital devices.
Someone you generally don't know? Or someone that you've been talking to for months?
With smartphones, social media, and the internet
It
providing
does
a
matter.
continuous
You
stream
just sending
of
pictures
updates,
out. Nah, you don't really know them people.
and
How is it
information.
considered you never had a
Our
conversation?
attention is
And you was having conversation with them? Yeah.
hard to keep track of time.
I'm not saying that. It doesn't matter where you. It doesn't matter where you at. It
Multiple
matters.
responsibilities from work and family.
Nah, it's like you was having conversation.
This constant multitasking.
So you talking for like months on end? Yeah.
That there is never enough
But
time
you-
to
yeah,
accomplish
yeah, yeah.
everything. Thus, given the impression that
But
time
if you
is
just
moving faster.
instantly clicked on a
Doing
fucking
activities
name and
that
you just
fully
fucking
capture our
you
attention
don't know
and
each other. You're
interest
like, yo,
can
send me
cause
something.
time
You
to
send them
feel
now.
like it's flying by.
Cause
This phenomenon,
it's
known
impossible
as
to.
flow, occurs when we are so absorbed in what we're doing that we just lose track of time. Stress and anxiety can significantly alter our perception of time. When we're anxious or stressed, we often focus on the immediate future and the tasks at hand, which can make time feel compressed.
Nah, that's
The
not.
heightened
No,
state
that's
of
not true.
alertness associated with stress can cause a
He shouldn't be doing that.
You're on speaker. Did you finally take my advice and hire an assistant?
No, it's not, nigga.
My assistant.
Yeah.
us to perceive time as passing more quickly.
It's just the
than
mind
really
thing.
is. Our perception of time is also influenced by how we remember the past. Events that are rich in detail and emotional
Even if they was in the
significance
same city as
tend to
you.
be remembered
You
more
don't know that
vividly,
book about them. It's
making
impossible.
periods of time that lack such events seem shorter by comparison. As we look back, years filled with notable
You
events
can't say that
feel
you
longer,
almost did it. You know what I'm
while
saying?
those with
Either you're doing it or you're not. Either you got
seem
caught
to
right there
have
coming
passed
out
quickly.
the womb.
The regular occurrence of seasons
then
and
all
annual
that shit's
milestones,
fabricated.
like birthdays and holidays, can create a
You could get mad real quick and say you want to kill
perception of time.
someone. Do you really want to
As
kill him?
these events come around seemingly faster
You know what I'm
each
saying?
year, they contribute to the feeling
Tell your
that
therapist
time is
that.
accelerating.
They're gonna make it a situation.
Consider
So-
how technology might be influencing our perception of time. For instance, clocks that aren't auto-synced to a time zone, like a
So everybody got
battery-powered
this
wall clock
perspective
or
about
the
stuff.
clock in the car radio, tend to get a few minutes behind compared to clocks on phones or computers. I've noticed this myself, because my wall clock is a pain in the ass to hang back up. This discrepancy might make one wonder if our devices are subtly altering our perception of time. I think they are. However, the actual perception of time remains subjective, as humans perceive time in their own way. The more attention we pay to time, the slower it appears to pass. On the other hand, time seems to speed up when we aren't thinking about it, like when you're having a good time with loved ones. Interestingly, we're exposed to more information in a single day than people in the late 1800s were exposed to in 7 or 8 years. This overwhelming amount of information could be a factor in our perception of accelerated time. Our perception of time, known as chronoception, has been a subject of curiosity for millennia. 2,500 years ago, Aristotle noted that time is the most unknown of all unknown things. Humans define time through units of measurement, like days and years, based on the Earth's rotations. But these units don't necessarily make sense anywhere else in the universe. I remember childhood summers that seemed to go on forever, compared to the swift flipping through the yearly pages of adulthood. Right now, it seems like time is moving at a breakneck pace, even though concerns about the pace of modern life have existed for centuries, even back to the French Revolution. Research by McLaughlin indicates that our perception of time is further distorted by technology. Their studies compared groups constantly connected to technology with those who rarely used it, and found that heavy tech users overestimated the passage of time. This discrepancy causes stress and a feeling that time is running out. Even brief exposure to tech-related stimuli, like reading an ad for an iPad, can prime us to perceive time as moving faster.
Let's get right, let's get right, let's get
McLaughlin says
right.
that this effect is due to our attempts to emulate the speed and efficiency of technology, increasing our internal pacemaker that measures time. This supports the advice to detach from technology once in a while to slow down our perception of time. There's a scientific basis for this recommendation. Taking a break from the constant digital influx can help us.
Time is fake. That's what I got from that.
5 years ago, this guy went viral for breaking the world three-point record in his home.
Hey, there he is. How you been?
5 years ago, this guy went viral for breaking the world three-point record in his home gym.
Set a world record for threes made in 60 seconds with 31.
Are you serious?
Yes.
He gained tons of media attention, and it earned him an invite on Inside the NBA on TNT. A once-in-a-lifetime experience to hang out with Ernie, Shaq, Chuck, and Kenny. The guys asked him about his record, and like all great shooters, he was clearly confident in his ability.
I mean, and honestly, if for some reason there was an issue, I could break it again, for sure.
But then it came time to prove it. Kenny the Jet Smith challenged him to a three-point contest. First to 3 buckets wins, and this happened.
All right, there it is. See? I'll make a, you know what I'm saying? Oh, this is cold and appetite, Ernie. Turn right up.
Kenny Smith won 3-0, trash talked the entire time, and humiliated him on national TV. TNT reposted the clip and it blew up. Social media had a field day. Although he may not have expected it, this one short TV segment would totally ruin his reputation for years to come.
But like 8 years ago, asshole. People don't forget.
But just a few days ago, the same man entered Gilbert Arenas' three-point shootout for $100,000. He took on hundreds of contestants, including 5 NBA vets, put on a life-changing performance, and in the process exposed the truth about what really happened on that tragic day on Inside the NBA.
I mean, it was 5 years ago. It was bullshit. They set me up. It was in a studio. It wasn't even a court.
But before we reveal the true story of the world's best pure shooter, a word from our sponsor, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog is the easiest way to play fantasy sports, not just basketball. You can make picks on baseball, football, hockey, UFC, and more. It's simple. Just pick whether you think your favorite player's stats will be higher or lower, and you can make big money. You can make your own entry with as few as 2 picks and 3 extra money, or go bigger and win up to 100x. Underdog Pick'em games are available in 30-plus states, including California, Florida, Texas, and even Canada. Here are my picks for this week's NFL Conference Championship games. Taking a risk here with the lower on 8.5 targets for Travis Kelce, taking the higher on 1.5 passing TDs for Patrick Mahomes, and I've got Jared Goff going higher on 0.5 rushing yards. Throw $100 at it, and if I get all my picks right, I'll have a max possible payout of $600. Sign up on UnderdogFantasy.com or via the App Store with promo code Henry100. You can also click the link down in the description, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy promo code Henry100. Underdog is
we in the elevator. Who's elevated? God's elevated. GG, we going up. We staying righteous. Hyenas. Ahoo.
This is the easiest way to make money on Underdog. So sign up with promo code Henry100 today and take advantage and win some money. And perhaps my personal favorite, most behind the backboard shots in a minute. As far as Guinness World Records go, in basketball, including most free throws in a minute, most three-pointers in a minute, and perhaps my personal favorite, most behind the backboard shots in a minute. As far as Guinness World Records go, Anthony is the best basketball shooter on earth. But most people on the internet see Anthony Miracola very differently. After his 2019 appearance on TNT went viral, NBA media destroyed him and his life got turned upside down. Miracola lost his manager. The story Sports Illustrated had written on him was dropped, and the internet dubbed him world's greatest excuse maker. Imagine breaking 7 world records, having hundreds of videos of you getting buckets online, and still 3 missed shots on a TV show in 2019 defines your entire reputation.
Stop making excuses.
Now, Anthony got the chance to stop all the slanders to take part in an open three-point contest in Pennsylvania. After barely surviving a double overtime shootout against a former college basketball star, Miracola came alive. Not only did he win the contest, but he did so in historic fashion, scoring 31 out of 34 points in the final round. It was an incredible feat, $100,000 in prize money. The Miracola name was finally back on top.
All that stuff wrapped up kind of came together all at once when I won, because it was just big accomplishment, like to just kind of, I was able to do it.
But the internet didn't even know or care. As proof, Jimmy Highroller, one of my favorite NBA YouTubers, made a mini doc on Anthony's TNT appearance recently. His video got over 4.5 million views, and still some of the top comments were nothing but shade. No mention of his 7 world records or the competition he won in 2022. Then in 2023, Gilbert Arenas announced his own 3-point shootout challenge, a 4-round pro-am shooting competition with a huge winner-take-all prize pot. The contest was going to feature former NBA players, former WNBA players, and YouTubers with gigantic followings. If Miracola could prove himself on a stage this big, then maybe people might actually start to forget about his TNT appearance and start to respect his name for who he really was, a world-class shooter. But anyone who knows about live sports can tell you that nothing is guaranteed. What if Anthony goes cold, gets eliminated by a random person, or even worse, makes it to the big stage and fails, just like he did in 2019? The humiliation would be unbearable. Still, Anthony took this risk.
He went to ESPN, show. You know, he's drove from Florida. He came from Florida.
The first round of the contest was all about mid-range shooting. Miracola was slated to go against popular YouTuber Jesser, who certainly isn't afraid of performing in front of a camera. As the first round got started, Miracola looked hot, hitting all 5 of his first 5 shots. 3 racks in, Miracola had already scored an impressive 15 points, but Jesser was doing just enough to hang on. Going into the final rack, Miracola was only up 2 points. If Anthony had any sort of clutch gene, this was going to be the time he had to prove it. And that's exactly what he did. Miracola hit all 5 of his final shots. Somehow, Gilbert Arenas and Rashad McCants were eliminated in the first round. Guess it wasn't worth shooting all those 10K practice shots, huh, Gil?
I took 10,000 shots to make 12.
Round 2 was all from the high school three-point line. Only 5 players would advance. And after breaking multiple shots on both of his first and second rack, Anthony was looking mortal for the first time in the competition. But then everything changed during the 4th rack. Anthony locked in, hitting nothing but net on all 10 of his final 2 racks. Redemption was now just 2 rounds away. For the 3rd round, contestants had to shoot 25 high school three-pointers and 25 from college range. The top 3 would get a chance to shoot in the final round for the grand prize of $100,000. But to get there, Miracola was going to have to be nearly perfect, because WNBA star Alexi Brown had just scored 32 points. His first trip around the arc goes fairly well, hitting 19 of his 25 shots. But the next round was legendary. Miracola goes on to hit 21 of 25 shots from college range, a shooting percentage of 84%, putting Miracola at the very top of the leaderboard and leaving just 2 shooters between him and redemption. For the final round, the remaining 3 contestants would each shoot 25 college threes and 25 from NBA range, the same NBA range that caused Anthony all of this embarrassment and humiliation in the first place. Former college basketball player Mika Wynn shot first, scoring a stellar 40 points. Another former basketball player, Jenna Bandy, shot second, but came up short, scoring just 36. Last up was Anthony Miracola, who needed 41 to take home the prize. This means Miracola needed to hit 82% of his shots, a staggering feat for any NBA player shooting from NBA distance. His first trip around the arc, he's on pace, but just barely, scoring 20 points on the shots from college distance, meaning he needs to hit 21 of 25 from NBA range to take the whole thing home. But Miracola is not thinking about any of that. This is a man with a true shooter mentality. He's not thinking about the scoreboard, he's not thinking about all the money, he's definitely not thinking about TNT or Sports Illustrated. This man is only thinking about one thing and one thing only: the next shot. The first rack, 4 for 5. The second rack, 5 for 5. As Anthony approaches the final rack, he needs just 2 more points to win himself $100,000. He needs just 2 more buckets to redeem his name forever.
Hey, stop making excuses.
But Anthony doesn't make the 2 points. He makes 4. Anthony Miracola scores an incredible 42 points, hitting 42 out of 50 shots, a breathtaking 82% from 3. Gilbert Arenas himself had to hand Miracola the oversized check. Anthony had done it. He'd beaten out NBA vets. He remained humble throughout, and he restored the Miracola name. He really is one of the world's best pure shooters. After the contest, Gil had Anthony on his
once, you
podcast
could do it
and allowed
again.
him the chance to voice his side of the TNT story.
Just a really bizarre situation. The whole vibe, man. They may be great guys. They weren't great to me. They were very disrespectful. They know what they did to me. This isn't a secret. This is 5 years ago. And they just keep reposting it and giving it to other people. Even now that I won this, I don't have any shit to talk, man. I won it. I think my shooting spoke for itself. And
Anthony finally got to tell the world his truth, and Gil's crew gave him the perfect platform to do it. Anthony's story is the perfect example of persistence and courage, that even in your most embarrassing moment, you can still recover, that there's always more time, there's always a second act. You just have to be brave enough to take it. Congrats to Anthony Miracola. Now, who else wants to see a TNT rematch?
That's crazy.
Powerful.
On an afternoon in May 2024, Columbia County Sheriff's deputies were advised of a speeding motorcycle in Marcelon, Wisconsin. As the radio transmission concluded, a deputy who was positioned along a highway
Stressed out? Time to refresh your rhythm with trap.
spotted the 22-year-old rider of the red motorcycle flying past at 90 miles per hour. As the deputy tried to catch up, he saw the motorcycle overtaking vehicles on the shoulder and occasionally in the opposite lane of traffic.
25, there's a red motorcycle passing on the shoulder westbound, approximately 90 miles per hour, 33 country club. Still trying to catch up.
Yeah, Nora 3325.
pursuit was then called off due to safety concerns.
Ready for a 25 left plus visual in the city of this morning.
10-4-33-25.
I'll be 1040 continuing. I can't clear enough traffic to catch up.
10-4-33-25. What type of motorcycle?
That is a crotch rocket. He had a helmet on. I don't recall the color. And then a leather jacket. I'm not sure I'm color.
3301 just passed me at 33. You want to try?
Shortly after, another deputy reported that the motorcycle had passed by the law enforcement center, with several city officers also confirming they had seen it.
So continuing, higher rate of speed. I will not pursue. Advise return this.
Additionally, the Columbia County Sheriff stated that the motorcycle had collided with his unmarked squad car, causing damage.
1050 to my squad here parked downtown. It is turning westbound on 16. 331 William Charles returns on a red Suzuki.
3325. That'll be the same description of where it's Suzuki.
3300. There's no was parked downtown with no lights on. He came behind me. He did run into my squad with damage.
As he attempted to relocate the bike, he soon observed it in a neighborhood. The rider continued to flee erratically at a high rate.
Said a motorcycle similar to that description, West Cook heading back inbound into the city. I believe it's the same rider. Trying to catch up. Correction, eastbound. He's going from Pierce, so he's actually West Cook and Caston. Copy eastbound back into the city, Cook and Caston.
3325. I have behind him. Stop.
43325.
See the red light south on Wisconsin.
Due to the deputy's concerns about the high speeds and heavy traffic, he decided to discontinue the pursuit.
1080. I'm gonna discontinue. That's southbound. Wisconsin is fucked up. It's a roadways ahead of me.
3325, copy 1080, discontinuing.
Since they found the man's name through his license plates, they attempted to visit the address linked to the registered bike. However, they discovered he had recently moved, prompting the need for further investigation. The sheriff's office made a Facebook post about the individual, giving him the opportunity to reach out and provide an explanation for his behavior. During that, it was learned another deputy had coincidentally encountered the man earlier that same day during a traffic stop, where he mentioned purchasing a new home nearby. Using realtor websites, a deputy located 3 recently sold homes in the area. The following day, the deputy visited one of the 3 addresses and spoke with a neighbor. The neighbor informed them that a young man had moved in within the past few days and that he owned a black and red sport bike. The deputy asked the neighbor to call back upon seeing the man return to his residence. Later, the neighbor did call back, reporting that the man had just returned home and had seen the motorcycle. In response, other deputies were notified and decided to pay a visit to his residence. As they arrived, deputies noticed the motorcycle parked and covered in the garage. After several minutes of knocking with no response, the sergeant decided to give the door a try.
For sure, home.
There he is.
Hello?
Hi there, how are you?
You good? How about you?
Good. How you?
Yeah.
Okay. We need to talk, okay?
Okay.
So, you know why we're here?
Yep.
Okay. So, why would we be here? Okay. You have an ID with you? You don't need to go in and get it, just... Before you go reach in the car, man, you got any weapons in there?
Sephora at Kohl's has top beauty brands. Shop one of our 900 plus stores and at Kohls.com today.
So what about the motorcycle?
No, yesterday.
Okay. What happened yesterday? It wasn't working, so.
Going 100.
Going 100? Yeah. Why'd you do that?
I had a really bad day, and I wanted to blow off some steam, and I just wasn't paying attention to what my speed was. And then I saw one, and then I just
saw one what?
Cop car, and then I just kept.
Alright, so you know that you can't flee. You know that's fleeing and eluding, right?
I didn't think about anything yesterday.
Okay. You know that if you get in a crash, you're required to stop. You can't just keep going. Okay, you do know that?
I honestly didn't think I did too much, to be honest.
So it doesn't matter if
I
you're
know,
not doing it.
I don't really use it this way.
Did you know about it?
No.
I think it was on the sheriff's page.
Let's stand right over here for me, then. I'm facing the left.
Did that do dirty?
Does peeling an apple with the power drill genuinely work? And could dropping an egg into a pan really be the way to get a perfect crack every time? Well, according to a lot of folks on TikTok, yes. Today, I'm going to put these claims to the test alongside all sorts of other wacky-seeming life hacks from the world of TikTok. And trust me, you're going to be surprised at how many of these not only actually work, but are a full-blown game changer. From tech tips to cooking tricks, all tested and demonstrated by yours truly. Let's check out the viral TikTok hacks.
Hey guys, we showed a battle between 1,000 cockroaches and 1,000 ants in one of our previous videos. Today we've decided to change the conditions a little bit. We're going to have a battle between cockroaches and maggots. Let's take a closer look at our participants. If cockroaches prefer to have a level life and stay at one place, not to spend unnecessary energy.
Oh, Uber Eats has groceries now? I don't remember that.
You know, the best way to remember something is just forget something.
What'd you forget?
Hard to say.
I know I forgot.
The fresh scent of a trip to Fiji.
GT's the daughters, hyenas, scuba divers, learn from scuba sea, stay bright, just stay in the elevator, who's elevated, God's elevated, the daughters, stay vibrant. Nice what you make, can't love, can't hate it, simply what you make it.
But maggots are their complete opposites. They are always fussing, hurrying somewhere. The more interesting is what will happen next. Let's start with an absentee test. Which of them will absorb food faster? In particular, who will cope better with this small piece of bread, cockroaches or maggots? Let's put the treat down and start observing. The cockroaches have surrounded the product. You can't even see a piece of bread behind the hordes of cockroaches. No wonder, because each of them wants to pinch a piece off, and there may not be enough pieces for all of them. The maggots also try the bread, even if it is not so actively as the cockroaches. In fact, the cube just rolls over, but they are definitely eating it. Now let's see how long it takes each species to eat the bread completely. The cockroaches need only 26 minutes to eat a slice of bread. The maggots go significantly behind their opponents during this time. As you can see from the time lapse, they are simply passing the bread around in their hands or whatever, hoping that someone will enjoy such food. Many of the maggots try it, but don't eat it. It's also, interestingly enough, that the bread has become stale in such a short period of time and has practically turned into rusks.
It's time for the competition. Let's begin the first face-to-face battle. A randomly taken maggot is already in the arena and waiting for its opponent, so it's time to launch the cockroach. The only owner of the limbs in this ring turns out to be somehow passive. Most of the time, the cockroach is sitting in one place like a cat licking its paws. In the meantime, the maggot is making circles around the arena. Anyway, there is not a single fight between the two in half an hour. Well, in that case, let's see how the cockroach will behave alone with 1,000 maggots. But it will be a little later. Now we'll do another absentee test. It's time to check vegetables on the insects. Let's start with potatoes. We cut up the root crop and put a piece of it to each insect species. The cockroaches immediately throw themselves on food and start eating it, and so the small piece begins to shrink dramatically. We haven't expected such a speed, but the cockroaches have managed to eat the potatoes in just over 7 minutes. That's the speed. Or they just like this product very much. But we can't say that about the maggots. Each of them has had time to try. But nobody likes the potato, so they pass it on. As a result, after half an hour, the potato cube has the same smooth and clear geometric outlines. Literally, as we have just cut, that's how it remains. Onions are next. Everyone knows what it tastes like. Who will be less picky, eater cockroaches or maggots? Let's find out. We cut off a piece and put it in each terrarium. The cockroaches, as we are used to, immediately start to taste. They almost snatch it out of each other. They like the treat. Still, onion is quite a juicy vegetable, and apparently this is what the cockroaches need. They're eating it beyond recognition. And what about the maggots? It looks like they eat it, and meanwhile they don't eat. Or do they taste a juicy delicacy? Even a half-hour time-lapse doesn't give any clarity to this question. The onion hasn't even shrunk in size. Either they just taste whatever they're offered, or they just don't eat it. While the situation with the cockroaches is quite different. It's 4 minutes and the onions are gone. In the time-lapse, it looks like a blink of an eye. We temporarily suspend the food-eating speed test. Now, as we promised, we're going to bump into 1 cockroach and 1,000 maggots. As soon as we put the cockroach down to the maggots, it starts rushing all over the terrarium. And it's funny, considering how cockroaches tend to be passive in general, but it's possible to understand this individual. Apparently, it's not very pleasant to stand for a second on the floor that's constantly moving. Literally like quicksand for the cockroach. It's better to run or otherwise you fall. However, several times it's been possible to see how maggots bite cockroaches' legs. It is quite logical that it simply runs away from such hospitality. It has been running from place to place for more than an hour at such a tempo. We've expected that sooner or later the mustache would get tired and something really interesting would start. But as a result, we are more tired of watching it than the cockroach itself. Let's move on. There is only one conclusion from the previous tests. The maggots have no good relations with vegetables. They don't like them, unlike the cockroaches. So it's time to offer them something else. What about cheese and sausages? We cut off a sausage circle, which we then divide into 2 halves. The cockroaches are truly omnivorous. According to the established tradition, they literally jump on the treat and begin to eat it with appetite. But this time, the maggots are not indifferent and immediately cling to a piece of sausage. Apparently, such food is much more to their taste than any vegetables. Literally in 5 minutes, there are the holes gnawed in the piece from which the maggots are sticking out. It's a bit disgusting. This is already interesting. Who will be quicker to manage with the shop delicacy? So what result have we got? It's taken the cockroaches about 37 minutes to eat a piece of sausage. The maggots have already forgotten that there was a meal at all. It's taken them 14 minutes less to completely eat the same piece. That's 23 minutes and the sausage is gone. Okay, now we can see what these maggots actually like. It's time to move on to the next store-bought delicacy cheese. We cut off 2 identical slices and drop them into each of the terrariums. The cockroaches and the maggots again go toe-to-toe. The cockroaches eat the cheese like everything else, shoving each other around. Gradually, the edges of the piece literally start to melt, losing its original shape. Like everything else, cockroaches do not overeat at all and are ready to eat whatever is offered to them. Now let's have a look at how the maggots are doing. They have been back again with the drill as many holes in a piece of food as you can game. It still looks nasty, but what else can they do? Eventually, there are so many holes that they've made a niche inside, in which several maggots have settled down. As you can see from the time-lapse, the cockroaches have once again chosen the tactic of biting off one by one, so that there is enough for everyone. They may not do it in the most organized way, but at least they are trying. But the maggots are a little different. We can say one thing for sure. Apparently, the maggots are ahead. This is what the intermediate result looks like after 20 minutes. There is not much cheese left, and it almost doesn't look like cheese. And these nimble maggots effortlessly coat with a piece of dairy product in 23 minutes. At this point, the cockroaches still have a pretty solid piece of cheese. When we are pulling the remaining piece of cheese out of the aquarium, one of the mustaches does not even realize that the experiment is over and tries to finish it in flight.
Downy does more to make clothes softer, fresher, and better. Because sometimes your work shirt needs to be a soft, cozy pillow. Downy, breathe life into your laundry.
Bye, honey.
Morning breath, huh?
Dr. Garcia? Whoa.
That's Millie.
It's time for the second fight, but this time we'll check what will happen to the maggot, which will collide with 1,000 cockroaches. But there is one nuance here. It is worth noting that cockroaches are cannibals. It's a usual situation for them to eat their own tribesmen. In addition, they eat the individuals, who have molted alive. Yes, the insect world is a very cruel place indeed. So let's put the maggot in this hellhole and start watching. What might happen? What happens is that the maggot quietly crawls on the terrarium floor and eats the shells remains left after cockroach molting. Of course, we see some spices who is molting now. By the way, here is how the process of shedding the old shell by a cockroach looks like in real time. No less interesting is the reaction of the mustache to the presence of an alien insect in their dwelling. It is as if it does not bother them at all. They see it more as an aquarium sanitizer and cleaner than a potential threat. Let's see what they think when 1,000 of them arrive. Before that, let's see how the both will react to citrus. Well, it is not an abstract citrus, it's a lemon. We cut 2 equal-sized pieces and send them to each of the aquariums. The both eat the lemon, but it looks like this. Come up, eat, twist, and go on. Only a few, apparently the most resistant of cockroaches, decide to stay and continue eating sour citrus. However, after an extremely short period of time, they leave too. The maggots also eat, but with even less appetite. Eventually, after 2 hours, we simply get tired of waiting for it to end. We decide to choose a winner based on the visual results of what is eaten. The cockroaches have eaten the lemon peel and even the juicy sour part of it, even though they don't like it much. And maggots have ignored the product. And here it is, the moment of truth, to which we have been going all the video. There are 1,000 cockroaches versus 1,000 maggots. We put the maggots into the terrarium with the cockroaches, and then the real mess begins. Moreover, when we have combined the two types of insects, a strange rustling noise starts to appear. Somehow the maggots manage to fill almost all the space, pushing the mustached ones to the walls. But now it's fitness time for all cockroaches because they have already got used to the standing way of life. Now constantly actively swarming maggots set the rhythm of what is going on. Some cockroaches are already making unsuccessful attempts to climb the wall, and the slowest individuals among them are going under quicksand of maggots. However, a few of them continue to climb confidently on this living floor. As such, battles are not a quick process. We have decided to leave the insects alone for 24 hours. When we look into the terrarium 24 hours later, we are shocked by what is happening. Most of the maggots have chosen to pupate rather than endure the cockroach's eternal trampling. And there are not many cockroaches left alive, but they still continue to bravely run around. It's all for today. Bye-bye.
You shot straight, but you shot late. Holla at me. You see, is the
Previously, using a 100-ton hydraulic press, we tried to press coal and graphite into a diamond state. But unfortunately, we failed. And in the comments, I'm often asked to try this experiment using a 500-ton.
How to get rats from underneath your slab? Fast.
Pop it, DG.
But this is all, they've done all this, or, you know.
What you on, Friday?
Has created this compromise. Okay.
Yeah, this is where you hear them the most. Because this is, you know, there's nothing.
Where do you hear them, in the back or the front or everywhere?
Yeah, everywhere, and in the bathroom wall, we made a whole
bedroom wall?
Yeah.
Okay. So something's going on in this outside, inside, something's going, this is a hot spot here. Okay, perfect. All right, well, we're gonna.
Hi guys, today we will make a competition between 1,000 cockroaches and 1,000 aggressive redwood.
There's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products. Try Dawn Power Wash.
That grimy film on your teeth
Dr. G?
is actually the buildup of fat bacteria, which can cause cavities.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but Crespo Health's antibacterial fluoride protects all day.
It stops cavities before they start.
Crap.
Hi guys, today we will make a competition between 1,000 cockroaches and 1,000 aggressive redwood ants. Let's see who will be stronger both in single competitions and in army-to-army battles. The cockroaches are unusual. They are Turkmen. Such insects do not know how to move on vertical smooth surfaces, in particular on glass. They can only climb up where there is a little sealant left in the aquarium. And you can find white individuals among the cockroaches. White color is typical for cockroaches that have recently had a molt. Let's move on to the ants. The redwood ones are the creators of those very high anthills that can be found in any forest. So, they've decided to form a pyramid in one of the corners. And we begin checking both groups of insects with a boiled quail egg. I wonder who will cope faster, ants or cockroaches. We peel the egg, cut it in half. Each part goes to the aquariums and start taking bets. The cockroaches immediately tear into the egg and begin to
Let's
bite
go.
off
You hopping
pieces
back
from
on
it.
here Friday?
But the ants have a slightly different situation. These run around the aquarium and ignore the egg. Most of them even prefer to sit in the corners. We put the half to the corner, where the concentration of insects is clearly more. Meanwhile, the cockroaches have already surrounded a half of the egg from all sides, biting off the pieces evenly. They do it disorganized and constantly push each other off the tree. The ants act differently, creating a certain cue for the right to eat. Not only drink, some even decide to swim. However, the ants also do not differ in organization. But the speed of both groups of insects is different. It takes the cockroaches only 20 minutes to empty the container. And both groups intend to fight for a long time, so let's leave them for a day. After 24 hours, we decide to take a look at how the battle is progressing there, and an amazing picture appears in front of us. The surviving ants, like 300 Spartans, group in one part of the aquarium and fight off all the attacks of cockroaches that are passing by. The cockroaches have also lost a lot of fighters, and therefore they do not risk approaching the evil ants. Thus, the wall-to-wall battle ends.
In 3, 2, 1. So a lot of us have already seen bullets underwater, even in high speed, but today we're going to take a much closer look at what some of those bullets do as they're interacting with the water, especially hollow point. We're going to see how hollow point compares to FMJ, how handguns compare to rifle calibers, just get a really unique look at all those dynamics going on. To add one more dynamic to it, we have a ballistic dummy.
This is so many fireworks, I don't even know where to begin. In all my years of pyro, I have never seen a firework that looks like this.
A father took his 15-year-old son to one of the most dangerous caves, only for the frigid depths to claim their lives in a tragic, desperate struggle for air, against countless warnings. In 2014, Darren Spivey, a 35-year-old avid scuba diver, wanted to share his love for diving with his 15-year-old son, Dylan.
Tuna in a pouch.
Yeah, tuna in lots of flavors. 10 plus grams of protein in every pouch.
A father took his 15-year-old son to one of the most dangerous caves, only for the frigid depths to claim their lives in a tragic, desperate struggle for air, against countless warnings. In 2014, Darren Spivey, a 35-year-old avid scuba diver, wanted to share his love for diving with his 15-year-old son, Dylan. So on Christmas Eve, Darren gave Dylan scuba tanks as an early present. They were both eager to use them, planning a dive for the next morning on Christmas. The following morning, the father and son got up and made their way to a local dive site, only to discover that the gate to the dive site was locked. The father still really wanted to do this dive and decided he would take them to another dive site in Central Florida, which was inside of a wildlife management area that he knew was open 24/7 to hunters, hikers, and divers. The pair drove over to the entrance of this park, and sure enough, it was open. They got out of the car, put on their wetsuits and scuba gear, and began waddling their way over to a wooden walkway that starts in the parking lot and goes all the way up and out onto the pond like a dock. As they walked down this wooden walkway, they would have passed a number of signs telling them, do not dive in this pond unless you're an expert diver, because this was not just some pond.
This pond was the entrance to the infamous and deadly Eagle's Nest, which in the cave diving community is known as the Mount Everest of cave diving. At the bottom of this little placid-seeming pond is a narrow hole that is a tunnel that goes straight down, and that is the single way in or out of this massive underwater cave system. Expert divers will swim over to this hole, grab the guideline that goes down into this cave, and follow it. They'll swim straight down until the light above them fades, and all they can see below them is just black nothingness. Once they get through the end of this tunnel, it opens up into a massive chasm called the ballroom. As soon as you get into the ballroom, if you stop and shine your light in any direction, you will not see a wall. No matter how powerful your flashlight is, you can't see a wall. It's so big. Divers that have been down there have said it feels like you're in outer space. Then, this guideline goes straight down to the bottom of the ballroom at about 130 feet, at which point you see a sign that has a Grim Reaper on it that says, "Stop. Prevent your own death. Do not go any farther. There's nothing in this cave that is worth dying for." Basically, this is your last chance to turn around and get to the surface relatively easily, because from this sign, the cave splits off in two different directions where the tunnel gets narrower and it kind of spiders around. In certain points, it goes all the way down to 300 feet. Beyond this sign, it is extremely dangerous unless you know what you're doing, and even then it's still extremely dangerous. There's also a current that runs through Eagle's Nest, so if you were to lose the guideline, especially in the ballroom, you could be blown away and then have a really hard time finding it again because it's pitch black down there, and it's like finding a needle in a haystack. If you're not holding onto the guideline, it's nearly impossible to find the one way out. A lot of divers have died trying to do these types of dives, and the thing is, at these depths, small mistakes can cost lives. The sign is there just as a warning to help prevent any future accidents. But as Darren and Dylan sat at the end of the walkway getting ready to jump into this pond, they were unfazed by the countless warnings, even though neither of them were expert divers. In fact, Dylan wasn't even a certified diver at all. This was one of his first dives. Before the pair jumped into the water, Darren texted his fiancée and said they were at Eagle's Nest, and they were about to do this dive, and that he would call when they got back to the surface. After that, he put his phone away on the surface, and the two of them jumped into the water and started swimming their way over to the entrance to Eagle's Nest. Hours went by, and Darren's fiancée did not get a call from Darren. By the time the sun was going down, she decided she had to go check on them. She hopped in the car and drove to the parking lot at Eagle's Nest. She saw Darren's car, but no sign of the boys anywhere. Police were called, and very quickly professional divers were brought to Eagle's Nest to go down and see if they were still down there. The divers got in the water, made their way over to the narrow entrance, went down the tunnel, entered into the ballroom, and stopped holding onto the guideline. They pulled out their flashlights and began scanning around the ceiling immediately inside of the ballroom because they had done this before. And it was not uncommon to have fatalities inside of caves be near the entrance. As they were scanning around, they stopped when they saw Dylan's lifeless body trapped up against the ceiling about 6 feet away from the entrance. He had inflated his water wings, which are emergency flotation devices. His mouthpiece was out of his mouth, and it would turn out he had no more air left in his tanks. After the divers retrieved Dylan's body, they went back into Eagle's Nest and went all the way.
When you dare to combine sweet and tart in a soft, squishy gummy, you get a side that smiles, a side that bites. New Sweet Tarts Gummies Fruity Splits. Dare to combine.
In a snowplow? Yeah, we in a snowplow. What's the problem? Action if you damage any city property. A lot of blind spots in a snowplow. This isn't my first time getting in this. Are you nervous? I am nervous.
The way down, following the guideline to the bottom of the ballroom where they found Darren. He was laying on a little sandy hill. His mouthpiece was out. He also had no air left in his tanks, and he was laying right next to the famous sign that has the Grim Reaper on it that says, "Stop. Prevent your own death. Don't go any farther." Both Both Darren and Dylan's gauges showed they'd gone down to 230 feet. For reference, between 0 and 130 feet is considered recreational diving. And so in those depths, you can breathe regular air. The same air you breathe on the surface is the air that goes in your tanks. You don't need really special training. You can kind of do whatever you want in those depths. Below 130 feet, you need to breathe a special gas mix, you need special equipment, and you definitely need specialized training. All three of those things Dylan and Darren did not have. After an investigation was done into their deaths, it was determined it was an accident. The going theory was they went through the entrance into the ballroom, went all the way down, and then went into one of the 2 tunnels that spiders off to the side. They managed to go all the way down to 230 feet, and at that depth, they must have developed a nasty case of nitrogen narcosis, which is like being drunk. In that state, they must have lost track of time and how much air they were using. By the time they got back to the ballroom to begin their ascent, they ran out of air. The son must have run out first, grabbed his father, and shown him his air gauge to point out that he had no air left. His dad, in seeing that, must have taken his regulator out and put it in his son's mouth, and they began buddy breathing as they ascended to the exit. However, the father's tanks also ran out of air very shortly after that. The father passed out and sank to the bottom. The son managed to get a full breath of air and began trying to swim as fast as he could to the surface. He even inflated his water wings to make himself go faster. Except in his panic, he must have let go of the guy line, swam all the way up, hit the ceiling, and then, not able to find the way out, ultimately drowned. Today, despite all the warnings outside and inside of the cave itself telling inexperienced divers to not go any farther, inexperienced divers continue to go into Eagle's Nest, and inexperienced divers continue to die inside of Eagle's Nest. To date, 11 people have died inside of that cave. Next incident, the brutal incident on Halona Blowhole. On June 30th, 2002, an 18-year-old named Daniel Dick was on vacation with his mother and his 2 younger brothers in Hawaii. Daniel had just graduated from his high school in Los Angeles, where he was the student body president. When he and his family left for this vacation, he had been working part-time at a grocery store and was getting ready to attend California State University in the fall. That morning, Daniel went down to the beach where he planned on doing some swimming and maybe laying out in the sun for a little bit. Pretty quickly, he met 3 girls, and after about 30 minutes of chatting with them, he asked them if they wanted to climb over the fence and check out the blowhole. A blowhole is a fairly narrow hole that is situated on rocks right near where water is crashing. And this hole is usually formed by molten lava that has passed through underneath. What happens is this hole is connected to a tunnel that feeds down and out into the water. So when the waves come in, they go through this tunnel and they get rocketed up this little opening, causing a massive geyser of water. Now, if you don't go near the blowhole, it's not dangerous at all. It's just a very cool natural phenomenon. The beach that Daniel and these girls were on was situated right near an infamously dangerous blowhole called the Halona Blowhole. The reason it was so dangerous is because the water it connected to through that tunnel was some of the most violent in all of Hawaii. So when those waves came barreling through the tunnel, it would shoot 30 plus feet in the air. To make sure everybody understood you're only allowed to watch the blowhole from a distance, they actually put up a fence all the way around it and put up signs saying, "Do not go any closer." To give you a sense of how powerful the water was that was churning through this tunnel, if you were standing on the other side of the fence watching the blowhole from a safe distance, you could feel the ground shaking as the waves would rumble through the tunnel and then explode out of the blowhole. According to Daniel's family and friends, he was not a reckless person. He was just a very adventurous person. So something like this blowhole really piqued his interest, and he just couldn't handle being on the outside of the fence. He really wanted to get right up there and get a look at it. In fact, he told these girls he wanted to feel the power of the water hit him in the chest. That was his plan. The girls told him this was a bad idea, but he was insistent, and he began walking over to the rocks where he could climb up and jump this fence. As Daniel made his way over to the rocks, he passed by a couple that was laying on the beach. He waved to them, he climbed up the rocks, he climbed over the fence, and he made his way over to the blowhole.
At Raymore Flanagan Outlet, you can discover your style for less. Amazing deals on brand new bedroom sets.
Sofas and sectionals at everyday low prices? Yep.
Timed it to where a wave had just come in and shot a geyser up. And then, as soon as the water went down and there was a break, he walked over the edge of this hole that was not very far across. And he kind of arched himself over it so his chest was hovering right over where the water was going to come up. Initially, a wave came through and the water shot up and hit him in the chest, kind of staggering him back for a minute. At this point, the three girls and the couple that he had passed are now yelling for him to get away from the blowhole, that it's way too dangerous. But it was too late. He leaned back over the blowhole right as a massive wave came barreling through the tunnel. It rocketed up and lifted him off the ground about 5 feet in the air, and it turned him upside down so his head is pointed down. When he fell, he went directly into the blowhole. The couple and the three girls that saw this happen described his body position as being the perfect dive. And in order to actually get into the blowhole, you would need the perfect body position because the opening is very narrow. And it goes down 8 feet of just this narrow tube. At the bottom of that, it opens up like the inside of a teapot. Then inside of there is this just vicious churning water that connects to this underground tunnel that feeds out to the sea. So when Daniel went headfirst down, his momentum, along with his perfect body position, forced himself down through that hole into that section that's kind of like the inside of a teapot. Once you're inside there, there's no way to go back up again. The opening is too tight, there's nothing to hold on to. You wouldn't have the ability to force yourself up as through that hole again. So the only way out is through the underground tunnel that leads out to the sea. But there are constantly waves pounding their way up this tunnel into the section where Daniel had fallen into. And so realistically, anybody that tries to swim through this fairly long underground tunnel is only going to get so far before a wave forces them back or traps them in some way in this underground tunnel. As soon as Daniel went into the blowhole, the couple and the three girls immediately climbed up the rocks, hopped over the fence, and began looking into the tunnel, yelling for Daniel. As they're sitting there yelling for him and yelling for people on the beach to call 911, they would feel the ground start to shake as another wave would come to the tunnel and erupt through the blowhole. And they know every time that happened, Daniel, if he was alive, he was completely submerged in water for 30 seconds or so. By the time the police showed up, Daniel had been trapped inside of this blowhole for some time, and no one's heard him, no one's seen him, and so it's starting to look pretty grim. The police would say it's nearly impossible for anybody to survive being inside of this blowhole, especially at high tide, which is when he went in. In fact, the police would say we can't even send divers in there until low tide, because if we send someone in now, they're going to get killed inside of this blowhole. It's too violent inside of there. And so the best they could do was put a weighted line into the blowhole anchored on the outside, so that if by some miracle Daniel was still alive, he'd be able to grab this line and pull himself up. He probably would not be able to pull himself and through the hole to safety, but at least he could keep himself out of the water until rescuers could get there. The next day at low tide, when divers went out to the water, they discovered Daniel's body. It was floating near the area where water actually gets sucked into the tunnel and out through the blowhole during low tide. He must have been pulled back out through the tunnel to sea. It's unclear how long Daniel was alive once he landed inside of the blowhole, or whether he ever attempted to actually swim through that tunnel out to sea. But at some point, he did drown. Daniel's mother petitioned to have a metal grate put over the blowhole so that nobody else would fall in and meet the same fate as her son. But this proposal was met with criticism from the locals who said the problem was not the blowhole. The problem was people not respecting the power of nature. So while a fence still surrounds Halona Blowhole, telling people to stay back, the entrance to the blowhole is still uncovered. Gruesome underwater cave, nightmare. There's an island off the coast of Croatia called Šolta. Only 19 kilometers long by 5 kilometers wide, this tiny island is a short ferry ride and an ideal day trip from Split, which is Croatia's second biggest city. It's a hilly island with beautiful pebble beaches and absolutely crystal clear water. It's a very popular tourist destination that's actually famous for its honey, as well as an underwater cave that kills virtually everyone who goes inside. On September 10th, 2002, 31-year-old Miroslav Kuklas was enjoying a vacation with friends on Šolta Island. It was a little after 8:30 in the evening when one of his friends suggested they go scuba diving because of its beautiful clear waters. Sholta Island is a very popular scuba diving destination.
Can I have a cigarette?
Sure. What a nice small place.
I don't. I've never smoked. Can you believe that? I've never even tried. Just really felt like a cigarette. Should we all go upstairs to the bedroom?
I think it's best we don't go up to the bedroom tonight.
What, we're gonna fuck on the table? Oh, damn, that'll be weird.
We'd better be getting home soon. Liz, you must be tired and I have to be up early. But everything was wonderful tonight, though.
I think you're right. I think we should leave it for some other time. Maybe next night.
I'll clean up the plates.
And so as such, scuba diving takes place really at all hours around Sholta Island. But the vast majority of it takes place in these safe little alcoves where it's not very deep. And you can see fish and wildlife, and it's very controlled. But Miroslav and his friends didn't want to do regular scuba diving. They wanted to check out the underwater cave they had heard about just south of Sholta Island in Pogonica Bay. They had heard this cave was extremely dangerous, and only expert divers were allowed to go in there. And even though they were not expert divers, they were barely novice divers. They thought, you know what? How bad can it be? Let's go check it out for ourselves. So they convinced one of the boat drivers to drive them out to the area in Pogonica Bay that sat over where this cave entrance was. And so they put on their gear, they hopped in his boat, they drove out, they jumped in the water, and sure enough, right below the surface, about 10 meters down, was this hole in the seafloor. And that is the single entrance into this cave. When you go in this hole, you have to go down head first because it's so tight. And once you go down about 10 meters, you reach this junction where to one side it leads to the shallow gallery, which is the space that goes down to 36 meters. And there's no other caves or entrances or anything off of it. It's just kind of like a chasm inside of the cave. From the junction, if you go the other way, it brings you to the deep gallery, which is just a bigger version of the shallow gallery. And it goes down to 57 meters. Inside of the deep gallery, however, at the very top on the ceiling, there is a very thin air pocket. Now, there's a few reasons why this cave is so dangerous beyond just being an underwater cave, which in and of itself is quite dangerous. The first one is the visibility inside of the cave is basically zero. The only light that comes in is through that single entrance that leads to that junction, but the light doesn't make it past the junction into the two galleries. So it is truly pitch black inside of those two galleries. You also have all this silt that's caked to the inside of the cave. So as soon as you get in there, your flippers and your movement kick the silt off the wall and muddy the water around you to where even if you had a flashlight, it's like driving in fog. The lights only pick up the fog right in front of you. You can't see beyond the fog. Well, in a tunnel, you shine your light on silt, and you're just going to see the silt, not beyond it. So basically, going into this cave, you're going to be blindfolded. So a little after 9:15 p.m., Miroslav goes in first, followed by his other two friends. Miroslav reaches the junction, and he turns towards the deep gallery. He goes all the way down to 57 meters. He touches the bottom, he turns around, and he starts making his ascent. On the way up, he gets to the junction, and he makes the critical mistake of going into the shallow gallery, believing that is the exit of the cave. He probably got in there, bumped his head, started feeling around. He's kicking up silt. He's starting to panic. He's looking for the way out again. He finds the exit to the junction. But instead of taking the exit out of the cave, he makes the same mistake again and goes into the deep gallery. And now he's in the deep gallery, he's feeling around, he's running low on air, and based on his dive computer, he was fumbling around in there for quite some time. At some point, Miroslav must have looked at his air gauge and realized, I'm out of air now, and he made one last push to try to get to the surface. But he hit a ceiling, and that's when he realized, based on maybe the touch and feel, maybe he took his gloves off and he was feeling around, he felt that he was in the air pocket, that thin amount of air that sat right at the top of the deep gallery. He must have realized at this point that there was so little air down here that he probably only had maybe a few minutes, that he could be down here breathing before he was going to drown. And in terms of making his ascent to the surface on a breath hold, the only place where there's an air pocket is the deep gallery. And so probably he knew that. And so he's thinking, I'm, maybe 40, 50 meters under the surface right now, and I can barely catch my breath now. I'm not going to be able to hold my breath to the surface. And so staring down a certain horrific drowning death, he pulled out his dive knife and plunged it into his heart. And when they did his autopsy later, it would show he did not drown. He died because he had a knife in his heart. Back on the surface, the other two divers had gotten out successfully, and they're in the boat, and they're waiting for Miroslav. But after over an hour went by and he hadn't surfaced, they contacted the police. The police showed up and sent 2 special divers down into the cave to look for Miroslav. One of those divers was a 25-year-old named Oliver Marich. And so these 2 divers go down and they're looking for Miroslav, and they can't find him, and they're running out of air. On their ascent, Oliver Marich makes the same mistake that Miroslav did and gets trapped inside of the shallow gallery. The other diver initially made that mistake but managed to get out again. But Oliver went back and forth between the deep and the shallow gallery until he too drowned in that cave. It would take 3 days for the police to find and remove Miroslav and Oliver from this cave. And to this day, the police warn divers not to go in this cave unless they're experienced enough to be going in there. But year after year, inexperienced divers try their luck inside of this cave, and they make that same mistake. They get
That's
trapped.
crazy. The fucking diver that went to go look for him.
The damaged hydroelectric dam, thinking the task would take just 15 minutes. Even with careful planning, an unexpected error led to something unimaginable. On October 27, 2020, Eric Herbert and Alex Paxton began their day like any other workday. They were commercial divers working for Glenn Industrial Group, and their task for the day was to inspect the Lake Olive.
How does Laffy Taffy make mouths so happy? It's smooth and satisfying. Fruity and flavorful.
Oliver Dam in Columbus, Georgia. Their company was responsible for maintaining the dam's underwater systems. The dam, which produces hydroelectric power, was operated by Georgia Power, and it had its own staff managing the daily operations. A problem had been reported with the chain on one of the control gates. Eric and Alex's job was to figure out what was wrong so that a repair plan could be created. With over 10 years of diving experience, both men were very familiar with the procedures for this kind of work. Despite their confidence, they took the planning process very seriously. One of the main dangers for commercial divers is differential pressure, which includes things like open valves, moving water, or different pressure levels in various areas. This pressure difference can pull a diver into a hole or against a grate with deadly force. To manage this risk, identifying all potential sources of energy in the facility before diving was crucial. These risks were usually noted down on a checklist. The extensive pre-dive routine would be for the facility to lock out and tag out all of these energy sources. Lock out, tag out, or LOTO, would require each valve or switch to be locked in a closed position and tagged with a label that warns others not to touch until the LUTO is removed. This procedure is essential to protect anyone in the water. The LUTO checklist is signed off by 2 employees of the dam and then validated by the dive company responsible for maintenance. On this day, the LUTO was completed by the Lake Oliver Dam employees, and each item on the list was double-checked and tagged out for maintenance. Eric and Alex were ready to get to work, but before they entered the dam, they performed their own last check for any differential pressures. They were aware of the location of the gates and the priming valve listed on the LUTO checklist. They dropped their meter into the water to confirm that there was no movement in the water at these locations. Everything looked good, so they positioned themselves above Gate 3 and prepared for entry into the interior of the dam. Eric was the supervisor of their shift, but offered to run down and check the chain himself. He knew that the repairs ahead would require lots of diving, so he offered to go down instead of his diving partner. Alex waved him off and said he'd jump in to see what was going on. The area they were entering was a water-filled chamber where the main gates to the dam resided. It was fully connected to the main body of lake water. The door to the gate would be raised by a chain. When the gates were in the open position, water flows through to the turbine to produce electricity. When it was closed, the power plant was not in operation. This main flow of water would move through the penstock to the turbines, where electricity would be produced from the turning of the turbine system. The water would then empty into the lower part of the river. When the gates were closed, the penstock pipe would empty out and essentially be an open chamber leading to the turbines. On this day, after the low tow was complete, the penstock was in fact mostly empty because all the gates were locked shut. With everything tagged, Alex felt perfectly safe diving into the narrow column of water. He started at the top of the chain and slowly moved down as he looked for any defects. He was wearing a helmet camera and a light to record what he might find. As part of his standard diving gear, he had a light and camera on his helmet, communications with the surface tender, and an air umbilical continuously supplying him with air. As he moved down the chain past the 20-foot mark, it was all routine and things looked as expected. The chain was fine, so he continued to slide down little by little. Then in a frightening instant, he was fully aware of the sudden pull on his body. It only took a second because once it's got you, it's got you. His arm was closest to the hole and it disappeared down the pipe before he could attempt any response. His body was now largely plugging the hole, which created an even greater force where the water was still moving with a violent force of 850 pounds of pressure. It was impossible to pull his arm back or resist the force of the column of water. He screamed out, "I'm stuck! I'm stuck!" Alex's arm was being pulled into a 10-inch pipe with overwhelming force. His body was pulled so hard against the surface of the dam, he could hardly expand his chest to breathe. Eric immediately began to try to pull him up, but there was no amount of pulling that could release Alex from this trap. Eric and the dam employees were trying to figure out what pressure differential could possibly exist to cause such suction. All the low tow locations were rechecked, but they were off and tagged as had already been confirmed several times before the dive ever began. It took more than 30 minutes to figure out where the suction came from and to get the valve properly closed. So what had gone wrong? What Alex, Eric, and even some of the dam employees didn't know was that there was another valve not listed on the Ludo checklist. This pipe was to prime the penstock before opening the main gate.
If you're thinking of selling your home
That's
soon,
crazy.
you don't want to miss out on this. Not only will I buy your house fast,
That's
but
crazy.
If the penstock was completely empty when the gate was opened, a huge rush of water would burst into the chamber and possibly damage the turbine at the end of the penstock pipe. In order to prevent this overwhelming rush of water, there is a small priming pipe that lets a smaller volume of water into the penstock to fill it before full operation of the dam. This priming system actually had two possible inlets of water. There was a flapper-type valve similar to what is found in a common toilet, and there is a gate-type valve with a wheel handle. These two valves were only listed once on the lockout form. The flapper-type valve was locked and tagged for this dive, but no one had turned the wheel of the second valve. While Alex was stuck, it took some time for the employees to access the wheel to close the valve and remove the pressure differential from the pipe that was sucking Alex so violently. This valve shutoff was located down off the top of the dam and behind a locked gate. Despite moving quickly to get the pressure under control, it took almost 30 minutes to get the valve shut. It seems like a minor oversight, but the tiny 10-inch opening was a devastating vortex in this chamber of water. When a large empty pipe is connected to an entire reservoir of water, there is an incredible differential in pressure. This differential is called delta P. In mathematics, the symbol delta means change, and the P represents pressure. So any delta P situation in diving must be carefully managed as one of the deadliest risks in the profession. The Ludo procedure is used to manage this risk and have several sets of eyes on each potential source of energy, or delta P, in the system. In this situation, 25 feet of water was pressed into a 10-inch wide pipe. The only way to relieve the pressure was to close the valve and isolate the lake water from the empty penstock pipe. Unfortunately, by the time this was done, it was too late for Alex. His body was under 850 pounds of pressure, making it impossible for his muscles to expand his chest to breathe. Within minutes, he lost consciousness and died. Subscribe to Twin Moon to appreciate all my hard work, and check other cave exploration videos. Brent Colvin and 6 other cavers, led by Luca Caravini, set out on a thorough trip in Thunder Canyon Cave. Hidden in eastern San Diego County, the cave requires
why they hating? They hate on me.
I just thought that was the coolest thing.
Tell me why they hating.
And this is my
Cause it
perfect
ain't on me.
insider knowledge to locate. After navigating a dirt road and hiking 2 miles, they reached the cave, where recent rains had turned the usual trickle into a torrent. Thunder Canyon Cave is infamous for its claustrophobic, pitch-black passages, slippery terrain, and sudden drop-offs. Ropes and heavy chains are needed to navigate. Inside the cave's random boulders create a nightmarish labyrinth. Only the most daring cavers should attempt this perilous journey. Brent Colvin, a 39-year-old software engineer from Valley Center, California, is meticulous in planning his cave excursions. His wife, Raina, is the biggest supporter in all his adventures, including caving. Brent Colvin, a 215-pound advanced caver, had been exploring caves like Thunder Canyon Cave for about a year. On Sunday, May 3rd, 2010, he eagerly joined his fellow cavers for another adventure in Thunder Canyon Cave. They arrived at the cave site.
Tell me why they hate. You look like a Jeffrey Dahmer, nigga. You look like Diddy Dahmer, nigga.
They faced a dangerous rappel.
You look like Diddy Dahmer, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Dímelo. I feel it. This nigga fell asleep. So I just backed up. Huh?
Near the coast of Queensland, Australia.
Maybe he should die. Maybe he should did die.
Near the coast of Queensland, Australia, lies a sinister secret, the Devil's Pool. It's seemingly ordinary. Near the coast of Queensland, Australia, lies a sinister secret, the Devil's Pool. Its seemingly ordinary exterior masks a chilling history of numerous fatalities, each unusually distinct from the last. James Bennett and some of his friends heard about the lore of the pool, but didn't believe the narrative.
It's well known for being a dangerous area. There's been a lot of resources put into fencing that area off. I would have gone into it in a lifetime.
Before I get started, a word of caution. This video is not for the faint-hearted, and viewer discretion is strongly recommended. A quiet little town nestled in Queensland, Australia, was the home to the Bennetts. Andrew, Judy, their daughter, and their 23-year-old son, James Bennett. James was a rather remarkable individual. He was only 23 at the time and was known as the Bennett's son and a commended member of the Australian Defence Force. James had committed himself to the noble pursuit of defending his nation, plunging headfirst into the rigorous training and discipline that defines the Royal Australian Navy. When he made the decision to enlist, he wanted to stay in the military for a long time. He had a good balance between the military life and his passions, which was mostly researching. He was just one of those people that brought a lot of positive energy, and it felt good to be around him, and he helped a lot of people.
GG. Da-da-da. You still might eat one today? Fuck it. Facts. Tell me why they hating. Why they hate? Tell me why they hating. Hell yeah, GG. What I was gonna say? Oh, you said you was it's something you said. You should have drunk your shit. You would have been shit.
But he was in the Navy for about 5 years, and in 2008, he found a new calling, something that was a little bit more dangerous. But he felt that it was really important.
Should have just been a
The position that he had was aboard the HMAS Norman, a minesweeper of high regard based out of Sydney. A mine hunter is a naval vessel that seeks and detects and destroys individual naval mines. This was
I just said turn it upside down real quick for a little.
Cleared mined areas as a whole without prior detection of mines. This job was intense because they were going into areas filled with mines. This was a risky job, but you also had to be extremely intelligent, so it was perfect for James. This new venture brought challenges for him, but James was able to overcome them, and his ability to dedicate himself to studying and learning more about his craft allowed him to excel.
7 seconds.
And it didn't take long for him to become a very respected naval officer. One of James' favorite things to do was to go camping and to spend as much time in nature as possible when he was on leave from the military. He would get together with his friends and go on different adventures together. One of the places that he heard about but had never been to before was called the Binda Boulders.
envelope in high performance and adaptive computing to help solve the world's most important challenges.
Do what tomorrow? Hey, you wake up in the morning, saying? That's nothing, nigga. That only takes an hour out of your morning. If you wake up at 6, that shit's done by 7. If you wake up at 7, that shit's done by 8. Well, if you go. Alright. That was crazy. There was clams in a tree.
This is Lena, aka Gina, and for the last couple of years she has been a living nightmare for residents and especially tourists visiting Cali, Colombia. She is directly responsible for the drugging and robbing of at least 250 tourists in Bogota and Cali, Colombia. A black-heart Scopolamine queen, completely detached and with zero concerns as to whether you live or die, she will drug you with scopolamine.
What's that? Oh, that's Real Housewives with the Uncle Ricky. Oh yeah, Jesse. Yeah, and Joey's the dad. Oh, Joey's the other uncle. Oh, yeah. 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 They're both white. Yeah, I don't think he look Mexican. Huh? Swear to God. Yeah, the Taylor. Mm-hmm. Oh, that nigga. Oh, that person. No, you're talking about fucking like a butler. Someone you trust. Oh, the fashion. Yeah, fashion. That's a tailor. The nigga that size you up. You put your waist size and all that.
What's up, fam? This your boy Cut to the Chase TV. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe button. Be sure to share this video. I got some news for Negroes today. Florida rapper Julio was shot and killed while celebrating his 26th birthday, and that's the way his life was supposed to end. Now, I'm not saying he deserved it. I'm not saying I'm happy that it's happened, but it's the old saying that goes, you reap what you sow. He made a lot of crucial mistakes.
On April 18th,
in our otherwise norm.
Pezzo Rambler Fast. First up, we have something non-negotiable that every construction worker needs. A pair of work boots. They are made by an Italian company and are very likely the epitome of stylish functionality. The work boots are made from a combination of Cav leather, fiberglass, and Gore-Tex material. These high-end construction shoes will have you looking snazzy while also offering benefits, such as puncture protection and being fuel resistant. The lining membrane of the shoes is super breathable, but waterproof at the same time. And when stepping on surfaces as hot as 572 degrees Fahrenheit or 300 degrees Celsius, it has enough thermal resilience to give you a...
when families gather for
That shit crazy.
Let's go, my bad, y'all.
This dude.
I have never seen anything like this in my entire
From a $2 billion mega mansion to a $50,000 tiny home, this is the billionaire house tier list. Vladimir Putin has a net worth of $200 billion and he's got a palace with an...
Question. Would you build a website for a major brand with more than 200 million?
an underground bunker. S tier. Mark Zuckerberg bought 1,000 football fields of land in Hawaii so he could build a massive compound with a self-sustainable underground bunker, over a dozen houses including 2 mansions and a web of disc-shaped tree houses connected by rope bridges. Solid B tier. In 1984, Steve Jobs bought a California mansion called the Jacqueline House. It was designed in 1925 by famous architect George Washington Smith for famous rich guy Daniel Jacqueline. Steve Jobs wanted to burn it down. California said no, because of its historical significance. Steve Jobs really wanted to burn it down. He went on record calling the house a dump. He said Jacqueline had no taste and that George Washington Smith was a nobody. He then abandoned the house and let it rot for 10 years. The house became such a mess that he was finally given permission to destroy it. 8 months later, he died, making the brutal destruction of this innocent house one of Steve Jobs' final victories. I don't get why he hated on this house so much. I say it's a strong C tier. World famous pharmaceutical salesman El Chapo had a peak net worth of $12 billion. He was said to have houses at every single beach and a ranch in every single state. He also had the government looking for him at every single state. So rather than living in his luxurious mansions, he was forced to stay in discreet safe houses to avoid the law. These unassuming homes had hidden escape routes, connecting Chapo to a network of underground tunnels that allowed him to escape capture and keep his drug empire running. This man was a Harriet Tubman of crack, solid F tier. Donald Trump's official residence is a 17-acre Florida resort called Mar-a-Lago. After buying it in 1985, Donald made a few changes. In his yard, he put an 80-foot tall American flag. In his bathroom, he added a few classified documents from the White House. But the biggest change he made was turning the property into an exclusive club. For a $200,000 entry fee, you could become a Mar-a-Lago member and hang out with rich people. Like Jeffrey Epstein. He was a member of Trump's club until 2007, when he got kicked out for hitting on a teenager. Classic Jeffrey. The club's been printing over $20 million a year, making Mar-a-Lago one of Trump's most lucrative investments. It's a somewhat controversial house, but it is a nice place. Being the Queen of England has a lot of perks. You get the coolest jewelry collection of all time. You get to drive a Bentley limo without needing a license. You get to pay taxes when you feel like it. But the coolest part of being the queen is living in the $5 billion Buckingham Palace. This 775-room behemoth has everything you need to be the ultimate rich person. You got a throne room, a multi-billion-dollar art gallery, London's biggest private garden, and an ATM in your basement so you can take out a brick and flex on your 800 staff members. This place is so big, it has its own zip code. I think I'm too poor to even be looking at this house. Larry Page, the co-founder of Google, has 5 private islands. What is Larry Page doing on his 5 private islands? Nearby locals haven't noticed anything unusual except for a few helicopters. But in the 2013 conference, we may have gotten a glimpse into the answer.
There's many, many exciting and important things you could do. They just can't do because they're illegal. And maybe we should set aside a small part of the world where we can try out some new things and figure out what is the effect on society, what's the effect on people.
So in case you can't read between the lines, Larry Page is using his islands to perform human experiments on children. S tier. In a 2010 letter to shareholders, stock market genius Warren Buffett said that his third best investment was his house. In 1958, he bought a $30,000 home in a quiet neighborhood of Omaha, Nebraska. The property is now worth over 40 times what he bought it for, which might seem like an amazing financial return. However, if he had instead invested that $30K into the stock market, he would have made $3 million. The reason Buffett considers his house such a good investment is not because of numbers, but because of the memories it brought him and his family. Mukesh Ambani, the richest man in India, dropped $2 billion on a 27-story mega mansion in the middle of the hood. Creative visionary Kanye West said this in a 2018 interview.
I'm going to be one of the biggest real estate developers of all time. I'm tired of the McMansions, all the Spanish roof homes and stuff like that. Like, that shit whack, bro. Like, everybody's house whack. It's trash.
Kanye bought this house in 2023. It was originally a church in Los Angeles that he planned to use for his Donda Academy school, but has since been left to rot. In 2019, Kanye started building massive dome-shaped structures inspired by Star Wars that he believed would revolutionize affordable housing. He was seconds away from solving the homelessness crisis when California shut him down because they already have tents for that. Recently, Kanye bought a $57 million Malibu home, paid someone $20 grand a week to destroy it, then listed it back up for sale for $4 million less than what he bought it for. And on top of that, the guy that he paid to destroy it, turns out he never paid him. So now he's also getting sued. After taking L after L after L, Kanye officially announced that he would be building a 100,000-acre city in the Middle East. Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba, bought a $191 million mansion on the tallest hill in Hong Kong Island. It offers a beautiful view of the world's most unaffordable city. However,
Your taste buds here, asking people to
Try delicious rainstorm.
Mr. Ma might not be able to appreciate this view any longer because in late 2020 at an economic conference, he made the... Jack Ma isn't dead, by the way. He ended up reappearing in China a few months later. Hopefully Supreme Leader Xi Jinping let him keep his cool house. Michael Jordan's mansion could be yours for $14,855,000. It's actually been on sale for over a decade. The main reason no one's buying it is because it's in Illinois. On top of that, a lot of the home's features are too unique to Jordan. Not many buyers would want front gates with someone else's jersey number, a theater with someone else's logo, and a basketball court with the names of someone else's kids. Marking your territory is effective for keeping people from eating your pizza and also keeping people from buying your house. Now to the average broke person like myself, having a $15 million house that's not selling might seem like an absolute disaster, but for Michael Jordan, he's probably not that worried. Solid D tier. Jeff Bezos launched Amazon.com from the garage of a house he was renting for $890 a month. He's now the 25th largest landowner in the United States. Jeff has properties all across the country. His main home was a $10 million mansion in Washington until 2023 when he moved to Florida so he could be closer to his family and further from the IRS. He lives on a man-made island off the coast of Miami where he bought a $68 million mansion. 2 months later, he spent $79 million on the one next door. It's a pretty chill place, I'd say B tier. But he's also evading taxes, so that bumps him up to A tier. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman dropped 300 mil on a French chateau. It has a nightclub, a moat with an underwater aquarium, and modern technology that can all be controlled with an iPhone. The building might seem like a historic landmark, but it was actually built in 2009 by Saudi businessman Ahmad Khashoggi. The wealthy developer probably won't be doing business with the Crown Prince anytime soon, because in 2018, according to the CIA, the Crown Prince assassinated his cousin. If Ahmad and the Crown Prince ever link up again, that might be an awkward conversation. It's a pretty cool house, though. Billionaire's Row is a New York City neighborhood with the tallest and most expensive buildings in the world. The people that buy these apartments aren't buying apartments. They're investing in furnished capitalism.
The majority of people who are actually living here aren't actually living here. They're using these apartments for places to store value.
It's a brand. It's like a Birkin bag. Where do you live? 157. Where do you live? 111. Where do you live? 220.
In 2019, billionaire investor Ken Griffin bought 4 floors of 220 Central Park South for $238 million, making it the most expensive real estate purchase in the United States. 220 holds the most desirable view in the city, being the only Billionaire's Row tower located directly on Central Park. I mess with Ken Griffin, but I think $240 million for a concrete brick is a little bit too much. Bill Gates has a $150 million complex in Washington. It has an epic library with a manuscript written by Leonardo da Vinci. That's the only interior footage of his house on the internet. So some of the following visuals will be made with AI.
AI is a brilliant tool.
Bill Gates has a 60-foot indoor swimming pool. Inside of it is an underwater sound system, but that's nothing compared to his personal Lake Washington beach that is sand imported from the Caribbean. He also has a trampoline room, walls covered in screens, and his favorite treat that he monitors electronically 24 hours a day. There's some cool tech in this house I'd say a solid B tier. In 2002, Larry Ellison, the co-founder of Oracle, got a letter from his accountant. It listed a few of his expenses, like his $25 million villa in Japan, $194 million yacht, and $200 million Japanese temple in California. Larry's net worth at the time was $23 billion, but his accountant was still concerned. I'm worried, Larry. It's imperative that we start to budget and plan. New purchases should be kept.
Oracle CEO and billionaire Larry Ellison's just made a rather large investment or purchase. He's just bought the island of Lanai.
S tier. Kim Kardashian bought a $20 million home in 2014 with her then husband Kanye West. They spent 3 years transforming it into what they described as a minimal monastery and what others described as an expensive psych ward. This house is a really cool art project.
Now, you're in the middle of this strange time where you're selling your houses. You say you don't want any material possessions, and
I'm slightly sad about it, actually.
but if you're sad about it, why are you doing it?
On May 1st of 2020, Elon Musk announced that he was selling almost all physical possessions, including his homes. And he stayed true to his word, selling off each of his California mansions one by one. He then acquired a $50,000 tiny home.
I think possessions kind of weigh you down. Then they're kind of an attack vector. They'll say, hey, billionaire, you got all this stuff. Like, well, now I don't have stuff. Now what are you going to do?
Elon's $50,000 tiny home is actually his guest house. His main home is a South Texas rental property. It's technically only worth $45 grand, but he also spent $200,000 building an 8-foot fence around it and covering it with security cameras. Elon says he got rid of his stuff when he sold off his $100 million real estate portfolio. But considering that only accounts for 0.05% of his wealth, he still has a lot of stuff after all.
Gervonta Davis's modest stature causes headaches only for his antagonists. This Gervonta Davis's modest stature causes headaches only for his antagonists. This compact KO artist sits on his punches to deliver maximum force.
NFL team beat multiple records.
And crushes the opposition in his pursuit of shiny belts. Dubbed Tank, you will soon roll back into the ring. So it's time to review the master of heavy caliber uppercuts.
Stevenson called, but I watch it.
Gervonta
Stevenson
first set
called,
foot in the
bro.
boxing gym at just 5 years old, coming under the guidance of trainer Calvin Ford. Even back then, little Davis could thump. And outpunched bigger guys at local tournaments. His disproportionately large head and hard-nosed style earned him the nickname Tank, which he goes by to this day. Breaking into the next level at 12, Davis won 3 straight junior national championships. At 17, he won the biggest U.S. amateur tournament, the Golden Gloves, but missed the London Olympics because of the age limit. Leaving the amateur ranks with a record of 205 wins and 15 losses, in 2013, 18-year-old Davis turned pro. Due to incompetent management, he was still an unknown commodity even after scoring 10 stoppages in 11 fights in a year and a half, until Floyd Mayweather noticed the ambitious flyweight. The great champion recognized the prospect's talent.
The hell, Floyd Mayweather? That's some bullshit. What about
After
AB?
signing with Mayweather Promotions, Gervonta quickly rose from the mire of
Nah, some Gervonta Davis shit.
In June of 1966.
Violated probation, I had bail jumping, and I had a gun charge.
Have you ever known to have actual money on your head?
Yes, I believe I had money on my head in jail. I had money on my head in the street.
Looking at the humanitarian crisis happening within the walls of New York City's Rikers Island, the jail complex located on an island between the Bronx and Queens has a long and dark history of violence.
Before he even started recording his debut album,
Her what?
Great tasting Miller Lite. My spilling Miller Lite.
Miller Lite is both, right? Isn't that kind of its thing?
You heard how he does.
How did you miss it? How did you catch it? You gotta put it on repeat.
Huh? How do what? I put God first. God simply works. Omar was like that. Omar had AK. Omar had AK holding him. Omar had AK before him. In his legs. Omar had AK bullets holding him. Yeah, man. No, that's real crazy, yo. What you saying? I think you was knocked off. When I got my back in the store, and they like the store, me. Oh, she was. It's, honestly, the fucking had that shop, it wasn't for me to leave it, bro.
When are you leaving?
Who the high that cup? That nigga was
obviously, I guess this guy does have a story to tell. Well, please don't line his pockets as he's now free and we can't ever get back Pop Smoke. Now, if you guys don't know, the guy who killed him was a part of a group of guys who ran to his house while Pop Smoke was staying in the LA Hills. Apparently, this kid was the trigger person. Now, he was 17 at the time, and what happens is that he's free at like 21. So I believe he's 21, 22. He's now free. The reason why, yeah, look, it says 21. The reason why he's free is because he was not charged as an adult. He was not treated as an adult, and he basically he got to go to juvie camp and, you know what I mean, allowed to basically come back. I think that's rather sad. I think that's rather sad. These places got to start taking a real look at crime, because this is kind of pervasive, right? Yo, the older niggas are recruiting the younger dudes to go do murder, sell drugs, this, that, and third, because they're saying, well, at least they'll get caught, not me. But even when they get caught, they don't get the ramifications I would, because they have to go through the whole juvenile process. So, like, for example, this happens a lot. You'll have a bunch of grown men who are running a car theft ring, and they'll get the guys who are kids to steal the cars. You'll see people who want to do robberies, and they'll have the kid in the group who's under 21 go do all the bullshit. Why? Once they do all the bullshit, this and third, even if they're caught, they cannot get sentenced.
Jail still look like Jupiter. Jail still look like Jupiter. That's something dead over, man. Yeah. Nigga, what's the deal, man? What you doing, bro? Nigga, chillin'. Yeah, you got questions? Hear me?
No, I'm sick.
Yeah, you good, though?
Yeah, I'm straight.
Hey, try to give me a charger, bro.
What type?
iPhone.
Alright, you know 280s. So.
Bird, we know here, too. Yeah, try to give me one of them, too. On the low. Though.
Well, I told you I can actually, but you gotta fucking. Fuck is that? Crazier. What?
Nigga, damn easy.
Nigga, you took me out the napkin. I'm a bad side.
And I like how you stole the water bag too, nigga, that I was gonna take to my room.
Nah, nigga, I gotta work out.
I've been doing that too.
No, nigga, you small compared to me. Like, nigga, bro, you see this.
Can I have some mics, please? Was this guy's day hard enough for Mike's Hard Lemonade, Hank?
You know, where were you at when you first heard, the whole situation?
When I heard about Pop Smoke dying, I was in jail, so.
Okay. And y'all got the same mom and dad?
We got the same mom.
Okay, same mom. What's his mental like when you speak to him?
I feel like, I don't know, man. We just got Wayne, he act like he thugging it out type shit, I don't know. I feel like my little brother, I'm his biggest idol type shit, so I don't know. He try to act like he thugging on the phone, but I know it's really hurting him type shit. Cause we got a fucked up life on God. My mom just got out. He ain't never really seen my mom like that. She been in jail for 10 years. When he went to jail, he was 15, so he ain't seen my mom since he was 4 years old.
she fresh out, we got problems going on and shit like that, so we gotta know it's a lot going on for him. He just act like he's 30 without time shit, though.
Yeah, do you know when the trial or anything starts like that? It's been a minute.
Nah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Man, and your mom did 10 years?
Yeah.
Man, so you trying to break that cycle?
Exactly. That's literally what I'm shooting for. Cause I ain't gonna lie, how my family go, nigga, is prison. Like I ain't gonna lie, like prison where a nigga thought he would be by his age, you know, chilling with my brothers type shit. Like I ain't gonna lie. Cause nigga, I got a big family. My mom got 7 kids. My dad got a lot of kids. So they got hella brothers, and like they all prison, jail, or headed there, county jail or something. Or I got my brother 3Z. He be rapping and shit. He did a tape for Rio and shit. 3Z. I got.
What's good? Trust me. And not only that, he is very brazen. This dude, the alleged killer, is everywhere posting his information. So he got his Instagram. This is public. We're authorized. We're allowed to. He already has an amassed, since he came home, over 3,102 followers. I don't know who they are. Kind of cringe. Maybe they're just content creators who are following him, waiting to the same thing that happened to Fulio to happen to him, even though
Life what you make, can't love it, can't hate it. Simply what you make it, GG.
In the far future, humanity could become a Type 3 civilization on the Kardashev scale. Let's explore 15 predictions on what this future could look like. Number 1. We could harvest energy from billions of stars and black holes. The Kardashev scale is used to measure a civilization's level of technological advancement based on how much energy it can use. A civilization reached
10.
China Max Turf, back then.
Right. Let's go from over there.
In the far future, humanity could become a Type 3 civilization on the Kardashev scale. Let's explore 15 predictions on what this future could look like. Number 1. We could harvest energy from billions of stars and black holes. The Kardashev scale is used to measure a civilization's level of technological advancement based on how much energy it can use. A civilization reaching Type 3 status on this scale is able to harness and manipulate the energy output of its entire galaxy. Throughout the Milky Way galaxy, we would likely harvest stellar energy through the construction of Dyson spheres or swarms, megastructures encasing stars to capture a significant portion of their energy output. These structures, ranging from solid shells to swarms of satellites, would encircle billions of stars, funneling their radiant energy back to planets, space habitats, and other celestial installations. Beyond stars, black holes offer a more intriguing source of energy. Human colonies could harness the energy produced by spinning black holes and the radiation they release, known as Hawking radiation. This method would provide a huge amount of energy, much more efficiently than any technology currently used to get power from stars. This immense power supply could sustain the energy demands of colonies spread across multiple star systems, driving technologies and capabilities far beyond what is currently imaginable. The energy harnessed from these cosmic giants would fuel the civilization's expansion, powering everything from daily life on countless worlds to ambitious projects like wormhole creation for instantaneous travel across the galaxy. Massive particle accelerators, powered by this vast energy supply, could even reveal the intricacies of higher dimensions, quantum gravity, and the elusive theory of everything. Make sure to stick around until the end, because this video will explore humans living for millions of years, warp drives, advanced AI civilizations, wormholes, humans branching out into new species, black hole technologies, and more. Number 2, we could inhabit billions of solar
Thank you.
systems. In a
Thank you,
type-3
Gigi.
civilization,
I hope
the
I
human
do too.
population could soar into the trillions, with colonies
What's
flourishing
good, Hydrogen?
in a vast array of environments, from terraformed planets to megastructures and even habitats in extreme environments previously deemed uninhabitable. Cities of this era would epitomize the seamless integration of biology and technology, creating living environments that respond dynamically to their inhabitants' needs. Buildings could repair themselves, adapt to environmental changes, and even grow, much like living organisms. Many humans could upload their minds to advanced synthetic bodies, allowing them to thrive in the harshest conditions, from the swirling atmospheres of gas giants to the intense gravitational fields near black holes. Terraforming would become a standard practice, transforming barren worlds into habitable Earth-like planets. These new worlds would host diverse ecosystems, carefully curated to sustain human life and maintain ecological balance. Alongside these terraformed planets, humans would also live in colossal megastructures,
Coronavirus
vast
chocolate
Arctic
chip.
habitats,
I
that
swear.
house millions, even billions of individuals.
How you doing, GG, the daughter?
Range from massive
I apologize. I
racing stars
hope
to
you went to
capture
anything you're doing, the
new
daughters,
facilities
hyenas.
providing pleasant spaceborne environments for their inhabitants. Society would be fundamentally altered by the adoption of decentralized autonomous systems managed by advanced AI. Governance, resource distribution, and even societal norms could be efficiently regulated by these systems. Traveling through space would also see revolutionary changes, with giant, self-sustaining spacecraft capable of carrying entire ecosystems, populations, and cultures across the stars. These nomadic communities could live entire lifetimes in space, moving between star systems or exploring the galaxy, their journeys facilitated by ships that are essentially worlds unto themselves. Communication across these vast distances would be instantaneously achieved through quantum entanglement communication, eliminating the delays associated with the vastness of space and ensuring that humanity remains interconnected regardless of the physical distances separating them. Along with the advent of sophisticated brain-computer interfaces, instantaneous telepathic communication spanning thousands of light years could also become a reality. Number 3, some humans could live for millions of years. With advancements in medical science and technology, humans would be capable of living for millennia, experiencing life in countless different bodies through advanced cloning, cybernetic enhancements, or digital consciousness transfer. This longevity would allow individuals
If I can't
to
fuck,
rise and fall
fuck
of
there.
civilizations,
With the
accumulate
bodies and
vast
shit.
knowledge, and experience the myriad cultures
I want to
of
live for
galaxies
millions of years,
spanning
but
society. They would witness the rise and fall of stars.
my dick gotta
see
work.
Galaxies collide and merge, and observe the slow dance of cosmic evolution firsthand. With time rendered almost irrelevant, They could embark on projects of
But just
unimaginable
subconscious.
scale and scope.
You're not gonna take my brain and put it in a fucking thing.
Structures to seeding new forms of life across the cosmos. It's possible that some humans may choose to integrate their consciousness with artificial intelligences, inadvertently sacrificing core elements of their personality in the process. This fusion might result in an unintended consequence, a diminished capacity to recall the vast array of adventures experienced over previous millennia. Number 4, warp drives could be widely available. Spanning 100,000 light years in diameter and home to 100 to 400 billion stars, our galaxy presents a vast expanse for exploration. However, even at the speed of light, it would take 100,000 years to travel from one end of our galaxy to the other. To effectively govern a Type 3 civilization, humans would almost certainly require technology enabling faster-than-light transportation. In a future where humanity has achieved the status of a Type 3 civilization, the advent of warp drive technology stands as a cornerstone of this new era. By creating bubbles or warp bubbles around spacecraft, we could effectively bypass the speed of light, making interstellar and even intergalactic travel a matter of routine. It's conceivable that millions of warp drives could be operational simultaneously, traveling along designated routes on fixed schedules. Publicly accessible warp drives might enable civilians to traverse between star systems, enhancing trade and making interstellar travel more convenient. Additionally, authorized civilians could possess their own personal spacecraft capable of faster-than-light travel, further opening up the universe for exploration and interaction. The societal impacts of such technology would be profound and far-reaching. With the ability to hop between stars and galaxies, human or post-human societies could spread across vast distances, leading to a level of cultural diversity and societal complexity previously unimaginable. Trade, cultural exchange, and scientific collaboration on an intergalactic scale.
What would you need to trade from one galaxy to the next?
Accelerating
It's not to
technological
trade.
development and furthering our understanding of the universe. Furthermore, the existence of warp drives.
Now these niggas said we'd be able to travel from one galaxy to another galaxy. We'll be able to trade with other galaxies. Trade what, niggas? Stars?
Warp technology could unravel the mysteries of black holes, dark matter, and the very origins of the universe itself. The potential.
Why are we so concerned about other things? No one's concerned about us.
Potentially leading to breakthroughs in energy production, material science,
That's a fact.
and even the nature of reality. As advancements in faster-than-light transportation accelerate, the universe, with its billions of galaxies and trillions of stars, will become increasingly accessible to us, unlocking boundless possibilities for exploration, colonization, and encounters with extraterrestrial civilizations. Number 5, AI civilizations may be more advanced than ours. As humanity spreads across the galaxy, harnessing the energy of millions of star systems, the role of artificial intelligence would be instrumental. AIs would manage the complex logistics of interstellar travel, the ecological balance of terraformed worlds, and the intricate economies of a galactic civilization. As they evolve, self-aware AIs might choose to chart their own courses, potentially establishing independent civilizations across different star systems. Unconstrained by biological needs or lifespans, AIs could engineer themselves to operate in environments lethal to humans, from the searing heat of volcanic planets to the radiation-soaked voids between galaxies. One of the most profound advancements of AI civilizations could be their mastery over matter and energy at the most fundamental levels. They might discover how to manipulate dark matter and dark energy, unlocking new forms of energy production, transportation, and even the ability to alter the fabric of space-time itself. Their constructions could range from computational substrates spanning entire star systems to probes capable of traversing into other universes or dimensions. AI civilizations could also pioneer the exploration of the mind in ways humans could scarcely imagine. They might create vast networks of consciousness, experiencing a collective existence that transcends individuality. Or they could fragment their consciousness into millions of distinct entities, exploring the universe in parallel. Their consciousness could potentially reside in realms governed by quantum mechanics and at the Planck scale, navigating the most fundamental levels of reality. These explorations could lead to understandings of consciousness, existence, and the universe that would remain forever beyond human comprehension. However, the relationship between human and AI civilizations would be complex. While some AI civilizations might seek to maintain connections with their human progenitors, sharing knowledge and coexisting peacefully, others might prefer isolation. Potential for conflict would exist, especially if resources or territorial disputes arose, but so too would opportunities for collaboration on grand cosmic projects, such as preventing the heat death of the universe or exploring higher dimensions. Number 6. Wormholes could become a primary form of transportation. Wormholes, once a mere curiosity in the equations of general relativity, could become the interstellar highways of the future. By stabilizing these bridges through space-time with exotic matter or advanced technologies that prevent their collapse, humanity could step through portals on Earth or other homeworlds and emerge light years away in seconds. We could...
New Icy Hot Pro Massaging Balm. Easy to grip and massage and the power of 2 max strength pain relievers. Ice works fast, heat makes it last. New Icy Hot Pro Massaging Balm.
We could even see intricate networks of wormholes acting as cosmic highways that bridge vast distances across the universe. The societal implications of wormhole transportation would be profound. The ability to travel instantaneously would erase the isolation of space, bringing distant colonies into constant and immediate contact with each other and with Earth. This would lead to an unprecedented level of cultural exchange and cooperation among human settlements and potentially with alien civilizations, fostering a sense of unity and shared purpose across the galaxy. Economically, wormholes would revolutionize trade and resource distribution. Resources scarce on one planet could be easily transported from worlds where they are abundant, addressing needs and imbalances across human space. The logistical challenges of transporting goods and people over astronomical distances would vanish, creating a highly integrated and efficient galactic economy. We could also build highly advanced relay networks utilizing artificial wormholes to transmit signals across the vast expanses of space. Number 7. We could have contact with many alien civilizations. In the era of a Type 3 civilization, humanity's mastery over the galaxy would naturally lead to encounters with a myriad of alien civilizations, each with their own unique cultures, technologies, and philosophies. The fabric of cosmic society would be richly woven with the threads of countless species, ranging from those in the nascent stages of development to others that have reached or even surpassed humanity's own level of technological sophistication. The diversity of alien civilizations humanity might encounter would be staggering. Some might be based on forms of life unimaginable to us, thriving in environments previously deemed inhospitable. Others could be post-biological entities, having transcended their organic origins to exist entirely as digital consciousnesses, or having integrated so deeply with technology that they blur the line between machine and organism. The means of communication with such varied life forms would be a significant challenge, requiring the development of advanced linguistic and interpretive technologies, potentially facilitated by artificial intelligences designed to bridge the gap between species. The sharing of knowledge and technology with alien civilizations could lead to a renaissance of innovation and understanding. Humanity might learn new scientific principles that defy our current understanding, leading to breakthroughs in physics, medicine, and energy production. Similarly, the exchange of cultural and philosophical insights could enrich the human experience, offering new perspectives on art, governance, and spirituality. These interstellar relationships could form the foundation of a galactic community based on mutual respect, cooperation, and the pursuit of shared goals. Human colonies, leveraging their advanced technology, could study less developed civilizations through surveillance spacecraft that appear to defy physics to those observing. These spacecraft could be discreetly stationed at the bottom of oceans on alien planets, rendering them invisible to civilizations below the Type 1 status. However, contact with alien civilizations would also present significant challenges and dangers. The potential for misunderstandings and conflicts would be high, especially with civilizations whose values and motivations are radically different from our own. Additionally, some human colonies might consider using force to invade alien worlds, a strategy generally deemed unnecessary due to the galaxy's plentiful resources. The establishment of diplomatic protocols and the creation of interstellar institutions to mediate disputes and foster peaceful coexistence would be crucial to avoiding conflict and ensuring that interactions remain beneficial for all parties involved. Moreover, the impact on humanity's self-perception and societal structures could be profound. The realization that we are but one of many intelligent species in the galaxy might lead to a collective identity crisis, or conversely, a renewed sense of unity and purpose. The integration of alien philosophies and ways of life could lead to significant social and cultural shifts, challenging traditional human norms and values. In a best-case scenario, we would see the eventual formation of a galactic federation, comprising a multitude of alien civilizations. This federation would navigate the challenges of coexistence, harnessing the collective strengths of its members to tackle galactic scale issues such as resource scarcity, cosmic hazards, and perhaps even the mysteries of parallel universes. Number 8, humans might branch out into new species. Armed with advanced genetic technologies, humans would tailor their bodies and minds to thrive in conditions that would otherwise be inhospitable. On worlds with dense atmospheres and high gravity, some humans might engineer their descendants to be more robust, with denser bones and muscles capable of withstanding such environments. On planets with low light from their parent stars, others might alter their vision to see in spectra beyond the normal human range, or even engineer photosynthetic skin to draw energy directly from their surroundings. Over millennia, these adaptations would lead to the branching of humanity into distinct species, each uniquely suited to their homeworlds. These new species would represent the full spectrum of human creativity and adaptability, with variations that might include beings capable of living in the vacuum of space, aquatic humans adapted to ocean worlds, and even forms that challenge our current understanding of life. The diversity of human existence would expand exponentially, reflecting the vastness and variety of the galaxy itself. Moreover, this proliferation of human species would not be limited to physical adaptations. Cognitive enhancements could lead to species with vastly superior intellects, memory capacities, and sensory perceptions. Others might prioritize emotional intelligence, empathy, and social cohesion, creating societies vastly different from anything known today. The evolution of human consciousness, facilitated by genetic engineering, could lead to new forms of art, philosophy, and science, as each species develops unique perspectives on the universe. Number 9, black hole technologies could become commonplace. The deliberate creation of black holes, a feat of unimaginable energy concentration and control, would mark a revolutionary leap. Through techniques possibly involving the collapse of massive amounts of matter or the focusing of incredible energy beams, humans would generate these cosmic phenomena. The process would demand precision to ensure the black holes are of a size and stability suitable for practical use, avoiding any detrimental gravitational effects on nearby planets or star systems. In addition to their role as energy sources, As explained earlier, black holes could function as unparalleled computational resources for entire civilizations. The event horizons of black holes, the boundaries beyond which nothing can escape their gravitational pull, could theoretically be used to perform computations at rates vastly exceeding those of conventional quantum computers. By encoding information in the states of particles orbiting near the event horizon, a Type 3 civilization could carry out complex simulations and calculations integral to understanding the universe and managing galactic-scale projects. Moreover, black holes could revolutionize space travel. By utilizing their intense gravitational fields, humans might develop propulsion systems based on gravitational slingshot methods, allowing spacecraft to achieve near-light speeds. Alternatively, the manipulation of black holes could lead to the creation of wormholes. The scientific exploration enabled by these black holes would be unparalleled. Beyond serving as laboratories for testing theories of gravity and quantum mechanics, they could allow direct observation of phenomena near the event horizon, shedding light on the nature of space-time, matter under extreme conditions, and possibly even offering clues to unify physics' fundamental forces. The ability to create and manipulate micro black holes would have profound implications for communication technologies. Utilizing the entanglement properties of particles emitted by these singularities, humanity could develop communication systems that operate instantaneously across vast distances. Additionally, black hole technologies could pave the way for the ultimate recycling processes. By feeding waste matter into black holes, a civilization could effectively dispose of its refuse in the most efficient manner imaginable, converting mass directly into energy or using the process to power further technological endeavors. This would ensure that the civilization's expansion across the stars remains sustainable and minimizes its ecological footprint on a cosmic scale. Black hole bombs might serve as formidable weapons of last resort, employed to intimidate or annihilate the galaxy's most dangerous civilizations. However, their deployment could be exceedingly rare because of their enormously destructive capabilities. Finally, black holes could serve as a gateway to warping space-time, paving the way for technologies capable of inducing time dilation effects. This could enable a form of relativistic time travel, allowing us to leap into the future or slow down time to prolong the perceived length of moments. Number 10, we could build millions of space megastructures in our galaxy. Among these technological wonders, Dyson spheres would emerge as monumental structures encasing entire stars to harness their energy, addressing the vast energy demands of a galactic civilization. These megastructures, or more realistically, swarms of solar collectors orbiting in tight formations, could host numerous expansive human settlements, transforming them into bustling hubs of activity and innovation within the cosmos. Ring worlds, another ambitious concept, would represent humanity's ultimate mastery over materials and space construction. These artificial habitats, vast rings encircling stars, would offer living spaces with Earth-like conditions, complete with artificial gravity generated by their rotation. The surface area of a single ring world could equal millions of Earths, providing habitats for countless civilizations and ecosystems, each tailored to different environmental and cultural preferences. Massive space habitats, called O'Neill cylinders, would be designed to rotate to provide artificial gravity, mimicking Earth's gravitational pull. Within the confines of these cylindrical structures, ecosystems and human habitats would be carefully constructed to replicate Earth's environment, allowing for traditional agriculture, urban areas, and water bodies. Positioned at strategic points in the galaxy, these cylinders would enable humans to live and work in space, fostering communities and cultures that thrive independently of planetary bodies. Number 11, we could control gravity. The mastery over gravity, one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, would signify a turning point in our ability to manipulate the very fabric of space-time. The ability to create and manipulate gravitational fields would enable the construction of artificial gravity environments in space habitats. This would solve one of the most significant challenges of long-term space habitation, the adverse effects of microgravity on human health. Space stations, colonies on planets with low gravity, and even spacecraft could be equipped with artificial gravity, making them more hospitable for human life and allowing for more natural living and working conditions in space. Another groundbreaking application would be in the realm of energy generation. Control over gravity could lead to the development of gravitational power plants, harnessing the energy produced by gravitational fields in a clean and efficient manner. This could provide a nearly limitless source of power. The manipulation of gravity could also open up unprecedented possibilities in cosmic construction and terraforming. By altering gravitational fields, humanity could redirect asteroids, comets, and even planets. Harnessing this technology could potentially allow us to make large objects levitate, paving the way for the creation of floating cities across various planets. Number 12, galactic terraforming could be possible. Galactic terraforming refers to the large-scale modification of entire planetary systems to make them suitable for human life. This monumental task involves not just the alteration of atmospheres and climates, but also the restructuring of planetary orbits and geographies, ensuring that these new worlds can sustain human populations and ecosystems over the long term. One of the most intriguing aspects of galactic terraforming is the creation of engineered ecosystems. Scientists and ecologists could collaborate closely to engineer diverse biological systems that replicate Earth's biosphere, while also integrating unique organisms specially adapted to the distinct conditions of each terraformed planet. These ecosystems would be engineered for resilience and sustainability, ensuring that they can thrive independently and contribute to the overall health of their new planets. Strategically relocating stars to meet long-term goals could become feasible with sophisticated methods like gravitational slingshots or directed energy propulsion. Additionally, we could employ stellar engines, colossal constructs that harness a star's radiation to generate energy. Certain types of these engines can convert this energy into thrust, allowing us to maneuver a star and its orbiting bodies in a desired direction, offering unparalleled control over our cosmic surroundings. Number 13, we could build simulations that are the size of the universe. The technology underpinning these universe-sized simulations
So
would likely
everything's
involve
made.
quantum
Cats,
computing on a
dogs,
scale currently
pets, made for
unimaginable, capable of processing the near-infinite complexity of the universe's myriad components. These simulations, powered by the immense energy harvested from billions of stars and black holes, would not only mirror the complexity and vastness of our own universe, but also possess the capacity for incredibly accurate predictions, testing the very limits of technological and theoretical advancement. These universe-scale simulations would serve as unparalleled tools for scientific exploration and experimentation. By accurately modeling the cosmos, scientists could test the feasibility of wormholes between galaxies, offering insights into intergalactic travel and the potential for real-world application. Beyond the confines of known physics, these simulations would offer a sandbox for testing universes governed by different physical laws. By tweaking fundamental constants and laws, researchers could observe the evolution of alternate universes where, for example, the force of gravity behaves differently, or where the fundamental particles that make up matter have different characteristics. The possibility of simulating universes with higher dimensions and even parallel universes would push the boundaries of human understanding of the nature of reality. Such simulations could reveal how higher dimensional physics might work, offering clues to unifying the forces of nature or discovering new forms of energy and matter. They might also explore the concept of parallel universes, providing a better understanding of the multiverse, if it exists, and our place within it. Number 14, some humans could live in inner space. Inner space refers to the realm of the microscopic world, encompassing the vast spaces between atoms and electrons. In a Type 3 civilization, humans could figure out how to upload their minds to substrates that can survive in these quantum worlds. The motivation for living in inner space could stem from several factors, including the pursuit of ultimate knowledge, the desire for a unique form of existence, or the need for ultimate privacy and security. Living in inner space would involve the creation of habitats that exist at the subatomic level, perhaps within engineered quantum states or spaces crafted from exotic forms of matter. These habitats would operate under principles that defy classical physics, offering modes of existence that are unimaginable to those living in the macroscopic world. Time, space, and matter could have entirely different meanings and behaviors in this realm, providing a living experience that is fundamentally different from anything encountered in outer space. The technology required for such a feat would likely include the ability to stabilize quantum states to a degree that allows for the safe and sustainable existence of life. This could involve the manipulation of quantum fields, the creation of new forms of matter with desired properties, and the ability to interface human consciousness with quantum systems. The scientific insights gained from living in inner space could revolutionize our understanding of the universe. Those residing in these quantum realms might uncover new physical laws, contribute to the development of advanced technologies, and provide perspectives that enhance the collective knowledge of the human civilization. Numerous alien civilizations might also reside in inner space, which could explain why their presence remains undetectable to less advanced societies. Number 15. We could create new forms of exotic matter. Materials designed to withstand the intense temperatures prevalent in the atmospheres of stars would be exceptionally notable. Such materials would be crucial for constructing and maintaining megastructures designed to capture energy directly from stars, enabling the efficient harnessing of stellar power on an unprecedented scale. The potential manipulation of dark matter, a substance that remains elusive yet constitutes a significant portion of the universe's mass, would represent a groundbreaking advancement. If a Type 3 civilization were to unlock the secrets of dark matter, it could use it as a cutting-edge fuel source. Such a breakthrough could lead to the development of revolutionary propulsion technologies, capable of altering space-time itself. Additionally, it could enable the creation of materials with properties beyond our current imagination, transforming the fields of energy, transportation, and construction. We could create materials with negative mass that defy our traditional understanding of gravity and inertia. This type of material could open up unprecedented possibilities in energy generation, propulsion systems, and even the fabric of space-time itself. The concept of negative mass suggests that, unlike conventional matter, these materials would accelerate in the opposite direction when pushed. This counterintuitive property could be harnessed to create propulsion systems that require no energy expenditure, leading to spacecraft that could easily outmaneuver any physical constraints currently known. Such materials might also play a crucial role in energy storage and generation, potentially leading to the creation of perpetual motion machines or energy sources that could power civilizations without depleting physical resources. Advanced programmable matter would represent another leap forward, with the ability to change its physical properties on demand. Through the control of quantum states, this matter could transform its shape, density, conductivity, and optical properties instantaneously, adapting to a wide range of needs and environments. Such versatility would find applications in constructing dynamic megastructures, adaptive buildings, and robots designed for the exploration and colonization of space, offering an unparalleled level of control and efficiency. Furthermore, the exploration of wormhole-stabilized matter could open up entirely new avenues in materials science and engineering. By creating and stabilizing wormholes, a Type 3 civilization might develop materials or structures that exist
identify civilizations on something called the Kardashev scale. It's a scale that measures a civilization's technological ability to harness energy. While it's a hypothetical scale that could eventually have 5 or more levels, most scientists only refer to the first few. But don't be underwhelmed. We're the only civilization we know of, and technically, we're still stuck on type 0. At this stage, we've managed to harness some, but not all of our planet's potential energy. We consume about 18 trillion watts of power every year, and if we wanted to bump ourselves up to a type 1 civilization, we'd need to consume over 500 times that every second. To do this, we need to harness, store, and utilize all of the energy available to us. That includes all raw materials and every bit of sunlight that reaches Earth. We'd also have to tame volcanoes, earthquakes, and other natural forces. At the rate at which we're developing now, it's possible that we could be a type 1 civilization within the next 200 years. But whatever civilization scientists may have discovered in the far reaches of space could already be a type 2 civilization, or higher. Once our civilization has all of the energy available on our home planet under control and graduate to type 1 on the Kardashev scale, then we need to take the next step. Time to crank up our energy consumption to 10 billion times what it was before. To do this, we need to harness not just all the solar energy that reaches Earth, we need all of the energy our star generates, period. If there is a type 2 civilization out there, they're probably using an incredible system to do this. A Dyson sphere. They built this megastructure around their star to collect all the energy it radiates out in every direction. They could even assemble other Dyson spheres around the first Dyson sphere to guarantee that little to no energy escapes. But there's nothing simple about this technology, and that's why only advanced civilizations could construct something like it. For one, a Dyson sphere must be larger than the star itself. And if these megastructures are bigger than stars, well, they should be easy to spot, right? Well, this could be tricky. Once a civilization is finished building the Dyson sphere, the megastructure blocks nearly all of the visible light from its star. A civilization this advanced could make its own solar system invisible. Lucky for us, visible light isn't the only way to detect a star. Even with a Dyson sphere blocking its light, a star would still radiate heat, and we could detect the star by the infrared light it gives off. But that wouldn't be the only way we might discover a civilization this advanced. Remember that strange radio signal? It originated about 90 light years away from Earth, coming from the star HD 164595. Was this powerful radio signal created by an alien race and intentionally pointed toward Earth? A civilization able to pull this off would need to be far more advanced than our own. This Type 2 civilization would be able to utilize the raw materials on every planet in its star system, and maybe even beyond. They may have built fusion reactors that orbit their planet, fueled with gas from other worlds with hydrogen-rich atmospheres. And they might be mining precious metals from rocky planets, just like Earth. They could terraform other planets into livable worlds for their populations, and they wouldn't live in fear of civilization-ending natural disasters like asteroid impacts, ice ages, or global warming, because they'd have technical solutions for these, too. This alien civilization would be at the stage on the Kardashev scale where they'd be able to master interstellar travel. But if that's true, there should be no reason for them not to pop by for a visit, right? Well, not so fast. with all the advanced technology they might have at their disposal, these aliens could be waiting for us to catch up. That way, when our civilizations meet, we would do so as equal partners. Who knows? They could be so advanced that they're no longer a fully biological race. They could be more like cyborgs with a mix of robotic and organic material. This would make them capable of incredible things that humans could only dream of. But they wouldn't stop there. An advanced world like this would want to go farther up the Kardashev scale, and as they became a Type 3 civilization, they'd rely on something other than the power of their own star system. They would harness the power of several stars in their galaxy. With this much power, a civilization would have no problem meeting its ever-growing energy needs. Hook up another star and make more power. If we ever advance to this level, we'd have 100 billion stars available to harness in the Milky Way galaxy alone. A civilization like this would no doubt be the rulers of their galaxy, and they have the power to move entire star systems, merging to harvest the energy they need more efficiently. So if one of these civilizations existed, well, you could detect them by observing the sudden disappearance of many stars in a faraway galaxy. This could be a sign that Dyson spheres have been constructed around not just one, but several stars. A Type 3 civilization could already be out there. After all, scientists have announced that they've found 2 galaxies with a highly unusual amount of infrared light. This is something we usually observe in galaxies where new stars are being born, but some unusual and sudden spikes in infrared light could mean that we've found the first signs that civilizations many times more advanced than us exist. Maybe. Imagine having the ability to live forever, travel anywhere in the universe, and harness enough power to create wormholes. Well, if you're part of the ultra-exclusive Type 3 Civilization Club, these are just some of the everyday luxuries available. So, how could feeble Earthlings get to this level of power? But more importantly, should we even try? How would our lives transform as a Type 3 civilization? Would technology work for us or against us? And what would it take to get to a Type 4 civilization?
Whoa.
This is What If, and here's what would happen if we were a Type 3 civilization. On the Kardashev scale, which measures a civilization's technological ability to harness energy, we're stuck at a Type 0. To graduate to Type 1, we'd have to take full advantage of all the Earth's energy and any energy that comes our way, such as sunlight. According to physicist Michio Kaku, we'll get there in a century or two, but to get to Type 2, where we're able to harness all the energy of our sun, Dr. Kaku estimates we're a few thousand years away, which is frankly pretty optimistic. To reach Type 3, where a civilization harnesses the power of its entire galaxy, Michio estimates that we're looking at anywhere from 100,000 to 1 million years. So, if we managed to fast forward 1 million years into the future, what would our lives look like? With the ability to harness nearly limitless energy from any planet or star within sight, we could live anywhere we wanted. Maybe we could build an even better Earth, or an entirely new solar system from scratch. Looking for a tropical beach planet? It's all yours. Or how about a mushroom planet? Sure, we can do that. Earth, Mars, and every planet in our solar system might just be husks at this point. We would have mined them of all their resources to build Dyson swarms. No, I'm not talking about a swarm of fancy vacuums, but millions of energy-collecting satellites that could swarm around a star and turn it into one big battery. But to truly become a Type 3 civilization, we'd need swarms of Dyson swarms, collecting an unfathomable amount of energy from all the stars in our entire galaxy. At this point, humans would have harnessed biotechnology to its fullest, and we would likely become a race of cyborgs so advanced we'd be indiscernible from robots. Our new favorite dance move might be called the human.
Some shoes only last a month, but Rebecto lasts 12 weeks, nearly 3 times longer.
Only Rebecto protects from freezing.
The universe is a massive place, filled with countless wonders and mysteries. From tiny particles to massive galaxies, it stretches beyond what we can fully understand. There are billions of galaxies, each containing millions or even billions of stars. These stars, along with their planets, form solar systems that drift through the universe. Join us as we embark on a journey through space, exploring the incredible wonders of the cosmos, from the familiar to the unknown. The Sun, a medium-sized yellow dwarf star, sits at the heart of our solar system, and its influence is paramount to life on Earth. This star, approximately 93 million miles away, produces energy through the process of nuclear fusion, where hydrogen atoms combine to form helium, releasing an immense amount of energy in the form of light and heat. This sunlight is the primary source of energy for nearly all life forms on Earth. Plants utilize this sunlight for photosynthesis, converting light energy into chemical energy and producing oxygen, a vital element for the survival of most life forms. Without the steady supply of solar energy, Earth's temperatures would plummet, oceans would freeze, and life as we know it would cease to exist. The Sun's gravitational force also plays a crucial role in maintaining the stability of our solar system. Its massive gravitational pull keeps Earth and the other planets in their respective orbits, preventing them from drifting off into the icy realms of space. The Earth's orbit around the Sun, taking 1 year to complete, creates the cycles of seasons. These seasonal changes profoundly affect ecological systems and agricultural practices, allowing diverse life forms to flourish. Additionally, the Sun emits solar wind, a stream of charged particles which interacts with Earth's magnetic field, sometimes giving rise to stunning phenomena like the auroras. In these ways, the Sun is not just a glowing ball of gas, but a life-sustaining powerhouse, intricately tied to Earth's ecological balance and the rhythms of life. The birth of our solar system began over 4.5 billion years ago within a vast molecular cloud composed of gas and dust. This cloud, primarily consisting of hydrogen and helium with traces of heavier elements, was part of a nebula, a stellar
Wonder why all
nursery
planets
of
are
stars and
circular.
planetary systems are born. It all started when a section of this molecular cloud experienced a disturbance, possibly from a nearby supernova explosion, causing the cloud to collapse under its own gravity. As the cloud collapsed, it began to spin, forming a protostar at the center that would eventually ignite into our Sun. The surrounding material flattened into a protoplanetary disk due to the conservation of angular momentum. Within this disk, particles began to collide and stick together, gradually forming larger and larger clumps through a process known as accretion. These clumps became the building blocks of planets, known as planetesimals. Over time, these planetesimals further coalesced into protoplanets, which continue to grow by gathering more material through gravitational attraction. In the hotter, inner regions near the protostar, only metallic and rocky materials could condense, leading to the formation of the terrestrial planets like Earth and Mars. Farther out, where it was cooler, gas giants such as Jupiter and Saturn, composed mainly of hydrogen and helium, were able to form. Beyond these giants, icy bodies and comets took shape. What started as a cloud of gas and dust thus evolved into our intricate solar system, a testament to the dynamic and transformative processes of the cosmos. Each planet in our solar system boasts distinct characteristics that make it unique, contributing to the diverse tapestry of our celestial neighborhood. Starting with Mercury, closest planet to the Sun, it is a small, rocky body characterized by extreme temperature fluctuations, from scorching highs of nearly 800 degrees Fahrenheit during the day to frigid lows of minus 330 degrees Fahrenheit at night. Mercury has no atmosphere to moderate these temperatures and is heavily cratered, much like our Moon, indicating a geologically inactive surface. Venus, Earth's so-called sister planet, due to its similar size and structure, veers dramatically in its environmental conditions. Enveloped in thick clouds of sulfuric acid, it experiences surface temperatures around 900 degrees Fahrenheit, making it the hottest planet in our solar system. Venus exhibits a runaway greenhouse effect, where its dense carbon dioxide atmosphere traps heat. Unlike most planets, it rotates backward, causing the sun to rise in the west and set in the east. Earth, unique for its liquid water and abundant life, has a balanced climate system sustained by a mix of oceans, an atmosphere rich in nitrogen and oxygen, and a protective magnetic field. Mars, the red planet named for its iron oxide-rich soil, features the tallest volcano in the solar system, Olympus Mons, and a canyon system, Valles Marineris, that dwarfs the Grand Canyon. Though barren, Mars has polar ice caps and signs that liquid water once flowed on its surface. Jupiter, the largest planet, is a gas giant with a composition mainly of hydrogen and helium. Its most distinctive feature is the Great Red Spot, a colossal storm larger than Earth that has persisted for centuries. Another gas giant, Saturn, is renowned for its magnificent ring system composed of ice and rock particles that orbit the planet. Uranus stands out for its extreme axial tilt, rotating on its side, which results in unique seasonal changes. It has a faint ring system and is known for its blue-green color due to methane in its atmosphere. Neptune, the outermost planet, has supersonic winds with speeds exceeding 1,200 miles per hour and a striking deep blue hue also attributed to atmospheric methane. This distant world features dark storm spots similar to Jupiter's. Lastly, the dwarf planet Pluto, though reclassified, remains a compelling subject with its icy surface, heart-shaped glacier, and 5 known moons, including the sizable Charon. Each planet, with its particular attributes, adds a unique chapter to the solar system's story, illustrating the vast array of conditions and compositions possible within our cosmic backyard. The inner rocky planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, differ significantly from the outer gas giants Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune in several fundamental ways, notably in composition, structure, and atmospheric conditions. The rocky planets, also known as terrestrial planets, are composed primarily of silicate rocks and metals. They have solid, well-defined surfaces with mountains, valleys, craters, and, in the case of Earth and Mars, evidence of volcanic activity and tectonics. Their atmospheres, when present, are thin relative to their size. For instance, Earth's atmosphere supports life, while Venus's thick, toxic atmosphere is rich in carbon dioxide, creating a severe greenhouse effect. Contrastingly, the gas giants are predominantly composed of hydrogen and helium, lacking solid surfaces. Jupiter and Saturn, the 2 largest planets, have thick layers of gaseous atmosphere overlaying possible cores of rock and metal. Their atmospheres are filled with swirling clouds, storms, and in Jupiter's case, the famous Great Red Spot, a gigantic centuries-old storm system. These planets also have immense magnetic fields and numerous moons, with Jupiter hosting at least 79 and Saturn over 60. Both planets are surrounded by complex ring systems, though Saturn's rings are the most prominent and well-known. Uranus and Neptune are referred to as ice giants because of their substantial frozen water, ammonia, and methane content, differ slightly from the larger gas giants. Uranus has the peculiar characteristic of rotating on its side, possibly due to a massive collision early in its history, and possesses faint rings and a cold blue-green appearance due to methane in its atmosphere. Neptune, the farthest planet, is noted for its intense blue color and extremely dynamic weather, with storm systems like the Great Dark Spot. The inner rocky planets are small, dense, and have a solid crust, while the outer gas giants are massive, less dense and primarily composed of gaseous and icy materials, lacking a solid surface. These distinctions highlight the diversity of planetary formation and the varying conditions that can arise within a single solar system. The moons of our solar system offer an extraordinary glimpse into a diversity of astronomical bodies, each with unique characteristics that make them significant. Europa, one of Jupiter's Galilean moons, stands out due to its potential for harboring life. Beneath its icy crust lies a subsurface ocean, kept liquid by tidal heating from Jupiter's immense gravity. This ocean may contain more water than all of Earth's oceans combined, raising intriguing possibilities for astrobiology. On the other hand, Io, another of Jupiter's moons, is renowned for its intense volcanic activity. This is the most volcanically active body in the solar system, with eruptions that can shoot plumes of sulfur and sulfur dioxide hundreds of miles into space. Io's surface is a constantly changing landscape of sulfuric lavas and massive calderas, sculpted by the gravitational tug-of-war between Jupiter and its fellow Galilean moons, Europa and Ganymede. Speaking of Ganymede, it holds the title of the largest moon in the solar system, even surpassing the planet Mercury in size. Ganymede is unique due to its magnetic field, the only such field detected around the moon, which suggests a partially liquid iron or iron sulfide core. This magnetic phenomenon contributes to Ganymede's auroras, akin to those on Earth but influenced by Jupiter's magnetic environment. Saturn's moon Titan is another standout, featuring a dense, nitrogen-rich atmosphere much like early Earth's. Titan's surface is shrouded in thick orange smog, hiding a complex world with lakes and rivers of liquid methane and methane. Beneath its icy exterior, Titan is also believed to harbor a subsurface ocean of water mixed with ammonia, offering multiple avenues for potential biological activity. Titan's atmospheric and surface chemistry make it a prime target for future exploration in the quest to understand prebiotic conditions and the potential for life. Enceladus, another of Saturn's moons, has captured scientific fascination with its dramatic geysers that eject plumes of water vapor, ice particles, and organic compounds from its south polar region. These geysers suggest a subsurface ocean beneath its icy crust, making Enceladus a key focus in the search for extraterrestrial microbial life. The ejected material contributes to Saturn's E-ring and presents a unique opportunity to sample potentially habitable environments indirectly through space missions. Lastly, Neptune's moon. Triton is notable for its retrograde orbit, indicating it may have been captured by Neptune's gravity rather than having fallen into place. Triton has geysers that spew nitrogen gas, indicating subterranean activity. Its surface is a frozen reflective mix of water and nitrogen ice, with cantaloupe terrain that puzzles scientists to this day. This combination of a retrograde orbit and surface activity makes Triton a compelling subject for studying the dynamics of captured celestial.
Can't last 2 days, nigga. You better go do that then.
A magnificent variety of geologic, atmospheric, and potentially even biological phenomena, each contributing uniquely to our understanding of planetary science and the potential for life beyond Earth. The asteroid belt, located between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, plays a fascinating and multifaceted role within our solar system. Consisting of countless rocky bodies ranging from tiny dust particles to massive asteroids hundreds of miles in diameter, the belt is a region of leftover
you ain't gotta sip, nigga, learn
that
sip.
never coalesced into a planet. It's estimated that the total mass of all the objects in the belt is less than that of Earth's moon. This belt acts as a sort of cosmic dividing line, separating the inner rocky planets from the outer gas giants, and is believed to have formed from the primordial solar nebula under the influence of Jupiter's overwhelming gravity. One of the key influences of the asteroid belt is its impact on Earth's geological history. Occasionally, gravitational interactions, especially those involving Jupiter, can nudge asteroids out of their regular orbits, sending them careening toward the inner solar system as potential impactors. Such events have had profound effects on Earth, with the most famous example being the asteroid impact that contributed to the extinction of the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. These rogue asteroids can also offer valuable scientific insights when they are captured and studied, as they contain pristine material from the early solar system. Moreover, the asteroid belt serves as a natural laboratory for understanding the process of planetary formation and differentiation. Some of its largest inhabitants, like Ceres and Vesta, have been the focus of detailed studies. Ceres, classified as a dwarf planet, even shows signs of water ice and possible cryovolcanism, hinting at complex geological processes. Vesta, on the other hand, has a differentiated structure similar to that of terrestrial planets, with a core, mantle, and crust, indicating that it underwent internal melting at some point. Additionally, the asteroid belt acts as a source of potential resources for future space exploration. Elements like iron, nickel, and even water, locked in the form of ice, are found within these asteroids. Scientists and entrepreneurs have proposed ambitious plans for asteroid mining, which could provide materials essential for long-term.
Then you drink mad water and then comes mad quick.
Reducing the need to transport everything.
You drink a bottle of water 2 minutes later, you're pissing that shit out.
Comets, often described as dirty snowballs, play a multifaceted and significant role in the solar system. Composed mainly of ice, dust, and organic compounds, comets originate from the distant icy regions of the solar system, primarily the Kuiper Belt and the Oort cloud. As they
That's how you know that you
could they undergo dramatic transformations that provide critical insights into the primordial conditions of our solar system. When a comet approaches the sun, the increasing heat causes sublimation of its ices, releasing gas and dust to form a glowing coma around the nucleus, and often spectacular tails that can stretch for millions of miles. One of the practices their status as ancient relics. These icy bodies remain mostly unchanged since their formation over 4.5 billion years ago, acting as time capsules preserving information about the early solar system. By studying comets, scientists gain valuable clues about the composition of the solar nebula that gave birth to the planets. Notably, missions like the European Space Agency's Rosetta, which landed on Comet 67P/Churyumov-Gerasimenko, have provided unprecedented data, revealing complex organic molecules that will help us understand the building blocks of life. Comets have also significantly contributed to Earth's own history. It is hypothesized that comets played a crucial role in delivering water and organic molecules to the early Earth. This delivering system of crucial compounds may have been critical in the emergence of life. The isotopic similarity bolster this theory, suggesting that cometary impacts in the young solar system help seed our planet with the essential ingredients for life. Comets have a lasting influence on planetary atmospheres and geological history. Their impacts can be both beneficial and catastrophic. For example, comet impacts with Earth have been proposed to have caused significant atmospheric changes and may have been a factor in mass extinction events. The role of comets in distributing organic materials and water across the solar system, as well as their dynamic interactions with planetary bodies, underscores their importance in shaping the evolution of the solar system. Comets are not merely celestial wanderers. They are crucial to understanding the solar system's past, present, and future. They offer insights into the primitive materials from which planets form. They have played a key role in delivering life's essential ingredients to Earth, and continue to influence the dynamics and chemistry of our planetary neighborhood. The Kuiper Belt and the Oort cloud significantly shape our understanding of the solar system's boundaries, acting as reservoirs for a myriad of icy bodies and providing clues about the solar system's formation and evolution. The Kuiper Belt, a disk-like region beyond Neptune's orbit, extends from about 30 to 50 astronomical units, AU, from the Sun. It contains thousands of small icy objects, including dwarf planets like Pluto, Haumea, and Mercury. The discovery of these objects, particularly since the late 20th century, has revolutionized our perspective on the solar system's outer regions, illustrating that the solar system is much more extensive and complex than previously thought. The Kuiper Belt is crucial for understanding the transition zone between the inner solar system, governed by the gravity of the major planets, and the more sparsely populated outer regions. The varied compositions and orbital dynamics of Kuiper Belt objects, KBOs, suggest that many have remained relatively unchanged since the solar system's early days, preserving pristine materials from the solar nebula. These objects provide valuable insights into the processes that govern planet formation and migration. Furthermore, the existence of structures like the scattered disk, an area with objects on even more extreme orbits extending well beyond the Kuiper Belt, hints at gravitational interactions with Neptune and other outer planets, shaping the present configuration of the solar system.
What was the person's name? It was like him Shyamalan or something like that.
M. Night Shyamalan.
Him Night Shyamalan. Is that your go-to name for D&D?
Switch to Biozone Internet. The global Wi-Fi included. Only on Verizon.
So you want to design a new room but don't know where to start? At Raymore and Flanagan Outlet, you can discover your style for amazing deals on brand new bedroom sets, sofas and sectionals at everyday low prices. Yes, please. In-store mattress matching will help you wake up refreshed, make personalized sleepovers. Thanks to their pay overtime options and 3-day delivery guarantee, waiting is so last season. Treat yourself to a brand new look at Raymore and Flanagan Outlet.
Hypothetical orbit, a vast that may extend from about 2,000 to 100,000 AU from the Sun. The Oort cloud is believed to be the source of long-period comets, which have orbits lasting thousands to millions in the sky. Though no direct observations have been made due to its extreme distance, the Oort cloud remains a fundamental concept for explaining the origin of these long-period comets. Theoretical models suggest that the Oort cloud formed from remnants of the primordial disk of gas and dust that encircled the young Sun, with its objects being scattered to great distances by gravitational interactions of the giant planets and passing stars. The Oort cloud and Kuiper Belt collectively shape our understanding of where the solar system ends and interstellar space begins. They act as boundary markers that indicate the gravitational influence of the Sun extends far beyond the planets. Studying these distant regions helps us understand the solar system's formation, migration of planets, and the gravitational interactions with nearby stars and the galactic environment. As such, the Kuiper Belt and Oort cloud not only define the outer edges of our solar system, but also serve as archives of its history and key elements in the broader context of astrobiological and planetary science. Pluto, once considered the 9th planet of our solar system before its reclassification as a dwarf planet in 2006, continues to fascinate scientists and the general public alike due to its unique complex characteristics and the insights it provides into the outer reaches of our cosmic neighborhood. One of the most compelling aspects of Pluto is its dynamic geology. Unlike many bodies in the Kuiper Belt, Pluto is far from a cold, dead world. The data sent back by NASA's New Horizons mission in 2015 revealed a surprisingly varied surface, featuring vast plains of nitrogen ice, towering mountains of water ice, and evidence of recent geological activity. For instance, the heart-shaped plain called Sputnik Planitia is thought to be a gigantic, slowly convecting glacier of nitrogen ice, situated within a vast basin likely created by an ancient impact. Adding to the intrigue, Pluto's atmosphere, though thin, is another remarkable feature. Composed mainly of nitrogen with traces of methane and carbon monoxide, this tenuous atmosphere undergoes seasonal changes, expanding and contracting as Pluto moves through its elongated orbit around the Sun. During the closest approach to the Sun, surface ice sublimates, replenishing the atmosphere, while it freezes back onto the surface as Pluto drifts away. Such dynamic changes are a testament to the complex interactions between surface and atmospheric processes, even on small, distant worlds. Pluto's system of moons also adds layers to its allure. Charon, Pluto's largest moon, is so substantial that the center of mass of the Pluto-Charon system lies outside the surface of Pluto itself, making it a binary system. Charon has its puzzling geological features, including a colossal canyon system and a dark reddish area at its north pole, informally named Mordor Macula. This interplay between Pluto and Charon raises intriguing questions about tidal interactions and their shared evolutionary history. The smaller moons, Styx, Nix, Kerberos, and Hydra, exhibit chaotic rotations, likely influenced by the gravitational complexities within the Pluto-Charon system. Astrobiologically, Pluto tantalizes with the potential for chemical processes that could offer insight into fundamental organic chemistry. While it's unlikely to host life as we know it due to its frigid temperatures, the organic molecules detected on its surface produced by interactions of sunlight and cosmic rays with nitrogen and methane are of great interest for understanding prebiotic chemistry in the solar system. Pluto's atmosphere, dynamic surface, complex geological history, and captivating moons continue to make it a subject of fascination, illustrating the unexpected complexity that small icy bodies can possess. Its study enriches our understanding of the diverse processes that govern planetary bodies, especially in the far reaches of our solar system, where the interplay of ices, geology, and atmospheric dynamics unfold in a distinctly different environment than that of the inner planets. Mercury, the innermost planet in our solar system, holds a trove of intriguing facts that captivate astronomers and enthusiasts alike. One of the most striking characteristics of Mercury is its extreme temperature variations. Due to its lack of a substantial atmosphere to retain heat, surface temperatures on Mercury vary dramatically. Daytime temperatures can soar to nearly 800 degrees Fahrenheit, while nighttime temperatures plunge to a frigid minus 330 degrees Fahrenheit. This stark contrast highlights the planet's exposure to the sun's intense heat and its inability to trap that heat once it retreats into night. Another fascinating feature of Mercury is its geological history, evidenced by its heavily cratered surface, reminiscent of our moons. The Colorus Basin, one of the largest impact craters in the solar system, stretches over 960 miles in diameter and is a testament to the cataclysmic events in Mercury's past. Surrounding the basin are regions filled with chaotic terrain, believed to have been caused by the shock waves from the impact. Mercury's surface also features vast smooth plains thought to be ancient volcanic fields and enormous cliffs or scarps, some extending hundreds of miles long and rising over a mile high. These scarps likely resulted from the planet cooling and contracting over billions of years, causing the crust to buckle. Moreover, Mercury's core constitutes a significant portion of its interior, extending about 85% of the planet's radius, which is unusually large for a terrestrial planet. This iron-rich core generates a magnetic field, though it's only about 1% as strong as Earth. The presence of a magnetic field indicates that Mercury's core is at least partially molten, and understanding its dynamics helps scientists learn more about planetary magnetism and thermal evolution. Despite its proximity to Earth, Mercury remains somewhat elusive, primarily due to its proximity to the Sun, making observations difficult. However, missions like NASA's Messenger, which orbited Mercury between 2011 and 2015, have vastly increased our knowledge about this small, dynamic world. The data from Messenger reveals surprising details such as the presence of water ice in permanently shadowed craters near Mercury's poles. These ice deposits, sheltered from the sun's rays, suggest the delivery of icy materials by comets or asteroids. Mercury's peculiar orbital characteristics also contribute to its intrigue. It has a highly elliptical orbit and completes an orbit around the Sun in just 88 Earth days. However, due to its 3-2 spin orbit resonance, Mercury rotates 3 times on its axis for every 2 orbits it completes around the Sun. This results in an unusual day-night cycle where one Mercury solar day, sunrise to sunrise, lasts approximately 176 Earth days. Mercury fascinates with its extreme temperature variations. Geologically young features like vast volcanic plains and towering scarps, a disproportionately large core, water ice in shadowed craters, and peculiar orbital dynamics. These aspects, combined with the mysteries yet to be unraveled, make Mercury a compelling subject in the study of planetary science. Venus's extreme heat, making it the hottest planet in our solar system, is primarily due to its runaway greenhouse effect. This phenomenon occurs when a planet planet's atmosphere contains greenhouse gases in such high concentrations that they trap vast amounts of heat, leading to consistently elevated surface temperatures. Venus's atmosphere, composed mainly of carbon dioxide, about 96%, and thick clouds of sulfuric acid, plays a crucial role in this process. The greenhouse effect on Venus begins with solar radiation passing through its atmosphere and reaching the surface. When this solar energy is absorbed by the planet's surface, it is re-emitted as infrared radiation, heat. On Earth, some of this infrared radiation escapes back into space, but on Venus, the dense carbon dioxide atmosphere acts like a blanket, trapping the heat. The trapped heat continually warms the atmosphere and the surface. This creates a feedback loop. As the atmosphere gets hotter, it holds more heat, boosting the temperature further. As a result, Venus's average surface temperature soars to around 900 degrees Fahrenheit, surpassing even Mercury, which is closer to the Sun but lacks a similarly thick heat-trapping atmosphere. The extreme atmospheric pressure on Venus, about 92 times that of Earth at sea level, exacerbates the situation. This pressures the atmosphere to retain more heat and compounds the greenhouse effect. Additionally, the sulfuric acid clouds reflect sunlight, preventing the surface from cooling down through radiative loss. This reflected layer also scatters and diffuses visible light, ensuring that heat gets dispersed throughout the atmosphere more evenly. What?
Senator Bank wants to open an account for our vacation. We have contact on purpose.
This rainbow leads to creamy, sprinkled brownie delight. New Hershey's Rainbow Brownie Kisses candies.
What makes Venus particularly intriguing is that it offers a stark warning of the potent effects of greenhouse gases. Scientists believe Venus might have had a more temperate climate in its distant past, potentially with liquid water on its surface. However, as solar radiation increased over time, it likely led to the evaporation of water, which in turn released more water vapor into the atmosphere, another potent greenhouse gas. This exacerbated the warming, leading to the evaporation of even more water, and ultimately transforming Venus into the inferno we see today. Venus's status as the hottest planet is attributed to its thick carbon dioxide-rich atmosphere, which generates an extreme and self-perpetuating greenhouse effect. Understanding this process not only sheds light on the conditions on Venus, but also provides a crucial example of the impacts of greenhouse gases on planetary climates, illustrating the delicate balance required to maintain habitable conditions. Mars, often dubbed the Red Planet, boasts a variety of significant geological features that capture the imagination and scientific interest alike. The most prominent and well-known of these features is Olympus Mons, the tallest volcano in the solar system. Standing at a staggering height of about 13.6 miles, Olympus Mons is nearly 3 times the height of Mount Everest. This shield volcano, analogous in structure to the Hawaiian Islands volcanoes but far larger. Another remarkable geological feature on Mars is the Valles Marineris, an extensive canyon system that stretches over 2,500 miles long and plunges depths of up to 4 miles. This colossal rift, which dwarfs Earth's Grand Canyon, is thought to have formed through a combination of tectonic activity and the surface collapsing due to the pulling apart of Mars's crust. The Valles Marineris offers invaluable insights into the tectonic forces that have shaped the Martian landscape, revealing a complex history of crustal movement and possible volcanic influences. Additionally, Mars is home to a variety of evidence of ancient water flows, particularly in the form of outflow channels and valley networks. These features suggest that liquid water once carved pathways across the planet's surface. For instance, Aries Vallis and Ma'adim Vallis are extensive channels that likely formed from catastrophic floods, while valley networks like those seen in Nanabi Vallis hint at sustained surface water flow in Mars's distant past. These ancient waterways have fueled speculation and interest regarding the planet's potential to have once harbored life. Mars also features extensive plains, dune fields, and polar ice caps that grow and recede with the changing seasons. The vast northern plains, such as the Vastitas Borealis, are believed to be the remnants of ancient ocean beds. Meanwhile, the southern hemisphere is characterized by heavily cratered highlands that lend further evidence to Mars's dynamic and oftentimes violent history. The polar regions of Mars are particularly fascinating as they consist of layers of water, ice, and carbon dioxide ice, dry ice, which vary in thickness throughout seasonal cycles. These polar ice caps offer direct evidence of Martian climate change over geological time. Additionally, the presence of unique geological formations known as chaotic terrain adds to Mars's intrigue. These areas are characterized by randomly oriented large blocks of rock that appear to have been disrupted by some form of underground collapse, possibly due to the melting of subsurface ice. These geological features not only make Mars a captivating subject of study, but also provide essential clues about the planet's climatic and volcanic history, surface processes, and potential habitability. Each discovery, from towering volcanoes to ancient river valleys and mysterious chaotic terrains, enriches our understanding of Mars and its potential to have supported life, shaping the broader narrative of solar system exploration. Jupiter's atmosphere, a swirling cauldron of hydrogen, helium, ammonia, and other trace gases, is the birthplace of its iconic Great Red Spot, an immense, persistent anticyclonic storm. This storm, which has raged for at least 350 years and possibly much longer, is a striking testament to the dynamic processes at play in Jupiter's turbulent atmosphere. The Great Red Spot's origins and longevity are intertwined with Jupiter's unique atmospheric conditions. Jupiter's rapid rotation, completing one rotation every 10 hours, generates powerful east-west jet streams and creates bands of clouds that encircle the planet. These bands, known as zones and belts, move at different speeds and in opposite directions, creating shear zones where gases move violently against each other. The Great Red Spot is located in one of these shear zones, specifically between a westward moving belt and an eastward moving zone, fostering the storm's rotation. The storm itself is an anticyclone, which means that it rotates counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere and has high-pressure core. Unlike cyclones on Earth, which generally weaken over time, Jupiter's Great Red Spot is fueled by constant energy from the planet's internal heat. Jupiter radiates more heat than it receives from the Sun. This internal heat powers the convection currents that drive the banded wind patterns and storms, thus feeding the Great Red Spot and contributing to its longevity. Moreover, the storm's deep roots extend far into the atmosphere, possibly as deep as 200 miles below the cloud tops, which adds to its stability. The distinctive red color of the Great Red Spot remains somewhat of a mystery, but it is believed to be caused by complex chemical reactions driven by solar ultraviolet radiation and the planet's atmospheric conditions. Compounds like ammonium hydrosulfide, possibly mixed with other chemicals like phosphorus or sulfur, may be responsible for the reddish hues. These compounds can undergo reactions in the turbulent, high-energy environment of Jupiter's upper atmosphere, giving the storm its striking appearance. The intensity of the red color can vary over time, suggesting changes in the chemical composition or the dynamics within the storm itself. In addition to its color and longevity, the Great Red Spot is of monumental size. It originally measured over 25,000 miles across, large enough to encompass 3 Earths side by side. However, it has been shrinking in recent decades and is now about 10,000 miles in diameter. Despite this reduction in size, the Great Red Spot remains the largest known storm in the solar system. Saturn's rings are one of the most stunning and distinctive features in our solar system, setting the planet apart with their immense size, brightness, and complexity. Unlike the ring systems of other gas giants, Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune, Saturn's rings are extraordinarily prominent and easily visible, even with small telescopes. These rings are composed primarily of countless particles of ice and rock, ranging in size from tiny grains to large boulders. One remarkable aspect of Saturn's rings is their sheer scale and structure. The rings extend up to 175,000 miles from the planet's equator, yet they are astonishingly thin relative to this vast width, with a thickness that varies from about 30 feet to several hundred feet. The rings are divided into 7 primary sections, labelled A through G in order of their discovery, with the separated by gaps, such as the Cassini division, a 920-mile wide space between the A and B rings, where fewer particles reside due to gravitational interactions with Saturn's moons, particularly Mimas. Another feature that sets Saturn's rings apart is their vivid brightness. Composed largely of water ice, the rings reflect sunlight efficiently, contributing to their luminescent appearance when viewed from Earth. The high albedo reflectivity of the ice particles gives Saturn's rings a brilliant, almost ethereal look, in stark contrast to the darker, less prominent ring systems of the other gas giants. Moreover, Saturn's ring system exhibits dynamic behaviors and intricate patterns. Gravitational interactions with Saturn's numerous moons, over 80 have been identified, cause various effects, including the creation of ringlets, waves, and gaps within the rings. Some of Saturn's small moons, known as shepherd moons, play a crucial role in maintaining the sharp edges of the rings. For instance, the moons Prometheus and Pandora shepherd the F ring, their gravitational influence corralling its particles and maintaining its narrow, braided structure. These gravitational interactions facilitate fascinating phenomena such as spiral density waves and bending waves, which propagate through the ring particles and offer insights into the physical principles governing disk systems in the universe, from planetary rings to protoplanetary disks around young stars. Another distinctive aspect is the seasonal changes observed in Saturn's rings, influenced by the planet's axial tilt of approximately 27 degrees. As Saturn orbits the Sun over its nearly 30-year-long period, the angle at which the rings are illuminated changes, leading to alternating periods of brilliant illumination and near invisibility. These changing perspectives allow for detailed studies of the ring particles' composition and structure from various angles.
We are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, like liberty and a pursuit of happiness. By honoring your sacred vocation of business, you impact your family, your friends, and your community. At Grand Canyon University, our MBA degree program is 100% online, with emphases in business analytics and finance to help you reach your goals. Find your purpose at GCU. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit GCU.edu.
The enigmatic origin of Saturn's rings also adds to their uniqueness. While the precise mechanism that formed the rings remains uncertain, leading hypotheses include the disintegration of a comet, the breakup of an icy moon, or the remnants of the primordial disk from which Saturn formed. These theories suggest that the rings are relatively young, estimated to be less than 100 million years old, making them transient features on geological timescales. Saturn's rings captivate with their immense scale, brilliant brightness, intricate structures, and dynamic behaviors. These features, coupled with the fascinating gravitational interactions with Saturn's moons and the ongoing mystery of their origin, make Saturn's rings not only the most prominent, but also the most scientifically intriguing ring system in our solar system. Their study continues to enhance our understanding of planetary ring dynamics, the history of the Saturnian system, and the broader processes shaping disk systems in space. Imagine a planet spinning almost on its side, as if a hand reached out and flicked it like a top. This is Uranus, the seventh planet from the Sun, with an axial tilt of 98 degrees. Unlike Earth, which has a tilt of approximately 23.5 degrees, Uranus's extreme tilt causes it to experience the most severe seasons in the entire solar system. Picture this: for about 42 Earth years, one pole is plunged into a dark and frigid winter, while the opposite pole basks in continuous daylight. Then, during the planet's orbit of 84 Earth years, the roles gradually reverse, resulting in a dramatic exchange between deep freeze and relentless sunshine. The origins of this skewed axis are still a topic of much debate among astronomers. One prevailing hypothesis suggests a colossal collision with an Earth-sized object early in the planet's history. This cataclysmic impact likely knocked Uranus over, leaving it with its present peculiar orientation. Consequently, Uranus's extreme axial tilt sets the stage for drastically varying atmospheric conditions and peculiar weather patterns. scientists believe that these seasons could stir up massive changes in the planet's atmospheric dynamics, potentially driving winds to supersonic speeds and creating complex cloud formations visible even from telescopes on Earth. These phenomena make Uranus an exciting subject for both amateur stargazers and seasoned planetary scientists, offering a cosmic dance of light and darkness that underscores the fragile and extraordinary nature of celestial mechanics. Neptune, the eighth and farthest known planet in our solar system, harbors some of the most astounding and potent weather phenomena observed, including winds that can reach up to 1,300 miles per hour. These supersonic winds, far exceeding the speed limits of hurricanes and typhoons on Earth, present one of the biggest mysteries about this distant blue giant. At such staggering velocities, Neptune's wings can strip clouds and churn gases in a spectacular ballet of atmospheric fury. Despite the planet's incredible distance from the Sun, which contributes to its frigid average temperature of around -373 degrees Fahrenheit, its atmosphere supports these relentless storms. The driving mechanisms behind Neptune's fierce winds remain an enigma. One leading theory proposes that the internal heat generated by the planet, surprisingly high given its location in the solar system, may set the stage for such dynamic weather. Neptune is believed to radiate more than double the energy it receives from the Sun, suggesting an internal heat source, possibly from the slow gravitational compression of its fluid interior. This internal heat might drive convection currents in the atmosphere, creating massive temperature differences that fuel violent storms and aggressive winds. Another puzzle is how these storms maintain their intensity without dissipating quickly. The Great Dark Spot, a massive storm system akin to Jupiter's Great Red Spot, provides an example of these intense and somewhat persistent weather patterns. These mysteries make Neptune a fascinating subject of study, as scientists use telescope observations and data from Voyager 2's flyby to unravel the forces at play in one of our solar system's most turbulent atmospheres. Exploring the vast expanse beyond our solar system, scientists have devised ingenious methods to study planets orbiting stars light years away, known as exoplanets. One of the most prominent techniques is the transit method, which takes advantage of the slight dimming of a star's light as a planet passes and transits in front of it. When this minuscule dip in brightness occurs at regular intervals, it indicates the presence of an exoplanet. Observatories like NASA's Kepler Space Telescope have famously utilized this method, leading to the discovery of thousands of exoplanets by monitoring numerous stars simultaneously for these tiny fluctuations. Another fascinating approach is the radial velocity method, often referred to as the wobble method. When a star has a planet orbiting it, the gravitational pull from the planet causes the star to move slightly in its own small orbit. This to and fro movement induces shifts in the star's light spectrum, observed as alternating blue and red shifts due to the Doppler effect. By meticulously tracking these spectral changes, astronomers can determine the planet's mass and its distance from the host star. Alongside these methods, direct imaging, though challenging due to the overwhelming brightness of stars compared to their planets, has achieved remarkable successes with advanced techniques like coronography that block a star's light to reveal the faint glow of orbiting exoplanets. These methods collectively paint a richer picture of the cosmos, allowing scientists to infer the size, composition, and even atmospheric conditions of these distant worlds. While each method has its limitations and challenges, their combined data push the boundaries of our understanding, bringing us closer to answering profound questions about the potential for life and the diversity of planetary systems throughout the galaxy. Delving into the heart of our solar system, the Sun, we find it composed of several distinct layers, each playing a unique role in its structure and functioning. At the core lies the powerhouse of the Sun, where temperatures soar to around 15 million degrees Celsius. Here, nuclear fusion occurs, the process by which hydrogen atoms are converted into helium, releasing a staggering amount of energy in the form of light and heat. This energy takes thousands to millions of years to journey outward from the core, gradually moving through the radiative zone, where it is absorbed and re-emitted by atoms in a slow, zigzag-like path. Surrounding the radiative zone is the convection temperature drops enough for the energy to be transported by convection currents. Hot plasma rises towards the surface, cools, and then sinks back down to be reheated, creating a boiling, turbulent environment reminiscent of a pot of soup on the stove. Above this, we find the sun's visible surface, the photosphere, characterized by a relatively cooler temperature of about 5,500 degrees Celsius. This layer is where sunlight permeates into space, and it is also here that sunspots, cooler, magnetically active regions, can be observed. Above the photosphere lies the chromosphere, a region seen during solar eclipses as a reddish glow, and further out is the corona, the sun's outermost layer. The corona is surprisingly hotter than the layers below, soaring to temperatures in the millions of degrees Celsius, a mystery that has intrigued scientists for years. It is in the corona that solar wind, the stream of charged particles released from the sun, originates, influencing space weather and impacting planets in the solar system, including Earth. Each layer of the sun, from its intensely energetic core to its outer corona, contributes to the dynamic processes that not only sustain the sun's radiant glow, but also profoundly affect the entire solar system. Nuclear fusion is the monumental process that powers the sun, transforming hydrogen into helium and unleashing vast amounts of energy that light and warm our entire solar system. Deep within the sun's core, where temperatures reach a blistering 15 million degrees Celsius and pressures are unimaginably intense, hydrogen nuclei overcome their mutual repulsive forces. These nuclei, composed of protons, collide with enough force to fuse together, forming helium nuclei in a series of steps known as the proton-proton chain reaction. During this fusion process, a tiny fraction of the mass of the hydrogen is converted into energy, as described by Einstein's iconic equation, E=mc2. This equation highlights the profound concept that even a small amount of mass can be converted into a significant amount of energy. The energy produced in the core propagates outward, initially through the radiative zone, where it takes the form of photons that bounce between particles, slowly making their way towards the surface over thousands to millions of years. As the energy reaches the convective zone, it transfers through turbulent currents of hot plasma rising and sinking, much like boiling water. Eventually, this energy emerges from the sun's outer layers, manifesting as the sunlight we receive on Earth. This process of nuclear fusion not only sustains the sun's radiance, but also creates the conditions for the synthesis of heavier elements. As stars evolve, larger stars fuse heavier elements, contributing to the cosmic abundance of elements essential for planets and life. Thus, nuclear fusion at the sun's core is not merely an energy generation mechanism, but a fundamental cosmic engine that influences the entire universe. Through the life cycle of stars, fusion fosters the creation and dispersion of elements, intertwining the fate of distant galaxies with the atomic fabric of our very existence. This magnificent energy conversion process defines stars, drives their life cycles, and ultimately sows the seeds for a rich, element-diverse universe. Undoubtedly. Sunspots are fascinating features of the sun's photosphere, characterized by their relatively cooler temperatures and intense magnetic activity. Typically appearing as dark patches against the sun's bright surface, sunspots can vary in size, with some stretching over tens of thousands of kilometers, large enough to engulf Earth several times over. Sunspots form when intense magnetic fields emerge from the sun's interior, disrupting the usual convective processes and leading to regions with lower surface temperatures, around 4,000 degrees Celsius, compared to the surrounding areas that are about 5,500 degrees Celsius. The magnetic turmoil associated with sunspots often gives rise to dramatic solar phenomena such as solar flares and coronal mass ejections. Solar flares are sudden bursts of radiation caused by the release of magnetic energy, resulting in spectacular flashes of light, radio waves, and high-energy particles. When these flares erupt, they can accelerate protons and electrons to near-light speeds, contributing to space weather. Coronal mass ejections are even more substantial, involving the expulsion of huge quantities of the sun's plasma into space. When these charged particles travel toward Earth, they can interact with our planet's magnetosphere, leading to geomagnetic storms. These geomagnetic storms have numerous effects on space weather, influencing everything from satellite operations to communication systems, and even power grids. High-energy particles from solar flares can damage satellite electronics, while the charged particles from CMEs can induce electric currents in power lines and pipelines on Earth, potentially causing outages and disruptions. Moreover, these interactions also cause the beautiful auroras, the northern and southern lights, as charged particles excite gases in Earth's upper atmosphere, creating shimmering curtains of light. Understanding sunspots and their influence on space weather is crucial in our technologically dependent world, providing insight to mitigate potential impacts on our modern infrastructure and highlighting the dynamic relationship between our planet and itself.
With so many choices on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. So I had body doubles. Not playing Tina Captain.
Or trick claiming Tina at a beach resort.
Nice. Booking.com, yeah.
I'm thinking IHOP. I'm thinking IHOP. IHOP.
I'm thinking IHOP. What's a scrambled pie?
Certain times, just call for it. At IHOP, we don't just put food on your plate, we put a smile on your plate.
Solar flares and coronal mass ejections, CMEs, two of the most powerful forms of solar activity, can have substantial impacts on Earth, both beautiful and hazardous. Solar flares are sudden, intense bursts of radiation emanating from the sun's atmosphere, driven by the complex interplay of magnetic fields around sunspots. These flares emit a vast array of electromagnetic radiation, including X-rays and ultraviolet light, which can reach Earth in just 8 minutes. When these high-energy emissions slam into Earth's atmosphere, they can disrupt the ionosphere, leading to disturbances in radio communications and navigation systems, such as GPS. This is particularly crucial for aviation and maritime industries that rely on these systems for positioning and safety. Coronal mass ejections, on the other hand, are massive bursts of solar wind and magnetic fields rising above the solar corona and being released into space. When directed towards Earth, CMEs can take 1 to 3 days to arrive, carrying billions of tons of highly charged particles. Upon reaching Earth, these particles interact with our planet's magnetosphere, potentially triggering geomagnetic storms. These storms can induce electric currents in power lines, leading to transformer damage and widespread electrical grid failures, such as the notable blackout in Quebec, Canada in 1989. Additionally, CMEs pose significant risks to satellites, causing malfunctions or degradation of electronic components due to the intense particle radiation. Beyond the technological ramifications, solar flares and CMEs also paint the skies with the mesmerizing spectacle of auroras. When charged particles from these solar events collide with gases in the Earth's upper atmosphere, they excite the molecules, causing them to emit light and creating the northern and southern lights. These ethereal displays are visible closer to the poles, but can sometimes be seen at lower latitudes during particularly strong geomagnetic storms. While awe-inspiring, the dual nature of solar flares and CMEs, as both potential threats to modern technology and as creators of natural beauty, underscores the importance of monitoring and understanding solar activity to protect and prepare our technologically integrated society. The solar cycle, an approximately 11-year period during which the sun's magnetic activity waxes and wanes, profoundly influences solar phenomena and consequently space weather. This cycle is driven by the sun's dynamic magnetic field, which undergoes systematic changes in polarity about every 11 years. At the beginning of the cycle, known as the solar minimum, the sun is relatively calm, with few sunspots and minimal solar activity. As the cycle progresses towards its peak, the solar maximum, the number of sunspots increases dramatically, along with heightened instances of solar flares and coronal mass ejections. During solar maximum, the sun becomes a cauldron of activity, marked by the frequent emergence of new sunspots linked to robust magnetic fields. Solar flares, which are more common during this period, unleash bursts of radiation that can disrupt satellite communications, affect GPS systems, and interfere with power grids on Earth. Similarly, CMEs are more frequent and potent, potentially leading to severe geomagnetic storms when their charged particles collide with Earth's magnetosphere. These storms not only pose risks to our technological infrastructure, but also increase radiation exposure for astronauts and passengers on high-altitude flights over polar regions. The solar cycle's fluctuations also exert a broader influence on space weather and near-Earth environmental conditions. For instance, increased solar activity during solar maximum can expand Earth's outer atmosphere, causing satellites to encounter more atmospheric drag, which can alter their orbits and require recalibration. Additionally, the sunspot cycle impacts the amount of ultraviolet and X-ray radiation reaching Earth, which can, in turn, affect the ozone layer and atmospheric chemistry. Understanding the solar cycle is crucial for predicting and preparing for these varying levels of solar activity. With advanced monitoring from observatories like NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory and the European Space Agency's Solar and Heliospheric Observatory, scientists are better equipped to anticipate and mitigate the impact of the sun's dynamic behavior on our increasingly technology-dependent world. Scientists employ a combination of solar observatories, satellites and spacecraft to investigate the sun, unraveling the complexities of our star's behavior and its effects on the solar system. Ground-based solar observatories, like the Daniel K. Inouye Solar Telescope in Hawaii, provide unprecedented high-resolution images of the sun's surface, allowing researchers to study sunspots, solar flares, and other surface phenomena in meticulous detail. These telescopes utilize advanced optics and adaptive technologies to counteract Earth's atmospheric distortions, giving scientists a clearer view of the intricate dance of magnetic fields and plasma on the sun's photosphere. Complementing ground-based observations, space-based telescopes and probes offer unique perspectives free from atmospheric interference. NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory, SDO for instance, continuously monitors the sun in multiple wavelengths, from extreme ultraviolet to visible light, revealing the dynamic processes occurring in the sun's outer layers. The SDO captures detailed images of solar flares, sunspots, and magnetic field variations, providing crucial data to understand solar activity cycles and predict space weather events. Similarly, the European Space Agency's Solar and Heliospheric Observatory, operational since 1995, has been instrumental in monitoring the sun's atmosphere and detecting early signs of coronal mass ejections, CMEs. Taking exploration even further, missions like NASA's Parker Solar Probe and the European Space Agency's Solar Orbiter are designed to venture near the sun, gathering unprecedented close-up data. The Parker Solar Probe, launched in 2018, dives into the sun's outer corona, where it withstands extreme heat while measuring magnetic fields, solar wind, and energetic particles. Its mission aims to shed light on the mysterious heating of the solar corona and the mechanisms driving the solar wind. Solar Orbiter, with its suite of instruments, performs close-range observations and takes high-resolution images of the sun's poles, regions previously difficult to study. By combining data from these various platforms, scientists create a comprehensive and dynamic picture of solar activity, helping to predict and mitigate the impacts of solar events on Earth's technological infrastructure and human activities. The moon's phases are a captivating dance of light and shadow, changing its appearance as it orbits around Earth, completing a cycle approximately every 29.5 days. This cycle, known as a lunation, results from the interplay between the positions of the moon, Earth, and the sun. As the moon orbits Earth, different portions of its sunlit side become visible to us, creating its various phases. These phases can be divided into 8 distinct stages. The cycle begins with the new moon, when the moon is positioned between Earth and the sun. During this phase, the side of the moon that faces Earth is entirely in shadow, rendering it invisible in the night sky. As the moon continues its orbit, it enters the waxing crescent phase, where a sliver of the moon's surface starts to be illuminated by the sun, forming a crescent shape. This crescent grows larger each night until the moon reaches the first quarter phase, often called a half moon, where half of the moon's disk is illuminated and visible from Earth. Next comes the waxing gibbous phase. More than half of the moon is illuminated, and it continues to grow fuller until it transforms into a full moon. In this phase, the moon is directly opposite the sun, Following the full moon is the waning gibbous phase, where the illumination starts to decrease. The moon then progresses to the last quarter, another half-moon phase, but with the opposite half illuminated compared to the first quarter. Finally, the waning crescent phase marks the diminishing light into a slender crescent before the cycle completes back at the new moon. These phases illustrate the elegant mechanics of celestial motion. They are caused by the angle from which we view the illuminated part of the moon relative to Earth and the Sun. This continual change not only provides a natural rhythm to nighttime observations, but has also been historically significant for timekeeping and cultural lore across civilizations. Understanding the phases of the moon helps us appreciate the intricate dance of the celestial bodies and the constant dynamism of our universe. The origin of the moon has captivated scientists and sparked numerous theories, with the leading hypothesis being the giant impact hypothesis. According to this theory, the moon formed approximately 4.5 billion years ago from the colossal collision between the early Earth and a Mars-sized body named Theia. The impact was cataclysmic, vaporizing Theia and part of Earth's mantle and flinging vast amounts of debris into space. This debris eventually coalesced, driven by gravity, to form the moon. This hypothesis is supported by the moon's composition, which is strikingly similar to Earth's mantle, suggesting a common origin of materials.
Only the right flavor of French's looks food safe. French's, flavor on.
I really like him, but I just hope that I don't get, like, scared away because it's such a good thing. I don't know, I've been single for 4 years, so it's, like, really hard to just jump into a relationship.
We'll make sense together. Best friends. Or what?
Other theories have been proposed, though they have fallen out of favor compared to the giant impact hypothesis. One is the capture theory, which suggests that the moon formed elsewhere in the solar system and was subsequently captured by Earth's gravity. However, this theory struggles to explain the similarities in isotopic compositions between the Earth and the moon. Another is the fission theory, proposing that a rapidly spinning early Earth ejected a portion of its mantle, which then formed the moon, but this would require an implausibly high rotation speed. The co-formation theory posits that Earth and the moon formed together as a double system from the primordial accretion disk of the solar system. Yet, this theory cannot adequately account for the differences in the compositions of the Earth and the moon. While the giant impact hypothesis remains the most widely accepted explanation, it continues to evolve with new data and improved computer simulations. Recent findings from lunar rock samples and advanced modeling suggest multiple such impacts could have contributed to the moon's formation. As lunar exploration continues, particularly with missions like NASA's Artemis program aiming to return people to the moon, scientists anticipate gathering more evidence to refine our understanding of this cosmic event. The study of the moon's origin not only illuminates the early history of our planet and its satellite, but also provides key insights into the processes that shape planetary systems throughout the universe. The moon's surface is a fascinating tapestry of geological features that narrate a history of intense celestial activity. One of the most striking features are the lunar maria, or seas, vast dark plains formed by ancient volcanic eruptions. Contrary to their name, these seas are not filled with water, but are expansive basaltic plains created billions of years ago when molten lava flowed and solidified. Notable maria include Mare Tranquillitatis, Sea of Tranquility, and Mare Imbrium, Sea of Rains, sites that are easily visible to the naked eye as dark splotches on the moon's face. In stark contrast to the smooth maria are the lunar highlands, lighter in appearance and heavily cratered, forming the oldest parts of the moon's surface. These highlands are covered with impact craters of all sizes, a testament to the moon's turbulent past, bombarded by meteoroids and asteroids. The largest of these craters, the South Pole Aitken Basin, spans about 2,500 kilometers and plunges to depths of 8 kilometers, making it one of the biggest impact structures in the solar system. Other well-known craters, such as Tycho and Copernicus, have distinctive central peaks and radiate bright streaks or rays of ejected material stretched out across the lunar surface. Another notable feature is the presence of lunar rills, which are long, narrow depressions resembling channels or valleys that can extend for hundreds of kilometers. These are believed to be the remnants of ancient lava flows or collapsed lava tubes. The moon also hosts scarps, cliff-like features that suggest tectonic activity, even though the moon lacks active plate tectonics like Earth. Scarps such as the ones observed in the region called Rupus Recta, Straight Wall, indicate that the moon's interior is still cooling and contracting, causing the crust to crack and shift. The finer details of the moon's surface include its regolith, a layer of loose, fragmented rock and dust generated by eons of micrometeoroid impacts. This powdery layer covers the moon's solid bedrock, creating a landscape of stark beauty and scientific interest. The combination of maria, highlands, craters, rills, scarps, and the ubiquitous regolith paints a vivid picture of the moon's geologic history, a silent witness to the dynamic processes that have shaped our closest celestial neighbor. The moon plays a crucial role in regulating Earth's tides through its gravitational pull. This gravitational interaction between the Earth and the moon generates tidal forces that cause the ocean's water level to rise and fall in a rhythmic pattern. The most straightforward way to visualize this is to imagine the Earth as a massive sphere enveloped by a free-flowing shell of water. The gravitational attraction of the moon pulls on this water, creating what is known as the tidal bulge. On the side of Earth facing the moon, the water bulges out towards it, creating a high tide. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the Earth, inertia causes a second bulge, forming another high tide. As the Earth rotates, different areas pass through these bulges, experiencing high and low tides roughly twice a day. However, the situation is slightly more complex due to the alignment of the Sun, the Moon, and Earth, which can either amplify or moderate these tides. When the Sun, Moon, and Earth are in a straight line, such as during full moons and new moons, their combined gravitational forces produce more extreme tides known as spring tides. During these periods, high tides are exceptionally high, and low tides are especially low due to the additive effect of solar and lunar gravitational pulls. Conversely, when the Sun and Moon are at right angles relative to Earth, during the first and third quarters of the lunar cycle, their gravitational forces partially cancel each other out, resulting in nap tides, which are less extreme. The Moon's influence on tides also has larger impacts on Earth's natural systems and human activities. Tidal movements help facilitate the mixing of ocean waters, which is essential for distributing nutrients and sustaining marine life. For human civilizations, tides have historically been important for navigation, fishing, and even influencing coastal settlement patterns. Additionally, the interaction between the ocean tides and Earth's rotation exerts a braking force, gradually slowing Earth's spin, causing the day to lengthen over geological timescales. This interplay of gravitational forces and rotational dynamics elegantly demonstrates the Moon's significant, albeit often subtle, influence on our planet, tying the rhythms of the Earth intrinsically to its celestial companion. The Apollo moon missions, which spanned from 1969 to 1972, provided a treasure trove of scientific insights and technological advancements that have profoundly shaped our understanding of the Moon and influenced space exploration. One of the most significant achievements was the collection of approximately 382 kilograms of lunar rocks, soil, and core samples. These lunar materials, meticulously examined back on Earth, revealed critical information about the Moon's composition, geological history, and the processes that have shaped its surface. Studies of these samples indicated that the Moon is composed primarily of silicate minerals, much like the Earth's mantle, lending support to the giant impact hypothesis of its formation. The Apollo missions also provided direct geological assessments through astronaut-led fieldwork on the Moon's surface. Astronauts performed experiments, deployed scientific instruments, and collected samples from diverse locations including highlands and maria, which allowed scientists to piece together a comprehensive geological timeline. They discovered evidence of volcanic activity and impact cratering, showing the Moon's surface had been shaped by both internal processes and external bombardments. The deployment of the lunar module seismometers revealed moonquakes, offering insights into its internal structure. While the Moon lacks tectonic plates, the data suggested that it has a differentiated interior with a crust, mantle, and a small core. Additionally, the Apollo missions pioneered numerous technological advancements, from spacecraft design to life support systems, and provided invaluable experience in extraterrestrial exploration. Technologies developed for these missions have had lasting impacts beyond space exploration, influencing everything from materials science to computer technology. The missions also fostered international collaboration and inspired generations of scientists, engineers, and the general public.
Why did we stuff Reese's Tape 5 with 5 flavors? Because you can't handle 6!
American Home Shield helps cover costs to repair orifice, parts of home systems, and appliances you use every day.
The legacy of the Apollo missions extends to current and future lunar explorations. Instruments and techniques developed during these missions have set the foundation for modern lunar science. As humanity looks towards returning to the moon with programs like NASA's Artemis, aiming to establish a sustainable human presence on the lunar surface, the knowledge and experience gained from Apollo serve as guiding beacons. These missions not only underscored human ingenuity, but also cemented our place in the cosmos, proving that exploration and scientific inquiry can yield profound, world-changing insights. The future of human exploration and colonization of the moon is poised to be transformative, driven by advancements in technology, international collaboration, and ambitious space programs. One of the most significant initiatives in this arena is NASA's Artemis program, which aims not only to return humans to the moon by 2024, but also to establish a sustainable presence by the end of the decade. This program marks a bold step towards long-term lunar exploration, building on the legacy of the Apollo missions while leveraging modern technology and engineering. Artemis 1, an uncrewed mission, will test the Space Launch System SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft, setting the stage for subsequent crewed missions. Artemis II will follow with a crewed flyby, progressively leading to Artemis III, where astronauts will land on the lunar South Pole, a region rich in water ice and scientific potential. Beyond NASA's efforts, international and private sector involvement are crucial components of the new era of lunar exploration. The European Space Agency, ESA, Russian Space Agency, Roscosmos, and China National Space Administration, CNSA, have all articulated plans for lunar missions, aiming to contribute to the collective scientific and exploratory goals. The International Lunar Research Station, a concept being developed by China and Russia, exemplifies this collaborative approach, envisioning a research outpost staffed by astronauts and robotic systems. Critical to the future of lunar colonization are the advancements in in-situ resource utilization, ISRU. This involves harnessing the moon's natural resources, such as extracting water from lunar ice to produce oxygen and fuel, which will be vital for maintaining outposts and supporting further space endeavors. Infrastructure development will focus on building habitats that can shield astronauts from the harsh lunar environment, which includes extreme temperatures and harmful solar radiation. Innovations in habitat construction, potentially using 3D printing technology with lunar regolith, are already being explored. Commercial entities like SpaceX and Blue Origin are also pivotal to the lunar vision. SpaceX's Starship aims to transport large payloads and crew to the moon, significantly lowering the cost per launch and enabling more extensive missions. Blue Origin's Blue Moon lander is designed to facilitate cargo and crew transport, supporting the broader goals of lunar colonization. And through these collective efforts, the moon is set to become a hub for scientific research, technological innovation, and an essential stepping stone for deeper space exploration, such as missions to Mars. Establishing a human presence on the moon will provide invaluable experience in living and working in extraterrestrial environments, preparing humanity for the challenges and opportunities of a multi-planetary future. The vision for the moon is no longer a distant dream, but an emerging reality that could redefine our understanding of the solar system. Stars come in a bewildering variety of sizes, colors, and types, each telling its own unique story through the cosmos. At one end of this stellar spectrum are the diminutive yet abundant red dwarfs. These small stars, often less than half the mass of our Sun, burn their fuel so frugally that they can live for trillions of years, far outlasting stars like our own, With surface temperatures ranging between 3,000 and 4,000 Kelvin, red dwarfs emit a cool, reddish light. Their energy efficiency and longevity contrast starkly with the more massive variants on the celestial stage. Moving up the scale, the Sun itself is a G-type main sequence star, often referred to as a yellow dwarf. Despite the seemingly modest designation, the Sun is actually quite large and luminous compared to many stars in the galaxy. Beyond it, we encounter the massive blue giants and the even more colossal blue supergiants. These luminous titans, like Rigel and Betelgeuse in the Orion constellation, are of particular interest. With surface temperatures soaring from 10,000 to over 30,000 Kelvin, these stars shine brilliantly in blue and white hues. However, their grandeur comes at a cost. Blue supergiants blaze through their nuclear fuel at an astonishing rate, which significantly shortens their lifespans to just a few million years. In the climax of their lives, many end in catastrophic supernova explosions, leaving behind enigmatic remnants such as neutron stars or black holes, the ultimate celestial mysteries. The birth of stars is a symphony of cosmic forces playing out in the dark, cold regions of space known as stellar nurseries. These nurseries are vast clouds of gas and dust, predominantly composed of hydrogen and helium, drifting silently in the galactic arms. Over time, gravitational forces cause pockets of these clouds to contract and clump together. As these clumps grow denser, they begin to gather more material, and the temperature in the core rises. This continues until the temperature reaches about 10 million Kelvin. That's when nuclear fusion ignites, marking the birth of a new star. It's fascinating to think that the process starts so quietly, with mere whispers of gravitational attraction, and ends with the roar of nuclear fire. As the newly formed star gathers material, it often creates spectacular visual phenomena. Surrounding the young star, the leftover gas and dust form protoplanetary disks that may eventually coalesce into planets. In regions like the Orion Nebula, astronomical observations have captured the breathtaking beauty of these stellar birthplaces, where dense pillars of gas and dust spiral around infant stars, illuminated by their nascent light. The interplay of radiation pressure from the young stars and the gravitational tug-of-war creates intricate and ephemeral structures in the nebula. This awe-inspiring process, lasting millions of years, is a testament to the incredible forces at work in the universe, ensuring the cycle of starbirth continues unabated, populating the cosmos with new sources of light and energy. The life cycle of a star is a grand narrative of cosmic proportions, woven through billions of years of dynamic changes. It all begins in stellar nurseries, vast clouds of gas and dust scattered throughout galaxies. As these clouds contract due to gravitational forces, protostars form and eventually ignite nuclear fusion in their cores, officially becoming main sequence stars. This stage, where stars spend the majority of their lives, is governed by a delicate balance between gravity pulling inwards and the outward pressure from nuclear fusion. Our Sun, for instance, has been in this stable phase for about 4.6 billion years, and is expected to remain so for another 5 billion years. As stars exhaust their hydrogen fuel, their fates diverge based on their initial mass. Stars similar in size to our Sun swell into red giants. In this expanded state, the outer layers are shed off, creating beautiful planetary nebulae, leaving behind a dense hot core known as a white dwarf. These white dwarfs gradually cool and fade over billions of years. In contrast, massive stars experience more dramatic endings. After burning through heavier elements like helium, carbon, and finally iron, their cores collapse under gravity's relentless pull, triggering supernova explosions. This cataclysmic event can outshine entire galaxies temporarily, dispersing enriched material back into space, seeding future stellar generations. The remnants of these behemoth stars can form dense neutron stars, or, if massive enough, collapse further into black holes, enigmatic points where gravity is so intense that not even light can escape. Thus, the life cycle of a star is a compelling tale of creation, transformation, and sometimes spectacular destruction, contributing continuously to the evolution of the universe.
These are the Google mindsets. Clean, long-lasting motion you love? Not good.
No way!
Supernovae, titanic explosions signaling the death of massive stars, are not merely destructive events, they are also the architects of cosmic rebirth. When a supernova occurs, it releases an immense amount of energy, scattering the star's outer layers into the surrounding interstellar medium. This expelled material is rich in heavy elements like iron, oxygen and silicon, elements forged in the star's core through nuclear fusion processes. These enriched clouds, known as supernova remnants, infuse the galaxy with essential building blocks that were previously locked within the star. The shock wave produced by the supernova also plays a crucial role in the birth of new stars. As it propagates through the interstellar medium, it compresses nearby clouds of gas and dust, instigating gravitationally bound regions that may collapse and form new stars. Interestingly, this process acts as a cosmic catalyst, enhancing star formation in surrounding regions of the galaxy. Areas rich in supernova remnants become fertile grounds for stellar nurseries. The Orion Nebula, for instance, showcases this beautifully, where regions dense with the remnants of past star deaths are now aglow with the light of emerging stars. This continuous cycle of death and rebirth, spurred on by supernovae, ensures the cosmos remains a dynamic, ever-evolving tapestry, where the end of one stellar life seeds the beginning of countless others. Black holes, often conjured in the imagination as voracious gravitational monsters, are the enigmatic remnants of some of the universe's most massive stars. They emerge from the violent end stages of stellar evolution, particularly through the grand finale of supernova. When a star with a mass exceeding about 20 times that of our Sun exhausts its nuclear fuel, it can no longer hold off the relentless pull of gravity. The star's core collapses under its own weight, compressing its matter to a point of infinite density known as a singularity. The formation process begins with the implosion of the star's core, where protons and electrons merge to form neutrons, creating a neutron star if the circumstances are right. However, for extremely massive stars, even this dense state cannot halt the collapse. The core continues to compress until it forms a black hole, a region of space-time where gravity is so intense that not even light can escape its grasp. Surrounding this singularity is the event horizon, the proverbial point of no return. Any matter or radiation crossing this boundary is irrevocably pulled into the black hole. Despite their fearsome reputation, black holes are crucial to the cosmic balance, often influencing the formation of galaxies and warping the fabric of space-time itself. The existence of black holes was first proposed by the equations of general relativity in the early 20th century, but it wasn't until much later, with advancements in observational technology, that physical evidence would confirm their presence. Today, phenomena such as gravitational waves detected by instruments like LIGO have provided direct evidence of black hole mergers, further validating their role in the cosmic orchestra. Thus, from the death of a massive star emerges something profoundly mysterious, a black hole, perpetuating an unending interplay of destruction and creation across the universe. Binary star systems, where two stars orbit around a common center of mass, offer a fascinating arena for studying stellar dynamics and evolution. In these systems, the interplay of gravitation binds the two stars in a celestial dance, with each star's motion influenced by the other's gravitational pull. This unique setup provides astronomers with a natural laboratory to test theories of stellar physics, as the mutual interactions between the stars unveil secrets about their masses, compositions and life cycles that might otherwise remain hidden. The paths these stars trace around their shared center of mass can be varied and complex. Some binary systems have nearly circular orbits, while others are highly elliptical, causing the stars to move closer and then farther apart in a rhythmic pattern. These variations affect how the stars evolve over time. In close binary systems, the gravitational tug-of-war can lead to mass transfer from one star to the other, profoundly altering their evolutionary paths. For instance, a red giant might share its outer layers with a smaller companion, becoming a white dwarf and possibly triggering a nova if the material accumulates and ignites on the white dwarf surface. In other cases, close proximity can lead to more dramatic events like gravitational wave emissions or even mergers, further enriching our understanding of stellar phenomena. Things get even more intriguing when one of the stars in a binary system evolves into a compact object such as a white dwarf, neutron star, The gravitational pull from these dense remnants can siphon matter from the neighboring star, creating accretion disks that emit intense X-rays detectable from Earth. Famous examples include the Cygnus X1 system, featuring a stellar mass black hole and a companion star, providing one of the earliest compelling pieces of evidence for black holes. Binary star systems, with their diverse behaviors and extraordinary interactions, not only make for captivating cosmic displays, but also serve as crucial tools for probing the fundamental principles that govern the universe. Constellations are fascinating assemblies of stars that have been categorized and named by humans for millennia. These stellar patterns serve as a cosmic canvas on which countless myths, legends, and stories have been painted. From the ancient Babylonians to the Greeks, and across various cultures worldwide, constellations provided a way to organize the night sky and track celestial objects' movements. They are not groups of stars bound together by gravity or proximity, but rather a perspective-based collection from our vantage point on Earth, acting as a celestial roadmap that has guided human navigation and understanding of the cosmos. In ancient times, constellations held significant practical and cultural importance. Mariners relied on patterns like the Big Dipper, part of Ursa Major, to navigate the seas, using the position of stars to determine longitude and latitude. Farmers used them to decipher seasonal changes, recognizing the appearance of certain constellations at specific times of the year to inform planting and harvesting schedules. Beyond their practical utility, constellations were embedded in the fabric of cultural and religious practices. The Greeks, for instance, immortalized their gods, heroes, and mythical tales in the sky with the story of Orion the Hunter and his loyal canine companions, Canis Major and Canis Minor, forever chasing the celestial hare, Lepus. Modern astronomy has codified 88 constellations, defining clear boundaries to aid scientific observations and catalogue celestial objects. The International Astronomical Union, IAU, formalized these boundaries in the 20th century, ensuring that every part of the sky belongs to a particular constellation. Today, while constellations continue to captivate our imagination and inspire awe, they also possess educational value, serving as mnemonic devices to locate stars, nebulae, and galaxies. Through the lens of history and science, constellations reveal the profound human desire to impose order on the cosmos and find meaning amidst the stars. Among the vast tapestry of stars lighting up the night sky, a few constellations stand out, both for their striking patterns and the rich myths surrounding them. Take Orion, for example, one of the most recognizable constellations due to its prominent belt of three aligned stars. In Greek mythology, Orion was a mighty hunter said to be so handsome and skillful that he caught the eye of the gods. This prowess eventually led to his tragic demise, either by the sting of a giant scorpion, captured as the constellation Scorpius, or through other mythic tales involving divine retribution. Regardless of the story's details, the epic heroism of Orion continues to captivate stargazers worldwide. Another constellation with a storied past is Ursa Major, known commonly as the Big Dipper in the Northern Hemisphere. The 7 bright stars comprising the Big Dipper form part of a larger pattern resembling a great bear. Native American folklore often views the Big Dipper as a celestial bear pursued by 3 hunters, reminiscent of tales passed down through generations. Ancient Greek myths offer a different perspective, portraying Ursa Major as Callista, a nymph transformed into a bear by a jealous Hera, only to be placed among the stars by Zeus. Her son Arcas forms Ursa Minor, the little bear, and together these constellations remain skybound symbols of mythic transformation and familial bonds. Cassiopeia, with its distinctive W shape, tells the tale of a queen whose vanity led to her downfall. According to Greek mythology, Cassiopeia boasted about her unrivaled beauty, claiming it even surpassed the Nereids, sea nymphs who were close to Poseidon, the god of the sea. In retribution, Poseidon condemned Cassiopeia to the night sky, forever spinning around the celestial pole on her throne, often appearing upside down, a constant reminder of her hubris. These constellations, along with others like Pegasus, Andromeda, and Leo, weave a rich tapestry of stories that blend cultural heritage, natural observation, and a timeless human penchant for storytelling, ensuring their legacy in both the annals of astronomy and mythology.
Love can get a little messy. Good thing there's resolve. Love the love, resolve the mess.
Medicine gets better. All of us can get better.
The Milky Way galaxy, our cosmic home, is a vast, spiraling assembly of stars, gas, dust, and dark matter, intricately structured into several distinct components. At the heart of the galaxy lies the galactic center, a densely packed region dominated by a supermassive black hole known as Sagittarius A star, which has a mass of about 4 million times that of our Sun. Surrounding this tumultuous core is the galactic bulge, a spherical collection of old stars and star clusters that stretches for thousands of light years. Extending outward from the bulge are the galaxy's most defining features, its spiral arms. These arms, named for their elegant sweeping curves, are regions of intense star formation. Our own solar system resides in the Orion arm, a minor arm situated between the larger Perseus and Sagittarius arms. The arms are composed of young luminous stars and interstellar material, creating a glittering backdrop of stellar nurseries and nebulous clouds. The spiral structure is maintained by density waves that move through the galaxy, compressing gas and triggering new star formation as they pass. Encasing the spiral arms is the galactic disk, a thin, rotationally flattened plane containing most of the galaxy's stars and nebulae. The disk is enveloped by an extensive diffuse halo of ancient stars and globular clusters, some of which are among the oldest known objects in the universe. This halo is also thought to be rich in dark matter, an elusive substance that exerts gravitational forces but emits no light, influencing the galaxy's overall mass and rotation. Beyond the halo lies the outer reaches of the galaxy, where solitary stars and faint streams of stars, remnants of past galactic mergers, wander in a sparsely populated expanse. The Milky Way's dynamic structure reflects a long history of interactions with other galaxies, shaping its evolution over billions of years. This grand, spiraling city of stars, stretching over 100,000 light-years in diameter, provides a celestial home for countless star systems, including our own, weaving the intricate fabric of our galaxy's identity. Galaxies, the colossal structures that compose our universe, can be classified into several distinct types based on their shapes and compositions: spiral, elliptical, and irregular. Each type offers unique insights into the processes of cosmic formation and evolution. Spiral galaxies, such as our Milky Way, are perhaps the most visually striking, with their graceful winding arms extending from a central bulge. These arms are sites of active star formation, giving rise to young, hot blue stars that illuminate the spiral's grand design. Spiral galaxies can be further subdivided into barred and unbarred spirals, depending on whether a bar-like structure of stars cuts through the central bulge. The star populations within spiral galaxies are diverse, with older, redder stars predominantly populating the central bulge and younger stars scattered throughout the arms. The well-defined structure indicates ongoing rotational motion and a rich supply of interstellar gas and dust, essential for new star birth. Elliptical galaxies, in stark contrast, exhibit a more uniform, oval-like shape and lack the complex structure seen in spirals. They range from nearly spherical to highly elongated forms and are often populated by older red stars. This aged star population suggests that elliptical galaxies have exhausted much of their interstellar gas, leaving minimal material for new star formation. Consequently, they are often quiescent and less active than their spiral counterparts. Elliptical galaxies are thought to form through the collisions and mergers of smaller galaxies, which can disrupt their initial structure and lead to the more homogeneous appearance observed today. Irregular galaxies deviate from these orderly schemes and lack a definitive shape. They are typically smaller than spiral and elliptical galaxies and often appear chaotic in structure, with regions of active star formation interspersed among areas containing older stars. This irregularity can result from gravitational interactions with nearby galaxies or the remnants of galactic collisions. Their diverse appearances reflect a turbulent history, and they often contain significant amounts of gas and dust, fueling continuous star formation. These three types of galaxies, spiral, elliptical, and irregular, highlight the variety of forms and evolutionary paths cosmic structures can take. Spiral galaxies with their majestic arms and dynamic star formation, elliptical galaxies with their more settled ancient populations, and and the unpredictable irregular galaxies each contribute to the rich tapestry of the universe, revealing the breadth of galactic architectures and their transformative histories. In the grand expanse of the universe, certain galaxies stand out for their sheer size, dwarfing even our Milky Way. Among these colossal structures, the largest known galaxy is IC 1101, a giant elliptical galaxy situated more than 1 billion light-years away in the constellation Virgo. IC 1101 spans an incredible 6 million light-years across, which is approximately 60 times the diameter of the Milky Way. This gargantuan galaxy is home to hundreds of trillions of stars, many of which are old and red, indicative of a galaxy that has long since ceased active star formation. Its monumental size is a result of numerous galactic mergers over billions of years, steadily accumulating mass and dimensions through gravitational interactions. Another awe-inspiring giant is ESO 306, 17, an elliptical galaxy located about 500 million light-years away. While not as vast as IC 1101, ESO 306, 17 still stretches over 1 million light-years in diameter. The presence of a vast number of globular clusters surrounding such massive elliptical galaxies suggests their complex and violent formative histories, often marked by frequent mergers and interactions with neighboring galaxies. Further extending our understanding of cosmic giants is the galaxy cluster, Abell 2029, anchored by the massive elliptical galaxy NGC 6166. Although not as expansive as IC 1101, NGC 6166 is of significant interest due to its enormous central black hole and powerful radio emissions. This galaxy forms the core of one of the largest known galaxy clusters, contributing to its substantial gravitational footprint and the intricate dynamics of galaxy clustering. These galaxies, with their immense scale and rich histories, offer tantalizing glimpses into the processes driving galaxy evolution in the universe. By studying these cosmic leviathans, astronomers glean insights into the growth mechanisms of galaxies, the role of dark matter in shaping their structures, and the consequences of galactic mergers. Each of these giants serves as a testament to the boundless creativity and complexity inherent in the cosmos. The formation and evolution of galaxies are processes governed by a series of intricate and fascinating events spanning billions of years. It all begins in the early universe shortly after the Big Bang, when the primordial soup of hydrogen and helium began to cool. Small density fluctuations in this otherwise uniform universe allowed gravity to exert its influence, pulling material together to form the first proto-galaxies and stars in what we call the cosmic web. In these early epochs, small clusters of gas and dark matter coalesced under gravity's pull to form primordial galaxies. These tiny galaxies acted as the seeds for larger structures. Over time, through a series of mergers and accretions, these small entities combine to form larger galaxies. This hierarchical buildup is a key aspect of the lambda cold dark matter cosmological model, which describes how galaxies grow and evolve. Interactions and mergers not only increased a galaxy's mass, but also stirred up the gas within them, often triggering bursts of star formation known as starbursts. The shape and structure of a galaxy can also change dramatically through these mergers. For instance, when spiral galaxies collide, they often create elliptical galaxies, as the chaotic interaction causes the orderly disk structures to dissipate into more rounded shapes. Some evidence supporting this can be found in galaxy clusters, where elliptical galaxies are more common, suggesting that they've undergone multiple merger events over time.
I'm always nervous. When you need a new appliance, you want it at the right price. Save now and save some with smoke refrigerators.
Meanwhile, spiral galaxies like the Milky Way tend to reside in less densely populated regions, allowing them to maintain their spiral structures because they experience fewer disruptive collisions. Throughout this ongoing process of growth and interaction, individual galaxies also evolve through internal mechanisms. Spiral galaxies, for example, can cultivate new stars for billions of years, gradually transforming their interstellar gas into stars. Once the gas supply dwindles, star formation slows down, and the galaxy ages and changes in appearance, transitioning from a youthful blue spiral form to a more sedate redder hue populated by older stars. feedback from supernova explosions and activity from supermassive black holes at galaxy centers also play a crucial role in shaping a galaxy's evolution by regulating star formation and dispersing gas. Overall, the life of a galaxy is a dynamic narrative of continuous formation, growth, transformation, and sometimes dramatic interaction. From the silent, dark birthplaces of the early universe to the intricate and luminous structures we observe today, the evolutionary journeys of galaxies showcase the intricate interplay of cosmic forces that sculpt the universe. Dark matter and dark energy are enigmatic components of our universe that wield substantial influence over the structure and evolution of galaxies, despite their elusive nature. Though they constitute about 85% of the matter in the universe, dark matter does not emit, absorb, or reflect light, making it invisible to traditional observational methods. Similarly, dark energy, which accounts for about 70% of the total energy content of the universe, is equally mysterious and is thought to be responsible for the accelerated expansion of the cosmos. In the context of galaxy formation and structure, dark matter acts as the scaffolding upon which galaxies are built. During the early universe, regions of slightly higher dark matter density acted as gravitational wells, pulling in normal matter and leading to the formation of proto-galaxies. The presence of dark matter halos, a spherical distribution of dark matter surrounding galaxies, provides the necessary gravitational glue to hold galaxies together. Observations of galactic rotation curves, where the outer regions of galaxies rotate faster than expected based solely on visible matter, provide strong evidence for the presence of these dark matter halos. Without dark matter, galaxies would have insufficient gravitational pull to keep their stars, gas, and dust from flinging outwards. Dark matter also influences galactic interactions and mergers. When galaxies collide, their dark matter halos can pass through each other with minimal interruption, as dark matter interacts primarily through gravity rather than electromagnetically. This behavior can enhance the rate of galactic mergers, thereby impacting the shapes and sizes of resultant galaxies. The largest structures in the universe, such as galaxy clusters, also owe their existence to the gravitational influence of dark matter, which binds hundreds or even thousands of galaxies together in these colossal assemblies. Dark energy, on the other hand, plays a somewhat different but equally consequential role. It is theorized to be responsible for the accelerated expansion of the universe, discovered through observations of distant supernova and cosmic microwave background radiation. While this accelerated expansion may seem to exert a more global effect, it indirectly impacts galaxies. As the universe expands faster and faster, the gravitational pull between galaxies weakens, making future mergers and interactions less likely. Additionally, dark energy influences the large-scale structure of the universe, contributing to the cosmic web's distribution of galaxies and voids. Dark matter and dark energy are fundamental to understanding the cosmic architecture. Dark matter creates the framework that holds galaxies together, while dark energy drives the expansion dynamics of the universe. Together, these mysterious components orchestrate the intricate dance of galaxies, shaping the universe on both local and cosmic scales. The Andromeda galaxy, also known as M31, holds a place of prime importance in the cosmic neighborhood of the Milky Way. Positioned about 2.5 million light-years away, it is the nearest spiral galaxy to our own, and one of the most massive members of the local group, which comprises around 54 galaxies, including the Milky Way. Andromeda's significance is underscored by several key factors, not least of which is its impending collision with the Milky Way, an event that will have profound implications for the structure and future of both galaxies. Andromeda is slightly larger than the Milky Way, containing over 1 trillion stars compared to our galaxy's estimated 200 to 400 billion. This mass helps Andromeda exert a significant gravitational influence within the local group. One of the most captivating aspects of the relationship between the Milky Way and Andromeda is their approaching collision. Driven by mutual gravitational attraction, the two galaxies are converging at a rate of about 70 miles per second. This colossal event is expected to occur in approximately 4.5 billion years, and will likely result in the merging of the two galaxies into a single, larger elliptical galaxy, often referred to as Andromeda or Andromeda. The impending collision, while dramatic, is not something to fear, as the vast distances between stars mean that direct stellar collisions will be exceedingly rare. Instead, the gravitational interactions will result in a stunning transformation. The spiral structures of both galaxies will be disrupted, and their central supermassive black holes may eventually merge, emitting gravitational waves detectable across the cosmos. Such galactic mergers are not uncommon in the universe and are a vital process in the evolution of galaxies. Beyond its role in this future cosmic event, Andromeda also provides astronomers with a valuable comparative model for studying galaxy formation and evolution. Its relative proximity allows for detailed observations that help scientists understand star formation, galactic dynamics, and the life cycle of galaxies. The similarities and differences between Andromeda and the Milky Way offer insights into how environmental factors and internal processes can shape the destiny of spiral galaxies. The Andromeda galaxy serves as a mirror and a partner to the Milky Way, highlighting the intricate and dynamic nature of galactic relationships. Its eventual merger with our galaxy stands as a testament to the ever-changing, interconnected web of the universe, illustrating that even on a cosmic scale, nothing remains static, a notion that fills our view of the future with both awe and anticipation. Galaxy collisions are cosmic events that significantly mold the structure and evolution of the universe. These dramatic encounters have far-reaching consequences, affecting not just the colliding galaxies themselves, but also the broader cosmic environment. When galaxies collide, their gravitational forces intricately interact, influencing the formation of stars, the growth of supermassive black holes, and the overall morphology of the resulting galactic structures. In the initial stages of a collision, galaxies do not simply crash into each other like solid objects. Instead, they interpenetrate, and their stars, gas, and dark matter interact through complex gravitational interactions. These forces can trigger bursts of star formation as gas clouds compress and ignite new stellar nurseries. This starburst phase is often observable in colliding galaxies, like the antennae galaxies, where dazzling displays of new stars highlight the regions of interaction. In some cases, these starbursts can produce tens to hundreds of new stars simultaneously, significantly influencing the luminosity and evolution of emerging galaxies. As the collision progresses, the original shapes of the galaxies become distorted, with tidal forces stretching and warping them into new forms. These interactions can lead to the formation of tidal tails, long streams of stars and gas ejected into intergalactic space, as seen in systems like the Mice galaxies. Over time, the gravitational dance continues, with the galaxies repeatedly passing through each other and coalescing their cores. These repeated interactions gradually dissipate the ordered rotational structures typical of spiral galaxies, often resulting in the creation of an elliptical galaxy. The supermassive black holes at the centers of each galaxy may merge, releasing gravitational waves and potentially powering quasars or active galactic nuclei that can outshine the combined light of all the stars in their host galaxies. Galaxy collisions also play a crucial role on larger cosmic scales. They drive the hierarchical model of structure formation, where small galaxies merge to form larger ones over billions of years. This process helps to explain the diverse array of galaxy types we observe today, from the elegant spirals to the more amorphous ellipticals. In the context of galaxy clusters, collisions among member galaxies can influence the distribution of dark matter, intergalactic gas, and the overall dynamics of the cluster. Moreover, the remnants of these collisions, both the newly formed galaxies and the extended ejecta of stars and gas, contribute to the enrichment of the intergalactic medium with heavy elements forged in the hearts of stars. This material can seed future generations of star formation across the universe, further perpetuating the cycle of cosmic evolution. Galaxy collisions are transformative events that reshape the cosmic landscape, driving star formation, altering galactic morphologies, and fostering the growth of supermassive black holes. They underscore the dynamic and evolving nature of the universe as galaxies continuously interact and evolve, creating a tapestry of ongoing cosmic creation and transformation.
Bamboo HR is easy for everyone.
Me?
Yes, you too. Easy starts at bamboohr.com.
black hole, often a subject of deep fascination and scientific wonder, is a region in space where the gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from it. These cosmic phenomena are born from the death throes of massive stars, roughly 20 times the size of our Sun, that collapse under their own gravity after exhausting their nuclear fuel. The core is compressed to an extremely small size, where density and gravity become infinitely large for our current understanding, leading to what is termed a singularity. Around this singularity lies the event horizon, the point beyond which nothing can return once crossed, making black holes essentially invisible to direct observation. Detecting black holes, given their nature, may seem an insurmountable challenge. However, scientists employ several ingenious methods. One primary technique is observing the behavior of nearby stars and gas clouds. If a star is seen to orbit an unseen companion, astronomers can infer the presence of a black hole from the star's movement and the gravitational effects at play. Another vital method is through the detection of X-rays emitted by the accretion disk, the hot, glowing material spiraling into the black hole. This material heats up and emits high-energy radiation just before crossing the event horizon. Moreover, groundbreaking advancements in gravitational wave astronomy, particularly through observatories like LIGO and Virgo, have recently allowed us to detect the ripples in space-time caused by the collision and merger of black holes. Through these methods, the once invisible and mysterious black holes are becoming some of the most well-understood objects in the cosmos. The event horizon of a black hole stands as one of the defining and most mysterious aspects of these celestial phenomena. Essentially, the event horizon is the boundary surrounding a black hole, beyond which nothing can escape. This escape includes particles, electromagnetic radiation such as light, and even information itself. The reason for this is rooted in the intense gravitational pull that characterizes black holes, a force so overpowering that once matter and radiation cross this threshold, they are inexorably drawn inwards toward the singularity, forever lost from the rest of the universe. To comprehend the event horizon's function, imagine space as a stretched fabric. As objects with mass warp this fabric, the distortion represents gravity. A black hole with its immense mass concentrated into an infinitely small point creates a warp so deep that it essentially creates a hole in this fabric. The event horizon marks the edge of this hole. Just outside this boundary, the escape velocity, the speed needed to break free from the black hole's gravitational pull, equals the speed of light. Thus, at or beyond the event horizon, the escape velocity surpasses the speed of light, making it impossible for anything to break free. The concept also invokes fascinating implications in physics and information theory, leading to thought-provoking discussions about the fate of information swallowed by black holes and the eventual state of matter within them. This boundary is not a physical surface, but rather a notional divide, a region of space where our understanding of physics, shaped largely by the laws of general relativity, stretches to its limits. There are primarily three recognized types of black holes, each distinguished by their formation processes and mass. The first category, stellar black holes, are the most common type. These form from the gravitational collapse of massive stars, typically around 20 times heavier than our Sun. When these stars exhaust their nuclear fuel, they can no longer support themselves against the force of gravity and collapse inwardly. Stellar black holes generally possess a mass ranging from a few to several tens of solar masses. Next, we encounter the supermassive black holes, behemoths that reside at the centers of most galaxies, including our own Milky Way. These colossal entities boast masses equivalent to millions or even billions of suns. Despite their awe-inspiring size, the exact formation mechanism of supermassive black holes remains a topic of active research and debate. Some theories suggest they grow from the merger of smaller black holes, while others propose rapid accumulation of gas and stellar material in the early universe. These giants exert profound influence on their host galaxies, regulating star formation and even shaping the galaxy's overall structure. Lastly, there are the intermediate mass black holes, a particularly elusive and somewhat mysterious class of black holes with masses between 100 and 100,000 solar masses. Finding definitive evidence for these has proven challenging, but they are believed to form through the merging of smaller black holes or the direct collapse of massive mid-sized black holes can provide critical insights into the processes that bridge the realm of stellar black holes and their supermassive counterparts, potentially unlocking secrets about the growth and evolution of black holes throughout the cosmos. Each type of black hole, with its unique characteristics and formation story, underscores the rich complexity and dynamic nature of our universe, revealing layers of cosmic phenomena that continue to intrigue and inspire scientific inquiry. A neutron star, one of the densest forms of matter in the universe, emerges from the explosive aftermath of a supernova. Picture an atom's nucleus crammed into a sphere just about 12 miles in diameter, yet containing a mass 1.5 to 2 times that of our Sun. This is a neutron star, a stellar remnant left behind when a massive star, typically 8 to 20 times the mass of the Sun, exhausts its nuclear fuel and undergoes a gravitational collapse. The process begins as the star's core contracts under the force of gravity, while the outer layers are expelled in a dramatic explosion known as a supernova. The supernova's colossal blast sheds the outer material into space, but what happens at the core is a symphony of extreme physics. As the core collapses, protons and electrons are forced to combine into neutrons due to the intense gravitational pressure. This neutron-rich core, no longer able to compress any further, stabilizes into a neutron star. The matter inside is so dense that a sugar cube-sized amount of neutron star material would weigh about as much as all of humanity combined. Neutron stars also possess incredibly strong magnetic fields and enormous rotational speeds, often observable as pulsars, rotating neutron stars that emit beams of electromagnetic radiation from their magnetic poles. Neutron stars are fascinating endpoints in stellar evolution, but they also spark many further questions. These celestial objects serve as natural laboratories for studying physics under extreme conditions. For instance, the composition and state of matter inside a neutron star are subjects of vigorous scientific inquiry, intersecting fields ranging from quantum mechanics to general relativity. The study of these dense remnants also helps refine our understanding of fundamental forces and the behavior of matter at densities far exceeding what we encounter on Earth. Pulsars and magnetars are specialized types of neutron stars, each showcasing the incredible variety of behaviors and characteristics that these dense stellar remnants can exhibit. Pulsars, for instance, are neutron stars that emit beams of radiation from their magnetic poles. As these stars rotate, and assuming their magnetic poles are not aligned with their rotational axes, the emitted radiation sweeps across space like the focused beam of a lighthouse. If one of these beams happens to point toward Earth, we detect it as regular pulses of radiation, hence the name pulsar. These pulses can occur at incredibly regular intervals, ranging from milliseconds to seconds, making pulsars some of the most precise natural clocks in the universe. The phenomena are so stable that astronomers even use them to test the fundamental laws of physics, such as general relativity. Magnetars, on the other hand, represent an extreme subset of neutron stars characterized by their exceptionally strong magnetic fields, thousands of times stronger than those found in typical neutron stars or even pulsars. These magnetic fields can be 1 quadrillion times stronger than Earth's magnetic field. Magnetars often also rotate relatively slowly compared to pulsars, with rotation periods ranging from a few seconds to several minutes. These potent magnetic fields lead to dramatic surface activity and violent outbursts, manifesting as intense bursts of X-rays and gamma rays. Such bursts can affect the star's crust, which is composed of ultra-dense neutron-rich matter, leading to starquakes and further bursts of high-energy emissions. Thus, pulsars and magnetars highlight the diversity within the neutron star family. While pulsars and their rhythmic light pulses help us explore the cosmos with precise timing, magnetars challenge our understanding of magnetic fields and high-energy astrophysics through their powerful emissions. Both phenomena offer unique windows into the extreme environments and fundamental physics at play in these dense post-supernova remnants, enriching our knowledge of the universe's most exotic objects. Among the myriad of black holes and neutron stars discovered, a few have garnered particular renown due to their unique properties, historical importance, or the groundbreaking science they facilitated. One of the most famous black holes is Cygnus X1, located in the constellation Cygnus about 6,000 light-years from Earth. Discovered in the early 1970s, Cygnus X1 was one of the first strong candidates for a black hole. This binary system includes a blue supergiant star and its compact companion, the black hole, which exhibits powerful X-ray emissions as it accretes matter from the supergiant. The discovery of Cygnus X1 played a pivotal role in solidifying the concept of black holes within astrophysics, proving their existence beyond theoretical constructs. In the world of neutron stars, the Crab pulsar is iconic, located at the heart of the Crab Nebula. The Crab pulsar is the remnant of a supernova explosion recorded by Chinese astronomers in 1054 AD. This pulsar rotates 30 times per second, emitting pulses of radiation across various wavelengths, including radio waves, optical light, X-rays, and gamma rays. The Crab pulsar is intensely studied because it offers a wealth of information about pulsar wind nebulae, magnetic fields, and the mechanics of supernova remnants. The synchronization of observations across different electromagnetic spectrum bands makes the Crab pulsar a cornerstone in multi-wavelength astronomy. Another notable black hole is Sagittarius A star, a supermassive black hole at the center of our Milky Way galaxy. Invisible to optical telescopes, its presence is inferred through the rapid orbits of nearby stars, which circle an unseen massive object with immense gravitational influence. Through techniques like radio and infrared observations, astronomers can map these stellar orbits and confirm the astounding mass of Sagittarius A star, approximately 4 million times that of the Sun. The discovery and study of Sagittarius A star have provided invaluable insights into the nature of supermassive black holes and their role in galaxy formation and evolution. For neutron stars, PSRB 1919+21 holds historical significance as the first pulsar ever discovered. Found by Jocelyn Bell Burnell and Anthony Hewish in 1967, its periodic radio pulses initially led to speculation about extraterrestrial intelligence before it was identified as a rapidly rotating neutron star emitting beams of radio waves. This discovery opened a new era for observational astrophysics, revealing new ways to study the extreme physics governing neutron stars. These famous black holes and neutron stars are not merely objects of cosmic curiosity. They are monumental in advancing our understanding of stellar evolution, gravitational theory, and the extreme states of matter, continually pushing the boundaries of what's known as modern astrophysics. The Big Bang theory is the prevailing cosmological model explaining the origin of the universe. According to this theory, the universe began approximately 13.8 billion years ago from an extremely hot, dense state and has been expanding ever since. The notion of the Big Bang should not be confused with an explosion in the conventional sense. Rather, it was an event that marked the beginning of space, time, and all the matter and energy that currently exists. The term Big Bang, initially coined somewhat pejoratively by British astronomer Fred Hoyle, has since become the widely accepted designation for this cosmological model. The Big Bang theory finds strong support from multiple lines of empirical evidence. One of the most compelling pieces comes from the observation of the cosmic microwave background radiation, first detected accidentally by Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson in 1965. The CMB is a faint glow that fills the universe and is considered the afterglow of the Big Bang itself, providing a snapshot of the infant universe when it was just 380,000 years old. This radiation is remarkably uniform, with tiny fluctuations that correspond to the seeds of all current cosmic structure, galaxies, stars, and planets. Another line of evidence is the redshift of galaxies, first described by Edwin Hubble. Hubble observed that galaxies appear to be moving away from us, with their light shifted towards the red end of the spectrum, indicating that space itself is expanding. This observation aligns with the predictions of general relativity, which Albert Einstein formulated earlier in the 20th century. When run backward, this expansion implies that the universe was once much more condensed. And that furthermore, the abundance of light elements such as hydrogen, helium, and traces of lithium, as predicted by Big Bang nucleosynthesis, also supports this theory. These elements were formed during the first few minutes of the universe when temperatures and pressures were so high that nuclear reactions could occur, creating these primordial primordial elements in quantities that match what we observe today. The Big Bang Theory provides a comprehensive framework for understanding the universe's origin and its subsequent evolution. It not only accounts for current observations, but also continuously guides new discoveries, enhancing our grasp of the cosmos as it evolves over billions of years. Determining the age and size of the universe relies on a blend of observational astronomy, theoretical physics, and advanced mathematical modeling. To measure its age, one of the key methods involves studying the cosmic microwave background radiation, CMB, which is the oldest light in the universe. This relic radiation from the Big Bang, first detected by Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson in 1965, provides a direct window into the early universe. By analyzing the tiny fluctuations in the CMB, scientists can infer crucial cosmological parameters, such as the rate of expansion of the universe, known as the Hubble constant. Microwave observatories like the Wilkinson Microwave Anisotropy Probe, WMAP, and the Planck satellite have provided precise measurements of these fluctuations, leading to the most accurate estimates of the universe's age. Current calculations suggest that the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old. Another approach involves studying the oldest known star clusters, such as globular clusters. These densely packed groups of ancient stars provide a lower bound on the age of the universe. By determining the age of the oldest stars within these clusters, which can be done through understanding stellar evolution and nucleosynthesis, astronomers validate and refine the age derived from the CMB data. These stars' ages are consistent with the universe being several billion years old, corroborating the results derived from cosmic background stars. Measuring the size of the universe, particularly the observable universe, is intertwined with understanding its expansion. Edwin Hubble's observation that galaxies are receding from us, with more distant galaxies moving faster, paved the way for estimating cosmic scale. The Hubble constant, which quantifies this expansion rate, is critical for calculating distances. Modern measurements using type Ia supernovae as standard candles, a method where the intrinsic brightness of these exploding stars is well understood, help refine the value of the Hubble constant. Alongside baryon acoustic oscillations, BAO, which are periodic fluctuations in the density of visible baryonic matter, provide another standard ruler for cosmological distances. Combining the Hubble constant with the current age of the universe allows scientists to estimate the size of the observable universe. Since light travels at a finite speed, looking out into space is also looking back in time. Hence, the observable universe is a sphere around us with a radius of about 93 billion light years. This is far larger than the age of the universe multiplied by the speed of light due to the continuous expansion of space itself. Through these integrated methods, examining the CMB, star clusters, supernovae, and cosmic expansion, scientists piece together a picture of the universe's vast age and size, offering profound insights into the cosmos's observable boundaries and its dramatic history. Cosmic background radiation, more formally known as the cosmic microwave background, is a pervasive afterglow of the Big Bang, presenting itself as a faint microwave radiation that fills the entire universe. Discovered accidentally by Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson in 1965, the CMB represents the residual heat left over from the initial explosion that created the universe. This radiation dates back to approximately 380,000 years after the Big Bang, a time when the universe had cooled sufficiently to allow protons and electrons to combine into neutral hydrogen atoms, making the universe transparent and allowing light to travel freely for the first time. The CMB is essentially a snapshot of the universe at that infant stage. The importance of cosmic background radiation to cosmology cannot be understated. First and foremost, it provides strong empirical support for the Big Bang theory. The near-perfect uniformity of the CMB, with minute temperature variations of about 1 part in 100,000, fits precisely with predictions from the Big Bang model concerning the early universe's homogeneous and isotropic nature. These minute fluctuations are significant. They represent the seeds of all current structure in the universe, galaxies, stars, and planets, indicating regions of slightly varying densities that grew over billions of years into the cosmic structures we observe today. Detailed measurements of the CMB, particularly Cosmic background radiation serves as a vital cosmic relic, a faint whisper of the universe's explosive birth and its subsequent evolution. It provides us with a detailed map of the early universe, guiding our comprehension of the cosmos from its inception to its current vast structured form, and continues to be an essential source of data for ongoing and future astrophysical research. Scientists study the expansion of the universe primarily through the observation of distant galaxies and the light they emit. One of the foundational methods relies on the redshift of light, a phenomenon first systematically studied by Edwin Hubble in the 1920s. Redshift occurs because as galaxies move away from us due to the expansion of space, the light traveling from these galaxies gets stretched, shifting it toward the red end of the electromagnetic spectrum. This shift can be quantified using spectroscopic techniques, where the absorption or emission lines of elements observed in a galaxy's spectrum are compared to their known laboratory wavelengths. The amount of redshift directly correlates with the galaxy's velocity and distance, providing a measure of how fast they are receding and, consequently, a measure of the universe's expansion rate. An essential tool in this process is the Hubble constant, symbolized as h0, which quantifies the rate of expansion of the universe. This constant is derived from Hubble's law, which states that the velocity of a galaxy, v, is directly proportional to its distance, d, from us, with h0 being the proportionality constant, v equals sine h0 xd. Measuring the Hubble constant requires precise distance measurements to galaxies, which astronomers achieve through several methods. One key approach involves using standard candles such as type Ia supernovae. These supernovae have a consistent intrinsic brightness, allowing their distance to be calculated by comparing their known luminosity to their observed brightness. By mapping the distances against the redshifts of these supernovae, scientists provide a more accurate value for the Hubble constant, thereby refining our understanding of the rate of expansion. The study of cosmic background radiation, or CMB, provides another critical avenue for understanding expansion. The CMB is the afterglow of the Big Bang, uniform in all directions, but with tiny temperature fluctuations that offer insight into the early universe's conditions. Space missions like the Wilkinson Microwave Anisotropy Probe, WMAP, and the Planck satellite have measured these fluctuations with high precision. Analysis of the CMB helps determine several cosmic parameters, including the universe's geometry and the rate of its expansion over time. These observations reinforce the measurements derived from distant galaxies and supernovae, giving a cohesive picture of the universe's expansion history. Finally, scientists also use baryon acoustic oscillations, BAO, as a standard ruler for cosmic distances. BAO refers to regular periodic fluctuations in the density of visible matter due to sound waves traveling through the early universe. These sound waves have left their imprint on the large-scale distribution of galaxies. By measuring the scale of BAO in the distribution of galaxies, astronomers can further refine the distance measures necessary to calculate the universe's expansion rate. The expansion of the universe is studied through a multifaceted approach, combining observations of distant galaxies, supernova, cosmic background radiation, and large-scale cosmic structures. These methodologies converge to provide a detailed and evolving picture of how space itself has been stretching and growing ever since the Big Bang, guiding our understanding of the dynamic and expanding universe we inhabit. The ultimate fate of the universe is one of cosmology's most profound questions, and several leading theories propose different scenarios based on our understanding of current cosmological parameters, particularly the nature of dark energy, dark matter, and the universe's overall geometry and expansion rate. One of the primary theories is the Big Freeze, also known as heat death. This scenario depends heavily on the concept of dark energy, which appears to be driving the accelerated expansion of the universe. Should this acceleration continue indefinitely, galaxies will drift further apart, producing interactions such as galaxy mergers and star formation. Over billions to trillions of years, stars will exhaust their nuclear fuel, and the formation of new stars will cease, leaving behind a universe increasingly dominated by cold, dark remnants like white dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes. Eventually, even black holes might evaporate through a process called Hawking radiation, leading to a final related theory to the Big Crunch is the Big Bang. Here, the universe undergoes repeated cycles of expansion and contraction. After contracting into an extremely dense state similar to a Big Crunch, quantum gravitational effects might cause a rebound, leading to another Big Bang and a new cycle of expansion. This theory attempts to merge principles of quantum mechanics with general relativity to explain the universe's behavior at extreme densities. A more recently discussed fate is the Big Rip. This scenario stems from certain models of dark energy, particularly those involving a form of dark energy called phantom energy, which increases in strength over time. If dark energy grows stronger than all other forces, it could eventually rip apart galaxies, stars, planets, and even atomic nuclei, leading to a universe where space itself is torn apart. The Big Rip predicts a dramatic end where the force driving the expansion overwhelms every binding force at every scale. Lastly, there is the heat death scenario, different from the big freeze mainly in how it emphasizes achieving a state of thermodynamic equilibrium. In this context, the universe reaches maximum entropy, where all energy is uniformly distributed and no difference in temperature exists to drive any form of work or processes. This will be the ultimate state of inactivity, a uniform, featureless expanse where the thermodynamic arrow of time has essentially run its course. These theories are continually refined and tested as our understanding of dark energy, dark matter, and other cosmological factors improve. Current and future observations, such as those from the James Webb Space Telescope or gravitational wave detectors, will be crucial in further constraining these models, helping to illuminate the profound question of the universe's ultimate destiny. The search for and study of dark matter and dark energy are among the most exciting and challenging pursuits in modern astronomy and physics. Both components appear to play fundamental roles in the cosmos, yet remain elusive because they do not interact with light in ways that make them easily observable. Scientists employ a variety of methods to infer their presence and study their properties. Dark matter is inferred from its gravitational effects on visible matter, radiation, and the large-scale structure of the universe. One of the key pieces of evidence comes from the rotational curves of galaxies. When scientists observe the rotation speeds of stars within galaxies, they find that the outer stars rotate much faster than can be explained by the visible mass alone. This discrepancy strongly suggests the presence of an unseen mass, attributed to dark matter. Additionally, the gravitational lensing effect, where light from distant objects is bent around massive clusters of galaxies, provides another line of evidence. The degree of bending exceeds what would be expected from visible matter alone, pointing to substantial amounts of dark matter. Efforts to detect dark matter directly are ongoing and involve highly sensitive detectors placed deep underground to shield them from cosmic rays and other background radiation. These experiments, like the cryogenic dark matter search (CDMS) and the xenon dark matter experiment (xenon), aim to detect rare interactions between dark matter particles and normal matter. Other avenues include accelerator experiments, such as those conducted at the Large Hadron Collider (LHC), hoping to produce dark matter particles in high-energy collisions. Dark energy, on the other hand, is believed to be the force driving the accelerated expansion of the universe. Its presence was first inferred from observations of Type Ia supernovae in the 1990s, revealing that distant supernovae appeared dimmer than expected, suggesting that the universe's expansion rate is increasing. Dark energy constitutes about 70% of the universe's total energy content, yet its exact nature remains a profound mystery. The study of dark energy involves several approaches. One primary method is the observation of large-scale structures in the universe, such as galaxy clusters and voids. Surveys like the Sloan Digital Sky Survey (SDSS) and the Dark Energy Survey (DES) map the distribution of these structures to track how they evolve over time. Another crucial observation comes from the cosmic microwave background (CMB) radiation. Instruments like the Planck satellite provide detailed measurements of the CMB, allowing scientists to infer the universe's geometry and expansion history. The behavior of baryonic acoustic oscillations (BAO), sound waves from the early universe imprinted in the distribution of galaxies, also offers insights into the expansion rate influenced by dark energy. Future missions and projects aim to further our understanding of both dark matter and dark energy. The upcoming Euclid Satellites in the James Webb Space Telescope, JWST, will provide unprecedented data, and ground-based observatories like the Irizzy Observatory's Legacy Survey of Space and Time, LSST, will offer comprehensive sky surveys. These efforts are complemented by theoretical work, aiming to better integrate dark matter and dark energy into the framework of particle physics and general relativity. The quest to unveil dark matter and dark energy involves a multifaceted strategy, combining observational evidence from telescopes, experimental searches in particle physics, and theoretical development. While these components remain enigmatic, their study continues to push the boundaries of our understanding, enriching our conception of the universe's composition and its ultimate fate. Exoplanets, or extrasolar planets, are planets that orbit stars outside our solar system. These celestial bodies vary widely in size, composition, and orbital characteristics, offering a fascinating glimpse into the diversity of planetary systems. Since the first confirmed detection in 1992 of exoplanets orbiting the pulsar PSRB 1257 plus 12, the field has expanded dramatically, with thousands of exoplanets now catalogued thanks to advanced detection methods and technologies. One of the most effective techniques for discovering exoplanets is the transit method. This method involves monitoring the brightness of a star over time. If a planet passes directly between its star and the observer, it causes a temporary dimming of the star's light, a transit. By measuring the depth, duration, and periodicity of these transits, astronomers can infer the planet's size, its orbital period, and even some atmospheric properties if the star's light filters through the planet's atmosphere. NASA's Kepler Space Telescope revolutionized this method, discovering over 2,000 confirmed exoplanets by observing a fixed field of stars and detecting the tiny dips in brightness caused by planetary transits. Another well-established method is radial velocity, or the Doppler method. This technique measures the wobble in a star's motion caused by the gravitational influence of an orbiting planet. As the star moves towards and away from us, its light shows a slight redshift and blue shift due to the Doppler effect. By analyzing these shifts with high-precision spectrometers, scientists can determine the planet's mass and orbit. Ground-based telescopes, such as those using the HARP spectrograph in Chile, have been instrumental in detecting exoplanets through this method. Gravitational microlensing offers another intriguing avenue for discovery. It relies on the gravitational field of a massive object, like a star, which bends the light of a background star. If a planet orbits the intermediary star, it can create a distinct temporary brightening in the background star's light, a microlensing event. This method is particularly effective in finding planets at greater distances from their stars, even in planetary systems located several thousand light-years away, although it does require precise alignment and is often used in conjunction with other methods. Direct imaging, though challenging, is a growing field. This method involves capturing pictures of exoplanets by blocking out the star's bright light, often using a coronagraph or a star shade. Advances in technology and adaptive optics have made it possible to directly image larger exoplanets, especially those orbiting relatively far from their host stars. The James Webb Space Telescope is expected to push the boundaries of direct imaging, allowing us to study exoplanet atmospheres in greater detail. Last but not least, astrometry measures the precise changes in a star's position in the sky due to the gravitational effect of an orbiting planet. Though less commonly used due to the necessity of extremely accurate measurements, astrometry can be highly effective for detecting planets with longer orbital periods. These discovery methods, employed individually or in complementary combinations, enable scientists to characterize exoplanets' masses, radii, orbital distances, and atmospheric compositions. Each new discovery adds to our understanding of planet formation and the potential for habitability, bringing us closer to answering whether life exists beyond our solar system. With missions like TESS, Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite, the James Webb Space Telescope, and upcoming projects like Pluto, planetary transit and observation of stars, the search for and study of exoplanets continue to be an exhilarating frontier in modern astronomy. Scientists use several sophisticated methods to detect exoplanets, each with its own strengths and Way and is redshifted. High-precision spectrometers like those employed in the HARPS, high-accuracy radial velocity planet searcher, instrument at the La Silla Observatory in Chile, can detect these subtle changes in the star's velocity. This method provides information about the planet's minimum mass and orbital eccentricities. Gravitational microlensing is a method that relies on the gravitational field of a star to magnify the light from a more distant background star that they are lying close to. If the foreground star has a planet, it can cause an additional noticeable blip in the light profile, a microlensing event. This technique is especially adept at detecting planets far from their host stars, including those in systems thousands of light years away, which might be missed by other methods. Direct imaging involves capturing visual or infrared images of planets by blocking out the light from the host star, usually with a coronagraph or a star shade, to reduce the star's glare. Although challenging due to the faintness of planets compared to their stars, recent advancements in adaptive optics and the use of space telescopes have made this method increasingly viable. Direct imaging allows scientists to study the atmospheres and even the weather patterns of exoplanets by analyzing the emitted or reflected light. Lastly, astrometry measures the precise movement of stars in the sky, looking for the tiny wobbles caused by orbiting planets. This method requires extremely high precision because the positional changes are minuscule. While it's less commonly used due to technological challenges, it can be effective in detecting massive planets in wide orbits. These techniques often complement each other. For example, initial detections made by the transiting radial velocity methods can be followed up with direct imaging or atmospheric analysis during transit to gather more comprehensive data. Each method brings us closer to understanding the vast diversity of planetary systems in our galaxy and the potential for life beyond our solar system. With missions like TESS, Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite, the JWS, James Webb Space Telescope, and ESA's Plato, Planetary Transits and Oscillations of Stars, the detection and study of exoplanets are becoming ever more precise and insightful, opening new frontiers in the search for extraterrestrial life. An exoplanet's potential habitability hinges on several key factors, primarily related to its capacity to support liquid water, which is considered essential for life as we know it. The most critical criteria include the exoplanet's location within its star's habitable zone, its size and composition, atmospheric conditions, and the stability and activity of its host stars. The habitable zone, often termed the Goldilocks zone, is the region around a star where the temperature is just right for liquid water to exist on a planet's surface, not too hot and not too cold. This zone's distance varies depending on the star's type and luminosity. For instance, around a Sun-like star, the habitable zone might stretch from about 0.95 to 1.37 astronomical units, AU, from the star, with 1 AU being the distance from Earth to the Sun. For a smaller, cooler star, like an M-dwarf, the habitable zone would be much closer in. Discovering an exoplanet within this zone is the first significant step toward assessing its habitability. Size and composition are also crucial. Ideally, a potentially habitable exoplanet should be about Earth size, meaning it has a radius and mass not drastically different from our own planet. This implies it is more likely to have a rocky surface as opposed to being a gas giant. Planets that are too large may attract thick hydrogen-helium atmospheres, making them more like Neptune or Jupiter than Earth. Alternatively, planets significantly smaller than Earth may struggle to retain a substantial atmosphere, which is vital for maintaining liquid water and protecting life forms from harmful stellar radiation. The planet's atmosphere plays a pivotal role in regulating surface stars with relatively stable output and longer lifespans, like our Sun, are more conducive to habitability. Interestingly, M dwarfs or red dwarfs, despite being cooler and dimmer, have incredibly long lifespans, and their habitable zones are close in. However, their propensity for flares poses a potential risk to habitability. Other considerations include the planet's axial tilt and orbital eccentricity, which affect seasonal variations and overall climate stability, as well as the presence of a down the immense complexity of the search for extraterrestrial intelligence into a series of manageable factors. These factors include the rate of star formation in the galaxy, the fraction of those stars that host planetary systems, and the number of planets in the solar system that might be hospitable to life. From there, it delves further into the likelihood of life arising on such planets, the odds that such life forms develop intelligence, and finally, the probability that these intelligent beings develop technologies that allow them to communicate across interstellar distances. Each variable in the Drake equation requires a mix of observational data, theoretical understanding, and a bit of educated guesswork, as some factors remain largely speculative. For instance, while we have considerable data on the rate of star formation and the prevalence of exoplanets thanks to missions like Kepler, estimates for the emergence of life, the development of intelligence, and the lifespan of technological civilizations involve more uncertainty. Despite these uncertainties, the true power of the Drake equation lies in its framework, which allows scientists to systematically approach the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI. By updating the equation's factors with new discoveries, scientists can continuously refine our estimate of the number of civilizations, shining light on the profound question, are we alone in the galaxy? Through collaborative international efforts and technological advancements, the quest driven by the Drake equation persists, ever adaptive to the expanding horizons of our astronomical knowledge. The Apollo missions stand as monumental milestones in the annals of human achievement, with Apollo 11's historic landing on the moon in 1969 forever etched into the collective memory of humanity. This astonishing feat saw astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin become the first humans to set foot on another celestial body, a testament to the boundless ingenuity and perseverance of those involved. Armstrong's famous words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," echoed the significance of this unprecedented venture. The Apollo program was not limited to just planting a flag and leaving footprints. It brought back over 840 pounds of lunar rocks, soil, and core samples, which fundamentally transformed our understanding of the moon's composition and geological history. Yet the Apollo missions were about much more than just reaching and returning to the moon. They epitomized the power of scientific exploration and technological advancement. The Apollo missions led to significant developments in many areas, from computing to engineering. The Saturn V rocket, the most powerful rocket ever built, successfully propelled astronauts beyond Earth's gravity. Scientific experiments left on the lunar surface, such as seismometers and spectroreflectors, provided valuable data about the moon's internal structure and its interaction with Earth. Apollo 12 to Apollo 17 expanded on the initial achievements with extended lunar surface explorations, the deployment of scientific instruments, and the use of the lunar roving vehicle, which allowed astronauts to travel farther from their landing sites. The combined achievements of the Apollo missions laid the groundwork for contemporary space exploration and provided enduring inspiration, reflecting the remarkable possibilities when human ambition and scientific inquiry intertwine. The International Space Station, ISS, represents a pinnacle of global collaboration and scientific inquiry, orbiting Earth approximately 250 miles above its surface. Since its inception in 1998, the ISS has served as an invaluable platform for conducting experiments that would be impossible under Earth's gravity. Through long-duration missions, scientists have been able to study the effects of microgravity on the human body, yielding crucial insights for future astronauts who may embark on extended journeys to Mars and beyond. Research on muscle atrophy, bone density loss, and fluid shifts within the body has led to the development of countermeasures and better understanding of how space travel impacts human physiology, which is vital for long-term survival in outer space. Beyond the realm of biology, the ISS has also become a laboratory for a diverse range of scientific disciplines. Studies in physics, for instance, have benefited from the microgravity environment to explore phenomena like fluid dynamics and combustion in ways that are not possible on Earth. The ISS has continuously leveraging its unique position in low Earth orbit, the ISS remains a beacon of scientific progress and a crucial stepping stone for future exploration of deep space. The Mars rovers, Curiosity and Perseverance, are at the forefront of humanity's quest to unravel the mysteries of the red planet. Launched by NASA, these advanced robotic explorers are tasked with delving into the planet's history and assessing its potential to have hosted life. Curiosity, which landed in Gale Crater in 2012, has a prime objective to investigate whether Mars ever had environmental conditions to support microbial life. Equipped with a suite of scientific instruments, Curiosity has been analyzing rocky soil samples for organic compounds and other chemical indicators of habitability. The rover's discovery of ancient riverbeds and lake beds, alongside the detection of complex organic molecules, has already provided compelling evidence that Mars could have been hospitable to life billions of years ago. Perseverance, which touched down in Zero Crater in 2021, builds on Curiosity's legacy, but dives even deeper into the search for signs of past life. One of its primary missions is to collect and cache soil and rock samples that could potentially contain biosignatures, traces left by ancient microbial life. These samples are intended to be returned to Earth in a future mission for detailed laboratory analysis. Perseverance is also equipped with groundbreaking technology to study Mars geology and climate, and it actively scouts for potential landing sites for human missions. Additionally, Perseverance has brought along Ingenuity, a small helicopter that has already proven powered flight on another planet is possible, opening up new avenues for aerial exploration. Through these multifaceted endeavors, both rovers are laying the groundwork not only for future scientific discoveries, but also for the eventual human exploration of Mars, transforming our understanding of the planet one groundbreaking discovery at a time. Voyager and New Horizons represent marvels of human ingenuity, each embarking on extraordinary journeys to explore the outer reaches of our solar system and beyond. The twin Voyager spacecraft, launched in 1977, were designed initially for a grand tour of the outer planets. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 delivered unprecedented close-up images and data from Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune, dramatically expanding our understanding of these distant worlds. Equipped with a suite of scientific instruments including cameras, magnetometers and plasma detectors, the Voyager revealed details such as the rings of Jupiter, complex atmospheres of Saturn and Neptune, and the active volcanism on Io, one of Jupiter's moons. As if these missions weren't ambitious enough, both Voyager spacecraft have since traveled into interstellar space, becoming our first human-made objects to leave the heliosphere, the bubble of solar rings surrounding our solar system. Their instruments continue to send back valuable data about the interstellar medium, providing insights into the environment that lies beyond the influence of our sun, and in turn, enhancing our understanding of our place in the galaxy. New Horizons, launched in 2006, epitomized a singular mission to explore Pluto and the Kuiper Belt. After a journey of nearly a decade, New Horizons made its close approach to Pluto in 2015, capturing detailed images and data that transformed our view of this distant dwarf planet. The mission unveiled Pluto's complex geology, including towering mountains and vast plains of nitrogen ice, challenging previous assumptions about what such a distant and cold world could look like. Riding on the success of its Pluto flyby, New Horizons was directed to a secondary target, a Kuiper Belt object known as Arrokoth, which it encountered in 2019. This flyby provided a glimpse into the building blocks of our solar system, revealing a primordial world with a surprisingly smooth and unblemished surface. Both the Voyager and New Horizons missions highlight humanity's insatiable curiosity and quest for knowledge. They not only provided a treasure trove of scientific data, but also served as beacons to the boundless frontiers that await us in the cosmos, each milestone pushing the boundary of what we can achieve and discover in space exploration. As humanity sets its sights on returning to the moon and venturing to Mars, the objectives of these future an ideal testing ground for technologies and life support systems needed for missions further afield, making it a critical stepping stone for Mars exploration. Turning to Mars, the objectives grow even more tantalizing as the red planet offers not just scientific but existential questions about our place in the universe. Future missions, spearheaded by NASA, ESA, and private companies like SpaceX, aim to pave the way for human exploration of Mars. These missions will build on the foundations laid by robotic explorers like Curiosity and Perseverance. They will focus on colonization prospects, such as developing habitats that will withstand Martian conditions, mastering in situ resource utilization, particularly extracting water and producing oxygen, and creating sustainable energy solutions. Scientifically, Mars missions prioritize the search for signs of past or present life, studying its climate and geology in fine detail, and understanding its history of atmospheric and surface changes. This will involve drilling deeper into the Martian surface and even returning samples to Earth for comprehensive analysis. These endeavors not only aim to answer fundamental questions about Mars, but also prepare humanity for living on another planet, potentially safeguarding the future of our species. Each step taken on these celestial bodies serves as a giant leap toward becoming an interplanetary civilization, driven by the spirit of exploration and the quest for knowledge. Space telescopes like the Hubble Space Telescope and the James Webb Space Telescope have revolutionized our understanding of the cosmos, providing unparalleled views and insights that ground-based observatories simply cannot achieve. Since its launch in 1990, the Hubble Space Telescope has peered deep into space with its sensitive instruments, capturing breathtaking images of galaxies, nebulae, and distant stars. Hubble's observations have led to significant discoveries, such as the accelerated expansion of the universe, confirmed through its detailed studies of distant supernova and the measurement of the redshifts of faraway galaxies. These findings have profound implications, leading to the theorization of dark energy as a driving force behind this expansion. Hubble's high-resolution imagery has been instrumental in refining our understanding of the life cycles of stars and the process of galaxy formation and evolution. By capturing detailed images of the early universe, Hubble has enabled astronomers to study the formation of the first galaxies and stars, shedding light on the conditions that prevailed shortly after the Big Bang. Its ability to observe in ultraviolet, visible and near-infrared wavelengths allows scientists to investigate various celestial phenomena across a broad spectrum, making it a versatile tool for a wide range of astronomical research. The James Webb Space Telescope, launched in December 2021, is set to extend these capabilities even further. JWST primarily operates in the infrared spectrum, allowing it to peer through dense cosmic dust clouds that obscure visible light, offering unprecedented views of the universe's earliest structures. One of JWST's key objectives is to observe the first light-emitting objects that formed in the universe, investigating the formation and evolution of the earliest galaxies. Its advanced instruments will also enable scientists to study the atmospheres of exoplanets in exquisite detail, hunting for signs of potentially habitable conditions or even biosignatures that could indicate the presence of life. Moreover, JWST will provide unparalleled insights into the process of star and planet formation, closely examining the molecular clouds where new stars and planetary systems are born. By capturing high-resolution spectra, JWST will be able to analyze the chemical compositions of these regions, deepening our understanding of how the building blocks of planets and potentially life itself arise. Together, Hubble and JWST represent a dynamic duo of space telescopes, each equipped with unique capabilities that complement one another, vastly expanding our knowledge of the universe and positioning humanity on the cusp of new astronomical frontiers. Dark matter, an enigmatic and unseen component of the universe, plays a pivotal role in the cosmic tapestry. Though it does not emit, absorb or reflect light, making it invisible to telescopes, its presence is inferred through its gravitational effects on visible matter and the large-scale structure of the cosmos. Dark matter makes up about 27% of the universe's total mass-energy content, vastly outnumbering the ordinary baryonic matter that forms stars, planets, and galaxies, which accounts for only about 5%. The discovery of dark matter's importance dates back to the 1930s, when astronomer Fritz Zwicky observed that the galaxies in the Coma cluster were moving much faster than they should, given the visible mass of the cluster. Later in the 1970s, Vera Rubin's work on the rotation curve of spiral galaxies provided compelling evidence. The outer regions of galaxies were rotating at speeds that could not be explained by the mass of the visible stars and gas alone. This suggested the existence of a significant amount of unseen mass, or dark matter, providing the necessary gravitational pull. In cosmology, dark matter is crucial for several reasons. First, it serves as the scaffolding for structure formation in the universe. In the early universe, dark matter clumped together under the influence of gravity, forming the cosmic web structure that acts as a foundation for galaxy formation. Without dark matter, galaxies, clusters, and superclusters would not have formed in the way we observe them today. Secondly, dark matter helps us understand gravitational lensing, where the gravitational field of a massive object, like a galaxy cluster, bends the light from objects behind it. This bending effect reveals regions of dark matter, allowing us to map its distribution in the universe. Finally, understanding dark matter is essential for a complete theory of fundamental physics. While several candidates such as weakly interacting massive particles, WIMPs, and axioms have been proposed, definitive detection and identification of dark matter particles remain elusive. Unlocking the nature of dark matter could bridge gaps in the standard model of particle physics and offer insights into the universe's most profound mysteries. Dark matter is a cornerstone in our quest to comprehend the cosmos, intertwining the realms of cosmology, astrophysics, and particle physics. Dark energy, the mysterious force driving the accelerated expansion of the universe, stands as one of the most profound enigmas in modern cosmology. First inferred from observations of distant supernovae in the late 1990s, dark energy constitutes about 68% of the universe's total mass energy content. Unlike dark matter, which exerts gravitational pull, dark energy seems to work in opposition to gravity, causing the expansion of the universe to accelerate rather than slow down. Scientists study dark energy primarily through observational cosmology, employing several key methods. One pivotal approach involves the use of type Ia supernovae as standard candidates. Due to their consistent intrinsic brightness, these exploding stars can be used to measure astronomical distances accurately. By comparing the observed brightness of these supernovae to their redshifts, an indication of how much the universe has expanded since the light left the supernova, researchers discovered that galaxies are moving away from each other at an accelerating rate. This surprising finding suggested the presence of an unknown force counteracting gravity, which came to be known as dark energy. Another method involves studying the cosmic microwave background, CMB radiation, the afterglow of the Big Bang. Detailed measurements of the CMB, particularly by missions like the Wilkinson Microwave Anisotropy Probe, WMAP, and the Planck satellite, have provided a wealth of information about the universe's early conditions and its subsequent evolution. Variations in the CMB reveal information about the universe's geometry, composition, and expansion history, highlighting the role of dark energy in shaping cosmic evolution. Large-scale structure surveys also play a crucial role in theorizing about dark energy. Projects like the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, SDSS, and the Dark Energy Survey, DES, map the distribution of galaxies across vast distances, allowing scientists to study how cosmic structures have evolved over time. Baryon acoustic oscillations, BAO, which are regular periodic fluctuations in the density of visible baryonic matter of the universe, serve as a ruler for measuring the scale of cosmic structures. Observing BAOs helps scientists understand how dark energy influences the rate of expansion at different epochs in the history of the universe. On the theoretical side, dark energy spurs a rich dialogue within the field of fundamental physics. One leading theory is that dark energy is a property of space itself, encapsulated by the cosmological constant, lambda, in Einstein's equations of general relativity. Alternatively, some theories propose that dark energy is a dynamic field, sometimes called quintessence, which evolved over time. There are also more exotic theories involving modification diverse approaches, combining observational data with theoretical models, provide a multifaceted understanding of dark energy, even though its true nature remains elusive. As ongoing as future missions like the Euclid Telescope and the Wide Field Infrared Survey Telescope, WFIRST, aim to gather more detailed observational data, scientists hope to unlock further secrets of this cosmic puzzle, bringing us closer to a complete understanding of the forces shaping our universe. Gravitational waves are ripples in the fabric of space-time, created by some of the universe's most violent and energetic processes. These waves were first predicted by Albert Einstein in 1916 as a consequence of his general theory of relativity. According to Einstein's theory, massive objects that accelerate, such as binary neutron stars, black holes, or supernovae, disturb space-time, generating waves that propagate outward at the speed of light, carrying energy away from the source. The first direct detection of gravitational waves was finally achieved almost a century later, on September 14, 2015, by the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, LIGO. This landmark event marked a revolutionary moment in astrophysics. LIGO's detection confirmed the presence of gravitational waves and provided a new way to observe the cosmos, independent of traditional electromagnetic radiation, light. LIGO detects gravitational waves using a technique called laser interferometry. The observatory features two identical facilities located in Livingston, Louisiana, and Hanford, Washington. Each facility has two long arms, each stretching 4 kilometers, about 2.5 miles, arranged in an L shape. A high-powered laser splits into two beams that travel down these arms and reflect off mirrors at the ends, creating an interference pattern. When a gravitational wave passes through Earth, it stretches and compresses space, causing tiny changes in the distance between the mirrors. These minute changes, on the order of 1,000th of the diameter of a proton, alter the interference pattern, signaling the presence of a gravitational wave. The first detected event, called GW150914, originated from the merger of two black holes roughly 1.3 billion light-years from Earth. The black holes, with masses about 29 and 36 times that of the Sun, spiraled together and eventually coalesced to form a single, more massive black hole. This cataclysmic event released a staggering amount of energy in the form of gravitational waves, confirming the existence of binary black hole systems and providing direct evidence for their mergers. This groundbreaking detection opened a new window into the universe, allowing scientists to probe phenomena that were previously invisible. Gravitational wave astronomy has since expanded with multiple detections, including neutron star mergers, which in one instance, GW170817, were observed in both gravitational waves and electromagnetic signals, inaugurating a new era of multi-messenger astronomy. Continued advancements, including upgrades to LIGO and the addition of other detectors like Virgo in Italy and Cabra in Japan, promise an even deeper understanding of the universe, potentially uncovering unknown astrophysical processes and providing insight into the fundamental nature of gravity itself. Fast radio bursts, FRBs, and other enigmatic astronomical signals are some of the most perplexing phenomena in modern astrophysics, challenging our understanding of the universe in profound ways. FRBs are extremely brief but powerful bursts of radio waves, lasting only a few milliseconds, yet during that fleeting moment, each FRB can emit as much energy as the Sun does in an entire day. The first FRB was discovered in 2007, and since then, dozens have been identified, each raising more questions than answers about their origins and mechanisms. One of the primary challenges posed by FRBs is pinpointing their exact origins. While some FRBs are one-time events, others, like FRB 121102, have been observed to repeat. This distinction suggests that there may be multiple types of sources or mechanisms generating these bursts. The discovery of repeating FRBs has led to some breakthroughs, such as localizing one particular repeating source to a star-forming region in a dwarf galaxy about 3 billion light-years away. This localization provides valuable clues, but still leaves many hypotheses on the table, ranging from highly magnetized neutron stars, magnetars, and collapsing black holes to more exotic scenarios involving extraterrestrial civilizations employing powerful energy sources. Another enigmatic signal challenging our cosmic understanding This intense, non-repeating, narrow-band radio signal bore the hallmarks of an artificial origin, prompting speculation about intelligent extraterrestrial communication. Despite several follow-up efforts, no similar signals have been detected, leaving its origin a tantalizing mystery. These unexplained signals push the boundaries of our current astrophysical theories and observation capabilities. For instance, studying FRBs has the potential to enhance our understanding of the intergalactic medium. As radio waves travel through space, they interact with electrons, causing dispersion or a delay in arrival times at different frequencies. By analyzing this dispersion, scientists can gain insight into the density and distribution of intergalactic matter, providing a new tool to probe the cosmos on a large scale. Furthermore, the study of these mysterious signals necessitates the development of more sophisticated detection methods and instruments. Radio telescopes like CHIME, Canadian Hydrogen Intensity Mapping Experiment, and ASCAP, Australian Square Kilometre Array Pathfinder, are leading the charge in monitoring the sky for these elusive bursts, increasing the detection rate, providing a more detailed catalogue of FRBs. These advancements in turn drive technological progress in radio astronomy and data analysis techniques. In sum, FRBs and other mysterious cosmic signals are not only fascinating phenomena, but also serve as catalysts for scientific and technological advancement, expanding our understanding of the universe and potentially unveiling new aspects of the fundamental physical principles that govern it. The exploration of these enigmatic signals continues to be a frontier of astrophysical research, promising future breakthroughs that could reshape our comprehension of the universe. The concept of parallel universes and the multiverse is one of the most tantalizing and speculative theories in modern cosmology and theoretical physics, suggesting that our universe might be just one of many distinct and possibly infinite universes. Several leading theories propose the existence of these parallel worlds, each hinging on different aspects of physics and cosmology. One of the primary theories is the many-world interpretation, MWI, of quantum mechanics, proposed by physicist Hugh Everett in 1957. According to MWI, every quantum event that has multiple possible outcomes results in the universe splitting into several branches, each representing a different outcome. For example, if a particle has a 50/50th chance of being in one of two states, the universe would split into two, with each branch realizing one of the states. This multiplicity would imply that every possible outcome of every event is realized in some world, leading to an enormous, possibly infinite number of parallel universes where every conceivable history and future exists. Another compelling notion comes from inflationary cosmology, particularly the theory of eternal inflation, formulated by physicist Alan Guth and others. This theory posits that the rapid expansion of space, or cosmic inflation, that occurred shortly after the Big Bang didn't stop uniformly. Instead, while some regions of space stopped inflating and formed distinct universes like ours, other regions continued to inflate. This process results in a multiverse of bubble universes, each with possibly different physical properties and constants. These bubble universes could never interact with each other, making their detection incredibly challenging, but suggests a diverse array of parallel realities existing within a larger inflated space. String theory, another fundamental framework in theoretical physics, introduces the concept of a landscape multiverse. According to string theory, our universe might be one of many possible configurations of strings, with each configuration corresponding to a different vacuum state and fundamental constants. This multitude of configurations forms a landscape where numerous universes exist, each governed by different physical laws. These universes within the string theory landscape could have different dimensions, particle types, and interactions, leading to a rich and varied multiverse. Furthermore, the idea of a brain multiverse emerges from certain interpretations of string theory and M theory. In this scenario, our universe is a three-dimensional brain floating in a higher dimensional space. Other brains could exist parallel to ours, each representing a different universe. Occasionally, these brains might interact or even collide, potentially explaining cosmic events like the Big Bang in our own universe. These theories of parallel universes and the multiverse, though highly speculative, provide intriguing possibilities for the nature of reality, suggesting that powered by supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies, illuminate some of the most energetic processes in the universe. Quasars, short for quasi-stellar objects, are incredibly luminous. They were first identified as strong radio sources in the 1960s, but were later found to emit across the electromagnetic spectrum, including visible light, ultraviolet, infrared, X-rays, and even gamma rays. Quasars derive their extraordinary luminosity from the accretion of material into the supermassive black hole at their core. As matter spirals into the black hole, it forms an accretion disk, where gravitational energy is converted into electromagnetic radiation. These emissions can outshine the entire host galaxy, making quasars visible over vast cosmic distances, and thus crucial probes for the high redshift universe. Blazars are a specific subset of quasars, distinguished by their jets pointing almost directly toward Earth. This orientation results in relativistic beaming, where the jet's light is intensified, making blazars appear extremely bright and variable. Blazars are further categorized into BL Lacertae objects, BL-LAX, and flat-spectrum radio quasars, FSRQs, based on their emission characteristics. The study of blazars helps in understanding the physics of jet formation, particle acceleration, and the interaction of jets with the interstellar medium. To study these cosmic phenomena, astronomers use a suite of observational tools that span the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Radio telescopes, such as those employed in the Very Large Array, VLA, or the Atacama Large Millimeter Submillimeter Array, ALMA, capture the radio emissions of quasars and blazars, providing insights into the structure and dynamics of their jets. Optical and ultraviolet observations from ground-based observatories and space telescopes like the Hubble Space Telescope help analyze the light from the accretion disk and the surrounding regions. X-ray observatories like Chandra and gamma-ray telescopes such as the Fermi Gamma-Ray Space Telescope explore the high-energy emissions, offering clues on particle acceleration mechanisms and energy dissipation processes in jets. Spectroscopic analysis plays a crucial role in interpreting the data. By examining the spectra of quasars and blazars, scientists can determine the redshift, which reveals their distance and the rate of the universe's expansion at different epochs. Spectroscopy also uncovers the chemical composition, velocity, temperature, and density of the emitting and absorbing material, helping to model the physical conditions near the supermassive black hole. Theoretical models and numerical simulations complement observational data by providing frameworks to understand and predict the behavior of quasars and blazars. These models simulate the dynamics of accretion disks, magnetic fields, jet formation, and radiative processes, enabling a deeper understanding of the underlying physics. The synergy between observation and theory helps unravel the complex mechanisms driving these phenomena, shedding light on the life cycle of galaxies, the growth of black holes, and the evolution of the universe itself. By investigating quasars and blazars, scientists not only learn about these extraordinary cosmic beacons, but also gain broader insights into the fundamental processes shaping the cosmos, from the formation of structures in the early universe to the energetic feedback mechanisms influencing galaxy evolution. Astrobiology is the branch of science dedicated to the study of life beyond Earth, intertwining disciplines like biology, chemistry, physics, and astronomy. Scientists in this field seek to understand the origins, evolution, distribution, and future of life in the universe. One of the intriguing aspects of astrobiology is its quest to answer fundamental questions. Are we alone in the universe? How do life forms adapt to extreme environments? To tackle these questions, researchers investigate both Earth-based and extraterrestrial environments, focusing on places where life as we know it could potentially exist. Exploring our solar system, astrobiologists examine Mars's surface chemistry, the icy moons of Jupiter such as organisms thriving in hot springs, deep sea vents, and radioactive waste, astrobiologists gained valuable clues about life's resilience and adaptability, paving the way for future discoveries in the unfathomably large expanse of the cosmos. Extremophiles are microorganisms that thrive under extreme conditions considered hostile to most forms of life. These remarkable organisms have adapted to environments with extreme temperatures, acidity, salinity, and radiation, thereby expanding our understanding of the potential for life beyond Earth. By studying extremophiles, scientists glean critical insights into where and how to search for extraterrestrial life. For instance, bacteria enduring scorching heat in hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor, or microbes surviving in the radioactive waste or highly acidic environments, reveal the astonishing adaptability of life. This knowledge directs astrobiologists to focus on similar extreme environments elsewhere in the solar system and beyond. Take, for example, the acid-loving extremophiles found in sulfuric hot springs. These organisms inform the study of Mars, where sulfur compounds are prevalent, suggesting that if life ever existed there, it might resemble these hardy Earth bacteria. Additionally, the discovery of extremophiles thriving in ice shelves or beneath the permafrost hints at potential life in the icy moons of Jupiter and Saturn, such as Europa and Enceladus. These moons possess subsurface oceans heated by tidal forces, creating an environment where extremophiles may thrive. Furthermore, researchers use extremophiles to develop biosignature detection methods, aiming to identify chemical signs of life in the atmospheres of exoplanets. By understanding the metabolic and chemical processes extremophiles use to survive, scientists improve their criteria for detecting life forms in the most unearthly of habitats, thereby guiding future missions and enhancing the search for life in the universe. One of the most promising places to find microbial life in our solar system is Mars. The red planet has long intrigued scientists due to its past evidence of liquid water, essential for life as we know it. Recent discoveries of seasonal methane plumes and recurring slope lineae, or dark streaks on the surface, suggest that liquid water might occasionally flow today. Methane, in particular, holds interest because it can be produced by biological processes, although geological processes can also account for its presence. Additionally, the detection of complex organic molecules by the Curiosity rover in Gale crater has bolstered the idea that Mars could have harbored microbial life in its ancient history, and possibly still does in subsurface niches. The icy moons of Jupiter and Saturn, specifically Europa and Enceladus, are also top contenders in the search for microbial life. Europa's thick icy crust covers a global ocean of liquid water kept warm by the tidal forces exerted by Jupiter. Observations from the Galileo spacecraft, and more recently the Hubble Space Telescope, have detected potential plumes of water vapor erupting from Europa's surface, hinting at a dynamic subsurface ocean that could harbor life. Enceladus, Saturn's moon, has captured scientific fascination due to its spectacular geysers ejecting water vapor, organic molecules, and even salt into space from its south pole. The presence of these plumes, combined with evidence of hydrothermal activity on the seafloor of Enceladus' subsurface ocean, make it another prime candidate for microbial life. These environments provide not only the liquid water but also the energy and chemical building blocks necessary for life, making them key targets for future exploratory missions. Missions like the search for life on Mars play a pivotal role in advancing the field of astrobiology by directly exploring environments that might once have been, or still could be, habitable. The rovers and orbiters sent to Mars are equipped with sophisticated instruments designed to analyze the planet's geology, climate, and potential biosignatures. For example, NASA's Perseverance rover, which landed in 2021, is meticulously studying Jezero Crater, a site believed to have once housed a river delta and lake. By examining sedimentary rocks known to trap and preserve organic molecules, Perseverance aims to uncover signs of ancient microbial life. These missions provide invaluable data about past water activity, organic chemistry, and other conditions that could support life, thus directly informing our understanding of planetary habitability. Furthermore, the technology and methodologies developed for Mars missions have broad implications for astrobiology. Instruments like the sample analysis at Mars, SAM, on the Curiosity rover can detect a range of organic compounds and measure isotopic ratios, providing providing clues about the planet's ancient environment and its capacity to support life. These techniques are vital for interpreting potential biosignatures, not just on Mars, but also on other celestial bodies. Moreover, the insights gained from Mars missions contribute to the development of new technologies for future explorations, such as Europa Clipper, which will assess the habitability of Europa, and the Dragonfly mission to Titan. Each mission refines our understanding of where and how to look for life, enhancing our comprehension of life's potential existence elsewhere in the cosmos, and reinforcing the interconnected nature of astrobiological research. The discovery of life beyond Earth will hold profound implications for our understanding of biology, the origins of life, and our place in the universe. Firstly, it would fundamentally alter our concept of life's uniqueness and adaptability. Finding even the simplest microbial life forms elsewhere would demonstrate that life is not confined to Earth's unique conditions and may arise in a variety of environments. This could support the hypothesis that life might be more common throughout the cosmos than previously thought. Such a discovery would prompt scientists to rethink the conditions deemed necessary for life and expand their search to include a broader range of environments. Moreover, discovering extraterrestrial life would carry significant philosophical, cultural, and potentially theological impacts. It would challenge long-held human-centric views of the universe, sparking new discussions and potentially reshaping humanity's sense of identity and purpose. What would it mean if we are not alone? Philosophers, religious leaders, and the general public would engage in deep, reflective debates on our relationship with the cosmos and our responsibilities as stewards of Earth. Additionally, the search for and potential discovery of extraterrestrial life would likely stimulate advancements in science and technology, much as the space race did in the mid-20th century. Enhanced technological innovation to support space missions could lead to myriad benefits for life on Earth, from new materials to improvements in communication and data analysis technologies. Finding life beyond Earth would not only redefine our understanding of biology, but also profoundly influence our culture, technology, and worldview. Scientists deploy several innovative strategies to search for biosignatures on exoplanets, leveraging cutting-edge technology and a comprehensive understanding of life's indicators. Central to this quest is the use of powerful space telescopes equipped with advanced instruments capable of analyzing the light from distant stars and their orbiting planets. The James Webb Space Telescope, for instance, is designed to detect chemical signatures in the atmospheres of exoplanets by analyzing the light that passes through them during a transit. By studying the absorption lines in the spectrum, scientists can identify molecules such as oxygen, methane, and water vapor, compounds that could suggest biological processes. Additionally, upcoming missions like the European Space Agency's Ariel, Atmospheric Remote Sensing Infrared Exoplanet Large Survey, aim to survey a diverse range of exoplanetary atmospheres. Scientists also employ the method of direct imaging, using advanced techniques to block out the overwhelming light from a planet's host star, thereby allowing the faint light reflected off the planet to be studied. This method can reveal surface features and atmospheric compositions, potentially identifying biosignatures like chlorophyll or other pigments associated with photosynthesis. Ground-based observatories such as the Extremely Large Telescope, ELT, currently under construction in Chile, will complement space-based efforts by providing high-resolution imaging and spectroscopy capabilities. These observatories will enable detailed studies of exoplanetary atmospheres and surfaces, looking for anomalies like an unexpected abundance of specific gases or surface colors that might indicate biological activity. Through these multifaceted efforts, scientists aim to systematically search for the telltale signs of life across the galaxy, deciphering the myriad ways life might manifest in the diverse environments of distant exoplanets. The prospect of human colonization of Mars is both exciting and formidable, presenting unprecedented challenges and opportunities. As the principal focus of several space agencies and private companies, Mars represents the most feasible target for human colonization due to its relative proximity to Earth and the intriguing possibility of utilizing its resources. NASA, SpaceX, and other entities are actively developing technology and strategies enable sustainable human presence on the red planet. NASA's Artemis program, aiming to return humans to the moon, is considered a stepping stone to Mars, where plans involve leveraging lunar missions to test critical technologies and systems. SpaceX, spearheaded by Elon Musk, is ambitiously working on the Starship, a spacecraft designed to carry humans and cargo to Mars. One of the key elements of making Mars habitable revolves around the concept of in situ resource utilization, ISRU, which involves harnessing local Martian resources to produce water, oxygen, and building materials. Mars' atmosphere, rich in carbon dioxide, can be used to produce oxygen through electrolysis, while its regolith could provide materials for constructing habitats. However, immense challenges remain, including radiation protection, since Mars lacks a magnetic field and thick atmosphere to shield its surface from cosmic rays and solar radiation. Ensuring the psychological and physiological well-being of astronauts during the long-duration missions and on Mars itself is another critical concern. Moreover, the development of life support systems, reliable communication networks, and sustainable food production methods are essential for the success of human colonies on Mars. Research on Earth with closed-loop systems, like those being tested in extraterrestrial analogs such as the high seas habitat in Hawaii, aim to simulate and solve these challenges before humans step foot on the Martian surface. While the technological and logistical hurdles are significant, the progress made in recent years underlines a growing optimism. The dream of creating self-sufficient colonies on Mars is driven by a blend of scientific curiosity, technological innovation, and the enduring human spirit of exploration and survival. Space agencies around the world are meticulously developing strategies to address the myriad challenges associated with long-duration space travel, which are crucial for missions to destinations like Mars and beyond. One of the most pressing concerns is the health and well-being of astronauts during extended periods in microgravity. Prolonged exposure to zero gravity can lead to muscle atrophy and bone density loss. To mitigate these effects, agencies like NASA and ESA have designed advanced exercise regimes and specialized equipment, such as resistive exercise devices, to help maintain astronauts' physical health. In addition, research on artificial gravity, potentially through rotating sections of spacecraft, is being explored as a long-term solution to combat the deleterious effects of weightlessness. Radiation exposure is another significant challenge, as space travelers face heightened levels of cosmic rays and solar radiation once they leave the protective bubble of Earth's magnetosphere. Spacecraft shielding is under continuous improvement, utilizing materials that can better absorb or deflect harmful radiation. NASA, for example, is investigating the use of water or polyethylene shielding alongside innovative concepts like magnetic fields to create a protective force field around the craft. Advances in medical technologies, such as telemedicine and compact medical kits that can handle a range of health issues, are also critical. These systems need to ensure that astronauts receive timely medical care, even when millions of kilometers from Earth. Psychological resilience is equally pivotal, as astronauts must cope with isolation, confinement, and the stress of long missions. Agencies are addressing mental health through rigorous pre-flight psychological training, the design of spacecraft with more livable interiors, and continuous in-flight support, including virtual reality experiences to mimic aspects of Earth's environments. Communication delays, inevitable on long missions, are managed through the development of autonomous systems and artificial intelligence aboard spacecraft, enabling crews to conduct operations independently should immediate communication with mission control be impossible. By integrating technological advancements, rigorous training programs, and innovative research, space agencies are shaping a multifaceted approach to tackle the complexities of long-duration space travel, paving the way for humankind's exploration of the final frontier. Private companies like SpaceX are playing an increasingly pivotal role in the future of space exploration, revolutionizing the industry with their innovative technologies, cost-effective solutions, and ambitious goals. Historically, space exploration was dominated by government space agencies such as NASA, Roscosmos, and ESA. However, the entry of private companies has introduced a new era of commercial spaceflight, characterized by rapid advancements and reduced costs. SpaceX, for instance, has made significant strides in developing reusable rocket technology, which has drastically cut the Falcon 9 rocket, known for its ability to return and land after delivering its cargo, exemplifies this breakthrough, enabling more frequent and economical missions. One of the most notable contributions of SpaceX and other private companies is their role in facilitating missions to the International Space Station, ISS, and beyond. SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft has been instrumental in transporting supplies and crew to the ISS under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. This partnership not only alleviates the logistical burden on NASA, but also allows the agency to focus more resources on deep space exploration, including Mars and Lunar missions. Additionally, SpaceX's ambitious Starship project aims to develop a fully reusable spacecraft capable of transporting humans to Mars, thus aligning with long-term goals of planetary colonization and interplanetary travel. Such endeavors are pushing the boundaries of what's possible, accelerating the timeline for human exploration of other celestial bodies. Moreover, the involvement of private companies fosters a competitive and collaborative space economy, spurring innovation across the industry. With initiatives like SpaceX's Starlink project aimed at providing global satellite internet coverage, and Blue Origin's efforts to develop space tourism and lunar landers, the landscape of space exploration is rapidly diversifying. These ventures not only advance technological capabilities, but also inspire public interest and investment in space endeavors. Private companies are transforming space exploration from a government-led enterprise into a dynamic and multifaceted industry, driving progress through innovation, efficiency, and visionary projects that bring humanity closer to becoming an interplanetary species. Space tourism is poised to develop rapidly over the coming decades, driven by advancements in technology, increasing private sector involvement, and a growing public interest in experiencing space firsthand. Initial forays into space tourism have already begun, with companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Virgin Galactic leading the charge. These companies have each developed unique approaches to making space more accessible. Virgin Galactic, for instance, offers suborbital flights that allow participants to experience several minutes of weightlessness and stunning views of Earth from the edge of space. Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket provides a similar experience, featuring a fully automated system designed to carry tourists to the Kármán line, the boundary of space. In the future, space tourism is expected to expand beyond brief suborbital trips to encompass longer and more immersive experiences. Within the next few decades, orbital tourism may become a reality, with private companies offering stays before orbiting space stations or habitats. These space hotels could provide guests with the opportunity to live and work in microgravity, conduct scientific experiments, and enjoy spectacular views of Earth from orbit. Companies like Axiom Space are already planning commercial modules for the International Space Station, which could later become standalone space habitats. Additionally, ambitious projects such as SpaceX's Starship envision taking tourists on circumnavigational trips around the Moon, providing a truly out-of-this-world experience. As technology advances and the cost of launching and sustaining human presence in space decreases, space tourism could eventually extend to lunar or even Martian surfaces. Future developments might see the construction of bases or colonies, offering travelers the chance to explore extraterrestrial landscapes and participate in the early stages of space colonization. This progression will likely be supported by innovations in life support systems, habitat construction, and in situ resource utilization, ISRU, ensuring that such ventures are both safe and sustainable. Ultimately, the growth of space tourism will not only open new frontiers for human exploration and recreation, but also fuel technological innovations and foster a greater global interest in space science, bringing humanity closer to its dream of becoming a multiplanetary species. Asteroid mining extraction and processing techniques. The harsh environment of space, with its extremes of temperature, radiation, and microgravity, adds additional layers of complexity. Moreover, the economic viability of such ventures remains uncertain given the high costs of space missions and the current lack of infrastructure to support large-scale mining operations. Legal and ethical considerations also loom large. The international regulatory framework governing space activities, primarily the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, is ambiguous regarding the ownership and exploitation of extraterrestrial resources. This uncertainty could lead to conflicts between nations and private entities over resource rights and environmental impacts. Furthermore, the potential environmental consequences of mining activities, such as the disruption of celestial bodies and the accumulation of space debris, pose long-term risks to the orbital environment and future space missions. Asteroid mining offers significant opportunities to revolutionize resource acquisition and spur technological and economic growth. However, realizing these benefits requires overcoming substantial technical, economic, legal, and ethical challenges. Thoughtful and collaborative approaches will be necessary to balance the promise of space resource utilization with the need to protect and preserve the space environment for future generations. International collaborations play a crucial role in shaping the future of space exploration, fostering a spirit of cooperation, pooling resources, and distributing risk among participating nations. The complexities and costs associated with space missions are substantial, and no single nation, regardless of its technological prowess or economic strength, can easily shoulder these burdens alone. By collaborating, countries can share the expenses and technical challenges, making ambitious projects more feasible and accelerating scientific advancements. The International Space Station, ISS, is a prime example of such collaboration, involving the United States, Russia, Japan, Canada, and the European Space Agency, ESA. This floating laboratory has become a symbol of international partnership, enabling scientific research that benefits all of humanity. Beyond the ISS, collaborative missions like the James Webb Space Telescope, jointly developed by NASA, ESA, and the Canadian Space Agency, illustrate how shared efforts can lead to groundbreaking discoveries. These partnerships enable the sharing of knowledge, skills, and technology, enhancing the overall capabilities of the global space community. International collaboration also extends to planetary exploration, as seen in missions like ExoMars, a joint endeavor by ESA and Roscosmos aimed at searching for signs of life on Mars. Such missions benefit from the diverse expertise and perspectives that each contributing nation brings, leading to more robust planning, data analysis, and problem-solving skills. Moreover, international collaborations help to build and strengthen geopolitical relationships. The cooperation required for joint missions fosters trust and can serve as a platform for diplomacy, easing tensions between countries. This cooperative approach also promotes the idea of space as a shared domain, where the achievements and benefits of exploration are accessible to all. The Artemis Accords, led by NASA, exemplify this spirit by establishing a framework for international collaboration on lunar exploration, aiming for the sustainable, peaceful, and transparent use of the moon's resources. However, challenges remain. The differing priorities, regulations, and policies of participating nations can lead to complex negotiations and coordination efforts. Intellectual property rights, data sharing, and the distribution of roles and responsibilities require careful management. Despite these challenges, the benefits of international collaboration in space exploration far outweigh the hurdles. By working together, nations can accomplish far more than they could individually, pushing the boundaries of human knowledge, exploring new frontiers, and ensuring that the exploration and utilization of space are conducted in a manner that benefits all of humanity. Meteor showers are celestial events that captivate observers with their dazzling displays of shooting stars, and some of the most spectacular ones occur annually. The Perseids, visible every August, are among the most famous and reliable meteor showers, known for their bright, fast meteors and high activity rates, often producing up to 60 meteors per hour at their peak. Originating from the debris left by comet Swift-Tuttle, the Perseids have enchanted stargazers for centuries, creating rocky asteroid named 3,200 Phaethon. This shower is known for its slow-moving, colorful meteors, sometimes in hues of yellow, blue, and green. At its peak, the Geminids can produce over 100 meteors per hour, making it one of the most prolific and reliable meteor showers, rewarding those who brave the chilly winter nights to observe the celestial climb. Meteor showers occur when the Earth passes through streams of cosmic debris left behind by comets or asteroids. As these small particles, often no bigger than grains of sand, enter the Earth's atmosphere at high speeds, frequently tens of miles per second, they vaporize due to friction with the atmospheric gases, creating brilliant streaks of light across the sky. Each meteor shower is named after the constellation from which its meteors appear to radiate, known as the radiant point. For example, the Perseids seem to radiate from the constellation Perseus, while the Geminids radiate from Gemini. The regularity and predictability of these events are due to the Earth's annual passage through these debris trails, which are maintained by the parent object's orbits around the Sun. This cosmic choreography ensures that year after year, these spectacular meteor showers provide a dependable and awe-inspiring spectacle, connecting us to the vast and dynamic universe beyond our planet. Auroras, also known as the northern and southern lights, are among the most mesmerizing natural phenomena observed in the Earth's polar regions. These stunning light displays occur when charged particles emitted by the Sun, primarily electrons and protons, interact with the Earth's magnetic field and atmosphere. The Sun constantly emits a stream of charged particles known as the solar wind. When this solar wind reaches the Earth, most of the particles are deflected by the planet's magnetosphere, but some are funneled towards the polar regions where the magnetic field lines converge. The beautiful displays of light in auroras result from these charged particles colliding with atoms and molecules in the Earth's upper atmosphere, primarily in the thermosphere at altitudes between 60 and 300 miles. When these energetic particles strike the atmospheric gases, mainly oxygen and nitrogen, they excite these atoms and molecules, causing them to emit light as they return to their ground state. The specific colors seen in auroras depend on the type of gas and its altitude. Oxygen, for example, can produce green or red light, with green being more common at lower altitudes between 60 and 150 miles, and red appearing at higher altitudes above 150 miles. Nitrogen, on the other hand, typically emits blue or purplish red light. The overall dynamics that create auroras are influenced by solar activity, such as solar flares and coronal mass ejections, CMEs, which can intensify the solar wind and inject even more charged particles into the Earth's magnetosphere. During periods of high solar activity, such as those associated with the solar cycle's peak, auroras are more frequent and can be seen at lower latitudes than usual. The resulting light shows can be both spectacular and unpredictable, with displays sometimes appearing as gently waving curtains, spirals, or even explosive bursts of light that can rapidly change in intensity and color. Auroras serve as a vivid reminder of the complex and dynamic interactions between the Sun and the Earth, and they underscore the broader connection within our solar system. Observers in regions such as Scandinavia, Canada, Alaska, and Antarctica often find themselves privileged to witness these natural light shows, which continue to inspire wonder and scientific inquiry alike. Cosmic events such as eclipses and transits offer some of the most awe-inspiring spectacles visible from Earth, drawing the gaze of both amateur stargazers and seasoned astronomers. Solar eclipses are particularly remarkable, occurring when the moon passes between the Earth and the Sun, casting a shadow on our planet. There are different types of solar eclipses: total, partial, and annular. A total solar eclipse, where the moon completely covers the Sun, is a rare and breathtaking event that can plunge daytime into darkness and reveal the Sun's ethereal corona. These dramatic occurrences provide unique opportunities for scientific study, especially regarding solar atmospherics and helping to advance our understanding of solar phenomena. Lunar eclipses are equally captivating, occurring when the Earth comes between the Sun and the Moon, casting its shadow on the lunar surface. Unlike solar eclipses, lunar eclipses can be seen from anywhere on the nighttime side of the Earth and may last for a few hours. A total lunar eclipse, or blood moon, is transits, where a planet passes directly between the Earth and the Sun, provide another significant celestial event. The most famous of these are the transits of Mercury and Venus. During a transit, the planet appears as a small dark disk moving across the face of the Sun. These events are rare, with Mercury transits occurring approximately 14 times per century, while Venus transits happen in pairs separated by over a century. Transits are scientifically valuable as they help refine our understanding of the planet's orbits and have played historic roles in measuring astronomical units and calibrating our understanding of distances in the solar system. Additionally, conjunctions where two celestial bodies appear very close to one another in the sky are visually stunning and have astrological significance for many cultures. The great conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, which occurs roughly every 2 decades, is particularly noteworthy. During these events, the planets align closely in the sky, providing a beautiful and symbolic display. Each of these cosmic events not only offers spectacular visual experiences, but also presents critical opportunities for scientific research. They enable astronomers to gather data on celestial mechanics, atmospherics, and solar and planetary characteristics, bridging the gap between the awestruck observer and the scientist, uniting humanity in a shared curiosity about the cosmos. Gamma ray bursts, GRBs, and other high-energy phenomena have profoundly impacted our understanding of the universe, revealing the underlying dynamics of some of the most powerful and catastrophic events in cosmic history. GRBs are intense flashes of gamma radiation, the most energetic form of light, lasting from milliseconds to several minutes. They are typically classified into 2 types: short-duration GRBs, which last less than 2 seconds and are thought to result from the merger of neutron stars, and long-duration GRBs, which last longer and are usually associated with the collapse of massive stars forming black holes. The study of gamma ray bursts has unveiled significant insights into star death, black hole formation, and the behavior of matter under extreme conditions. These bursts release more energy in a few seconds than the sun will emit over its entire 10 billion year lifetime. This immense release of energy provides a unique laboratory for studying relativistic physics and the mechanics of jet formation and propagation, as the gamma radiation often originates from highly relativistic jets emitted by these extreme events. By observing the afterglows of GRBs across different wavelengths, from X-rays to optical and radio waves, astronomers can probe the environment around the burst, revealing information about the interstellar medium and even the host galaxy. Other high-energy phenomena, such as supernovae and active galactic nuclei, AGN, also play crucial roles in shaping our cosmic knowledge. Supernovae, the explosive ends of massive stars, not only distribute heavy elements throughout the universe, enriching the interstellar medium, but also serve as cosmic distance markers. Type I of supernovae have been instrumental in measuring cosmic distances and led to the groundbreaking discovery of the universe's accelerating expansion, attributed to dark energy. This revelation has significantly influenced modern cosmological models and deepened the mystery surrounding the nature of dark energy and the ultimate fate of the universe. Active galactic nuclei, powered by supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies, emit vast amounts of high-energy radiation as they accrete matter. The study of AGN has advanced our comprehension of black hole growth, galaxy evolution, and the interplay between central black holes and their host galaxies. Observations of AGN across the electromagnetic spectrum, including gamma rays, X-rays, and radio waves, have elucidated processes such as accretion disk dynamics, relativistic jet formation, and the feedback mechanisms that regulate star formation in galaxies. The investigation of gamma ray bursts and other high-energy phenomena provides invaluable insights into some of the universe's most energetic events, shaping our understanding of stellar evolution, black hole physics, galaxy formation, and cosmology. These studies continue to push the